105, 1,106, 1,107, 1,108, 1,109, 1,110. Oh, gotta work out. Oh, 1,212, 1,213, 1,214, 1,215, 1,216, 1,217, 1,218, 1,219, 1,220, 1,221. 1,222. Woo! What's up, guys? Just working out. Get my burn in. Woo! That's how you do it. This is how you do it. Sha-na-na-na-na-na-na. Sha-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, sha-na-na-na-na-na-na. I had to do my workout. Woo! I didn't know y'all was coming by. I would have stopped a lot earlier. I would have stopped a lot sooner. Oh man, where's my daggone thumbnail? Where's my thumbnail? Hold on 1 second. Hello?
Hey, could you come and open the sliding door? It's stuck again. It's stuck all the time.
Okay, I just now started going live. I'll be up there in a minute.
Okay.
I'll be up there in a minute. All right, let me put my thumbnail up here. I don't sweat because I got this headband on. I got my daughter called it a lesbian. She said, Daddy, why you got on the lesbian headband? My daughter said I got on a lesbian headband. Let me put on a daggone. Let me go ahead and put this thumbnail on here right quick. Hold on 1 second. Sheesh. I swear to goodness, man. Oh man. Let me put this thumbnail on right quick, guys. I messed up yesterday. I'm messing up again today. But that's just me. I'm weird like that. But I make sure I get my workout on, though. That's what I do. That's what I make sure I do. I make sure I get that workout on. Huh? I'm going to get my workout in. As y'all just now witness. Y'all just now witness yourselves. Y'all saw me do. Y'all was right here when I did the 1,200 something curls. Oh, no. That's not the one. That's not the one. No. Undo change. Where is it? Oh, isn't okay? There it is. Okay. Yeah, y'all saw me do the 1,212 curls, and now I'm buff. I feel like I could punch through a wall. All right, so this is what I got to do, guys. I apologize, but I got to run upstairs and open up this door. I will be right back. Please let people know we are in the building today. We about to have a great conversation. We are talking about the RICO charges up against Trump. That's what we talking about. They just now hit him with number 4 indictment number 4, and they're trying to put this man on one of these like Don Corleone like type of joints, man, saying that he is the leader of a crime cartel or something like that, simply because of what he spoke about with a few people with regard to the election, wanting to put that on hold while they actually tabulated all of the votes. And we know that it's a bunch of bull sugar honey iced tea, but we are here to talk about it. Give me a moment. Let me go ahead and unlock this door. I'll be right back. I'll be moving a little slow since I did all of those workouts just now. Oh, all right. All right, we are back. All right, so check this out. I can go get my coffee. Absolutely. Go get your coffee. All right, so we need to have this conversation right quick. And anybody want to come up here and say anything, feel free. 1 second. 1,200 carols, yeah. 1,200 carols. All right, anybody who want to pull up and say anything, feel free. And I also want to address one of the individuals who was up here talking the other day, and they were mid sentence, and I pulled them off of the live stream. I'm gonna let y'all know exactly why I did that. Um, but I want to make sure that a few people get in here first. But please do me a favor, hit the like button. Hit the like button for me. That's how we push. That's how we're able to get the live stream going. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. Hit that like button. Hit the like button. It says it's 270 something people in here. Only have 130 likes. Let me put this poll up here first before I do anything. Let me see here. Yeah, we about to talk about this, man. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Very much. I will appreciate that. Yeah, there you go. And feel free to answer the poll that I just now put up. Feel free to answer that poll I just now put up. I'm about to add this link to the live stream so that you guys can join in on the conversation. I'm certain a lot of you may have something to say, um, and if you have something to say, I want to hear it. That's what I want to hear it. So yeah, hit the like button for me. People who are out here who are helping me out, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Um, please answer the poll that I just now put up. We're talking about Trump's indictment. Um, I see a lot of people are not talking about it too much, but we will because I got an issue with it. I got a whole issue with it. Some of the people who are saying, some people are saying, they're saying, yo, I know some people who received a minor infraction with the law, and they saying I received minor infraction with the law, and I know other people who have received a minor infraction with the law, and they ain't nobody getting rid of their joint. So they're talking about what's fair, what's not fair, all these other things. We know that this world ain't fair, this country ain't fair, this ain't nothing fair. And I'm not telling y'all nothing I wouldn't tell my kids. I raised 4 children. My youngest right now is 18 years old. And we just now moved her into college. She's the last one. We are now empty nesters. And my youngest boy, LFR JoJo, I'm sure y'all have seen his channel. He is headed back to finish his senior year as an engineering student at the same university that my youngest kid just now went to school for. So I always told them life ain't fair. So stop with the fair. Ain't nothing fair. But guess what? If you're going to charge Trump with anything, you need to definitely charge Hillary with all the stuff that she done got people killed. Benghazi is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about conspiracy theories. And also, and also looking at the Biden family, everything that they're doing right now, and getting money from Asia, from China, and dropping off packages of confidential records to anybody that'll read them, and they're being paid off. The whole family is on payroll, and they don't do a damn thing. So how the whole family on payroll? I don't understand that. But guess what? We about to talk about it. We got somebody that just now pulled up. My man named Zurich Diaz Guns. All right, so let's get to it. Let's get to it. We pulling them up on the stage right now. Hold up, 1 second, 1 second. And do me a favor, guys. Do me a favor. I'm gonna ask y'all this just one time. And please don't let me have to ask y'all this again, because this is the reason why I pulled somebody off the channel the other day. Um, try not to use any verbiage that will get this live shut down. Okay. Let's try to have a cordial conversation. What's up, brother? How you doing?
What's going on?
Everything. God is good. He woke me up
Everything.
this morning.
That's good. Hey, that's always a good thing.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm doing good.
What's on your
Yeah,
heart?
I'm doing real good. Oh man, this stuff is crazy. I watch this stuff every day. Everything, 2A, everything. I be on it, man. And I know this much: these people is going crazy, and I mean all of them. I mean any. I mean. I'm not talking about just the deep state either. I'm talking about they done made most of the country crazy.
Yep.
Like, and I can't say most of the country, but I can say at least 45% of the country is crazy.
Yep.
And I mean, I go down the street. I live in Michigan, by the way.
All right. Shout out to
I
Michigan.
go, yeah, I live in Michigan. I'm from Chicago. Thank God I got out of there.
Man, you from Chicago?
I'm from Chicago, but I'm from Chicago, back in the 80s.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
I mean, it was bad. It was bad then, but nothing like this. You know, I mean, I will not go back to Chicago to visit my family right now because of how
Wow.
it is. Yeah, it's
Wow.
pretty bad. And the media, they can say whatever they want to. I'm from there, and I get the first news you will ever get. You know what I'm saying? These people is literally going crazy, man.
Yeah.
And all of Chicago is crazy. I swear it.
Well, Chicago, you got Chicago, you got where I'm from, DC.
Yeah.
And you talking about me and my wife, we live in Maryland, which is pretty much a hop, skip, and a
Mm,
jump across the street from DC. And most times my wife won't even step foot in DC. Me, I go back because a lot of my friends still there, a lot of my family still there. I don't mind pulling up here and there, but most times I do consider my family and my livelihood and my safety before even pulling up, driving through. So it could be an issue. So I
right.
understand.
Yeah. But about this these indictments, I mean, I'm cool with it because I don't believe none of the crap they spitting anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wasn't always a Trump fan either. I'm not gonna sit up here and lie. I was just like you. I was born into being Democratic.
Yep.
And I still almost all my family's still Democratic. I mean, I'm trying to show them some stuff, but they don't want to listen. I mean,
Nah, they don't want to
nobody wants to listen. They're gonna have to figure it out like I did.
listen.
They're gonna have to, but I'm gonna keep spitting it. I'm gonna keep spitting it though.
I'm
But
glad, bro.
yeah,
I'm
they don't
glad.
want to hear it. They don't want to hear it, but they need to piece this together. It's out there. I mean, the truth is there. It's whether or not you want to accept the truth.
Absolutely. Now I have a question. Now what made you decide to, you know what? Trump ain't that bad. What was it that made your shoe drop? Like what was the shoe drop for you?
The shoe drop was when Biden signed that order to uh to cancel the Keystone Pipeline.
Oh wow. Okay.
That was
All
the
right.
end. That was the
Okay.
end right there. I mean, I honestly, I always had values, like as a Republican, but I never voted Republican. And
Right.
and I always used to ask myself why. And then I used to even as a kid, I'd be like, why everybody vote Democrat that I know?
Right.
And my mom, my sister, everybody, they like, shoot, because that's what we did. We vote for. We vote for Democrat.
Hey, my
Okay,
man
so
was a free thinker ever since he was a kid, man.
man, I always thought I'm a big time thinker, but I'm an Aquarius too. So that's just how I am. I think about almost everything.
Right.
If not 5 times a day, 6, 7 times a day. I'm on it
Hey man,
when it
don't
comes to things.
ruminate. Don't ruminate to a point where you ruin your daggone day and you ruin your life, you ruin your
No,
heart.
no,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
I'm no, I work 16 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Whew.
Oh yeah, you got
Sheesh.
to. You
You're a
got to
hard
do
worker.
something.
You do.
Yeah,
You
you
do.
got to do something out here. You can't survive with one paycheck.
That's right.
So I mean, and the the Democrats got us like that. I'm not gonna sit up here and sugarcoat it. That
Well,
literally from when I started working, Democrats have been there. And I'm not saying that all Democrats are bad, but I am going to say that most Democrats, the way that they push narratives is literally damaging to everybody. It might not come to your neck of the woods right away, but it's coming.
That's
And
right.
right now, it's pretty much showing its face everywhere.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And it's honestly, it's like the blind leading the blind. It's like they don't give a damn. They will lie in their face, right to
Yes,
their face, and not care about any
they
repercussions or any of that.
they don't care. Like this stuff that's happening in Maui. How did the
Huh?
whole how did how did the whole how did the whole town catch fire? And nobody knew. Nobody knew about this fire. Now I didn't hear about no fire until today. You
Wow.
know, and that's crazy because that should have been on the news when the fire first started,
It should have been.
but it wasn't. Why? And why were all those cars burnt down? I mean, like literally, they were melted.
Bruh,
That looked
it
like
looked like them
that looked
joints
like
was blown
napalm.
up.
That
Absolutely. It
looked like
looked like they were
napalm to
blown
me.
up, bruh.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. And then you do it in one of the most resort islands
Yep.
where nobody can't reach you, and then you kick everybody out.
Yep.
It was
Yep.
napalm, man. Those people were all people that always lived there, their whole lives. I mean, like
Wow.
the way the part of Maui that got destroyed, only the people that lived there from the very beginning of when Hawaii was created as one of our states. Those
Yeah.
people, the natives, are the ones they napalm.
Wow.
Nobody else. And then I've been hearing stories of them trying to make this state one of the first states, to be
Right.
what you call it? They gonna upgrade it.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say the other stuff because I don't want nothing to happen to your channel.
And pretty much what they're trying to do is they trying to hide the fact that they was demoing. This was a demolition type
Yeah.
of situation for a bigger
Yes.
payout later on, because everyone
hmm
that looked at it was like, "Come on, man, a fire
This ain't
cannot
even the
do
first time
this."
they done it. This ain't the first time they done nothing like this.
So what's
This
how?
happened back in World War. I think it was World War One or two.
Mhm.
It happened. If it wasn't Taiwan, it was one of those little places out there like that.
Wow.
And they had all the people. They used the island to nuke it and to test it, and then they let all those people come back home just to test to see what would happen to the people after they've been, nuked. And come to find out, all those people came out with different birth defects and everything, man.
Wow.
And they moved them all out of there.
Wow. Well, did you
You
hear
know,
about
so,
when we where do we get the money to be able to give all the households $700 per household?
what was that?
I said, where did we get the money to give everyone in Maui $700 per household? Because obviously
We don't.
that's what we're
We
doing
don't
now.
have the money. They borrowed half of it from Ukraine.
Oh wow.
Yeah, what they did was they was gonna send Ukraine about 50 million or something like that, or 40 million, or maybe it was billion.
Billion.
And then I know that they sent the rest of it there. Whatever other half it was, they sent it there.
Wow. Brother,
Just
you
to
ain't
cover up their stuff.
wow, man. Now I have a question for you, because you was about to say something, but then you backed up and you was like, I don't want to say anything that's gonna mess up the channel. Is that's what pisses me the hell off, censorship?
Yeah, it messes with me too. But you know what? I mean, people gonna get the news anyway.
Yeah.
Whether or not my news is right or not, I can't say my news is 100 anyway,
Yeah.
because I don't know what happened. All I know is I can assume, and my assumptions, they couldn't be too far off from the truth.
Well, one thing that you do that a lot of people do not do is when you have an assumption, you go and do a little bit of research to try to back that bad boy
Oh
up.
yeah,
rather than
Oh
just
yeah,
going off of that assumption.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how I am. That's how
Well,
I am, man.
I appreciate you, bro. How long? Well, first of all, how old are you?
I'm 39.
You're a young man.
I'm young, but not too young.
Not too young.
I've
Not
been
too
out
young.
here.
Not too young.
I've been out here.
Not too young. You got your own family. Yeah, you got your
Oh yeah,
experiences. You know
oh
what I mean?
yeah. I got a son and my girlfriend, and I
Bless you,
mean
bro.
it is what it is.
Bless you,
Just work
bro, man.
hard and take care of them.
Bless you, man. Bless you, because it
Mhm.
don't sound like you're waiting for anybody to do anything for you. It sounds like you
Oh
just now
no.
said, you can't make it with just one paycheck. This brother works 16 hours per day.
Yep. Same
16
job.
hours.
Same job. I'm a
Well,
healthcare provider, but
oh
I do
really?
what I got to do. Oh yeah.
Thank you,
Oh
man.
yeah.
Thank you, man. I
Mhm.
appreciate you for helping, and I appreciate you for joining the channel today. One last thing you'd like to say to the people before I move to the next guest?
Don't believe this crap, man. For y'all Democrats too, especially y'all Democrats. Don't believe the hype. Do your research. That's pretty much all I got to say about it.
Public enemy. Don't believe the hype.
For sure.
Hey man, bless you, big dog. I really appreciate you. Hopefully, this isn't the last time that you pull up, man.
No, I try to pull up, but like you was talking about the other day, my notification didn't pop up. It popped up today,
Oh, thank
but
you, God.
yeah, my notifications don't always pop up. I mean, sometimes they'll pop up, but sometimes they pop up way after the live is done.
Okay,
So
okay.
that's why I can't never get on. But also I work 16 hours a day, so that's another
You
reason.
well, you keep on working and busting your ass and doing your thing, man. And I just want to say thank you to you. I appreciate you, and you definitely added some value to this show today, man. Thank you.
Oh yeah, yeah, no problem, man. Anytime.
All
I'll
right,
come
peace.
on next time if you let me.
Oh, if you pull up,
I
you getting
wanted
up
to.
there.
I wish I could have got on yesterday's, boy. I'm telling you. Or was it yesterday? It was the day
It was the
before. It
day
was one
before
man. I wish I
yesterday.
could have got on that one, boy.
Yeah,
I had
well,
some stuff to say.
listen, we're gonna have more times like that where you can jump in and just handle your business, man. You enjoy the rest of your day, all right?
All right, yeah. You
I
no
later, guy.
problem. You
All right.
too.
All right, what's going on, man? Hold on one second. That's on me. I muted you. I muted you. I heard some background noise and I muted you. All right. What's going on, brother? Can you hear me? Mike. Mike.
Oh, I'm muting myself because I thought you was you could hear.
No, I can hear you. How you doing, brother?
No, I was talking about why you was talking to dude.
You said you was talking about what?
No, you was talking to dude, so that's why I muted myself.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, it was like you from DC. I'm
Yes,
from
sir.
Baltimore.
He from up the road. You from Baltimore. You the Ravens and the
Okay,
Orioles.
I'm going. That was just a joke.
Hey man, it's all good. It's all good. What's on your chest today, brother?
No, my what's on my chest is how much money they taking from us.
How much money they're taking from us? How much money are they taking from us?
Um, I know last tax season I had to pay 10 grand for tax.
Whew, Jesus. So it's safe to say that you miss Trump.
Oh hell yeah!
Mike said, "Oh hell yeah, I miss Trump." All right, but what about this whole RICO situation that they got him on? This fourth indictment.
It's it's some bullshit on an iced tea.
Thank you for that. I really thank you for that, man. I appreciate you saying it in that way because it helps to protect the channel. You said,
I'm trying to keep you alive on YouTube.
well, thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that, bro. Where you from? Well, you said you're from Baltimore. All right,
Yeah.
so Vivek, are you buying into Vivek yet, or you're just like, man, nah, they gonna free my
I
man
like
Trump, and I'm
Vivek.
voting for Trump?
I like Vivek, but Trump is going to come in there with a wrecking ball. You know them old heads.
Oh yeah,
Them old heads don't forget shit. Excuse my language.
it's okay. Crap.
Yeah, they don't forget. They don't forget crap.
And but that's a huge reason why they want to shut him out, why they want to shut him down. But they also want to make an example out of him because they realize too. Hold on one second, let me get this. Oh, because all right. So they realize that the whole world is watching, and they really want to make an example out of Trump. So that's what the whole RICO charge is for. Is a way, is like a loophole to be able to take down a whole group, a whole gang of individuals for one trumped up charge. So I don't know, man. I looked on Fox News trying to get more information about it. Fox News is not really talking about it too much, but I do see MSNBC is excited to talk about it. CNN is excited to talk about it. Um, and all these other channels are excited to talk about it. But Fox, I need more clarity from someone who are not on the side of individuals who just celebrate this. Hold on one second, please.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Soldier? Yeah, she out there right now. Okay, I'll come up there and get it. All right. All
Go
right.
ahead first.
What'd you say, Mike?
Go ahead and take care of your family first.
All
That's the
right.
most
So,
important thing.
well, do me a favor, Mike. While I'm upstairs, I want you to speak to the people and you let them know, as an LFR family vet, that you not taking this mess for that they trying to put up on Trump. I'll be right back, bro. This is your show for 2 minutes.
Okay. You're giving me a lot of pressure. Now, look at it. If the government is against someone, I think that's the person you're supposed to support. Because we all know the government is evil. Truthfully, I think we need to get rid of the FBI or at least break it up. I think we definitely need to get rid of the CIA because they cause more problems than anything. And why do we care what other people think about each other? A man cannot be a woman cannot be a man, and move on. If I don't work, I don't eat. Not only I don't eat, my kids don't eat. If you don't work, your kids don't eat, right? That's the way it works.
Hey, Mike, how did you
Yeah,
do, bro? How did you do?
I don't know.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you, bro. He said, I don't know. You just too cool, man.
How I feel, I felt I did good, but it's not dependent on how I feel.
Okay, let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask y'all, how did Mike do when I was gone? Mike was great. You see this right here? Mike was great. You know what I mean? Good job, Mike. They loved you, bro.
Uh, I'm just talking from the heart. That's it.
Well, I appreciate you talking from the heart because honestly, that's what I'm here to do too, man. I want to talk from the heart. I don't want to talk from anger, but this right here, I don't get upset too much. But when I see what's going on the news and this
It's not
circus,
anger, it's irritating.
I'm very irritated, very agitated. Like
Yeah.
it's I don't know what to say, and it's confusing too because you would think that do y'all want to help the country or do you want to hurt the country? And it sounds like they
Not
want to
only
hurt the country.
not only that, everything they saying Trump did, they already did.
Tenfold, and they're still doing.
And we're
This,
sitting here watching this sugar on it, honey iced tea. I had to catch myself. I'm sorry.
yeah,
It's
well,
funny to me. It's like people don't see what's going on.
I think people are starting to recognize what's going on. I think people are starting to really notice what's going on. Now, I will say this though. I wish Trump would have played his cards better. That's just me. I wish someone would have been in his corner that he valued their opinion enough to not say so much, to hold his cards in his pocket and not involve everyone into the conversations he was having. One of those people that he should not have involved into the conversations was Mike Pence. That's just me. Mike Pence was not ready.
He had to though, because he's
Mike,
vice president.
he had to a certain point. He didn't have to bring him in on the entirety of the conversations that he was having with his lawyers. Like if we're having conversations with my lawyers, and I already know the character of Mike Pence, who,
They're state lawyers.
yeah, and you have that, but I wish he would have kept some of his cards in his back pocket, man, because right now is going to haunt him. It's haunting him right now. All he want to do is make the country better, but he can't even focus on that because they're constantly trying to bombard him with legal situation after legal situation after legal situation, to the point where we're at a RICO charge right now. A RICO charge. This is a drug charge. This is a drug cartel charge that they're trying to put on this guy. Like, what the heck, man?
You talk about you supposed to believe Mike Pence when he can't even pump gas?
You saw the video of him trying to pump him acting like he was pumping his gas. Hey, Mike, man, thank you so much for adding value to the channel. Thank you so much for entertaining the family while I had to run. Do you have anything else you want to put out there? You have anything else on your chest before we go to the next person?
The only thing I have on my chest is I want everybody to think for themselves and enjoy life. It's going to be hard times. It's going to be good times. Just make the best of it.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I love it, man. Thank you so much for adding value to the channel. Thank you for your support. And hopefully I see you around again. All right.
All right.
All right. Peace, my brother.
Peace.
Later. Oh
Later.
man, we got somebody that just now pulled up that I know is going to give me a hard time because that's what they do. That's what they do. They always send people like this to give me a daggone hard time. Already know it. And I don't even know if I daggone feel like pulling him up on the stage because I know he's going to give me a hard time. Matter of fact, you got to promise me before I pull you on the stage that you will not give me a hard time. He's not promising me, folks. See, you see that? You see that? All right, so we are here today to talk about this whole Trump situation and to talk about the biases of this country and to talk about what's going on around the world. And I'm about to pull up somebody who I had up here before. Hey, Devon, I'm coming to you. Let me pull this guy up first. And we got Robert. Robert. What's up, brother? Robert.
I can't hear anything.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Robert?
Oh no, if y'all can hear me.
We can hear you.
Let me
We can
try
hear you.
something here.
We can. All right, you go ahead and take care of that. Can you hear me, Robert? Robert.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Robert? Robert.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly. Your camera is stuck though. It's like, okay, go ahead. I can see you, and I can hear you. Go ahead. What's on your mind, my man?
Okay, it seems like there's a little bit of lag on my side.
Well, don't worry about it. It's fine once it goes out to the people. So
Well,
don't worry about
first,
that
this
part.
mess with Trump is nothing but a circus act.
It's not.
Two,
I'm listening to you, Robert.
this ideal that the government has given about racism is not even applicable. The reason why I say that is because of the fact we're one race, the human race. We all have the same organs. We all have blue blood until it hits oxygen. Uh, we're one race. If they want to call it anything, it would be colorism.
You
That
say
would be the
colorism?
proper term.
Did you say
That
colorism?
would declare it. Now, is there people who hate people of different color? Yes, unfortunately. That's just the evil within the world. Yes, colorism.
Okay. All right. I think that's hilarious, colorism. I mean, but I understand your sentiment. All right. Well, because of your delay,
Well,
I'm
it
because
just takes and goes
no.
with the truth.
Okay.
It's not based off of a race, but it's based off of the color of somebody's skin.
All right.
Because, like I said, we're one race, the human race. Unless you were born in outer space on another planet or in another galaxy, then you'd be a different race.
Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. Now, how does this now question? What does this say about the whole RICO charge that's going on though? Now that's worldwide. That's humanity. That's important. It's definitely important. The topic today though is the Trump RICO charges. What do you think about that?
Is he gone?
He's in the truck today, man. He's in the truck and he's driving. He's moving. But we got my guy daggone Devon. Bruh, if you come on this channel starting some sugar honey iced tea, I ain't gonna do nothing. I'm still love you like I do everyone else. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. You can hear me, right?
I can hear you perfectly. You got a microphone in your hand like you about to start singing.
Yes, sir. I
You
mean,
know, y'all guys, y'all need to understand this gentleman right here. He's an artist. He is you're independent, right?
yeah. I mean, I produce mainly, but I'm just working with I'm working with an artist out west, and we're both independent.
Okay. No. When I was well, I switched. You've been an artist was just me talking about who you are, what you do for a living, and then I said independent in thought when I was talking about your political stance.
Oh, my fault. Yeah.
I wasn't clear. It wasn't on you.
I
I wasn't
mean,
clear.
I guess I could probably consider myself a social democrat, but like at the end of the day, a party doesn't necessarily define what's happening. Like if the Democrats switched their positions on everything today, it'd still be like I would still have my core principles. So yeah.
All right. So what's on your mind today, man? What's on your chest?
Um shit. I mean, I just saw you were live and I decided to hop in, man. I will say I haven't read the new indictment yet. But yeah, seems like things are going off. I see a lot of conservatives being hella pissed right now.
Well, and you find that hilarious. I bet you are happy that conservatives are upset right now and that Trump is finally getting closer to the goal of the liberals, which is to just get him out the way so y'all can do whatever y'all want to do.
Nah, I'm not necessarily happy with the fact that, conservatives are upset. I would like them to like see this more objectively than just like freak out and think that everyone's just like trying to get Trump for things he didn't do, and treat it more like, okay, we have somebody in power with a lot of evidence against them that probably, if they were to hold office and do these things, it would be the downfall of our own democracy. And we can't let one person be the guiding force for all of these people, and for him to just like want to wield that power in the ways that he wants to. Like, that's probably not okay.
Do you believe that Trump was trying to wield power in the way that he wanted to?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when he was president, there were times where he was talking about like jailing journalists who said bad things about them. That is typical of like fascist states. In fact, Putin literally throws, like, they have people throwing people out of windows in Russia when you speak badly about when you speak badly about Russia. Um, that's It's probably just not a good precedent to have somebody in office who wants to jail people uh, in, when we have freedom of the press. On top of that, like, he started his whole campaign saying that, oh, we're gonna lock Hillary up, and everybody was all about that. But now all of a sudden, everybody's on the other foot when they want to do this to Trump. Like, why are you guys saying that we're setting
People
a
actually,
precedent for wanting to jail a political opponent when Trump literally ran on that and people were celebrating that?
well, Hillary Benghazi case versus Trump and Jan 6 are like stark differences. I
It's
mean,
not
they're
just Gen
completely different.
6. I agree.
Uh huh.
Hillary sat through like mad. Everybody acts like nothing happened with that. She actually sat through all the cases, and she was investigated and nothing happened. She was cleared.
Okay. Now she sat through all of those cases and she was cleared. But does that mean that he should stop talking sugar honey ice?
That list, what happened was, like, yeah, I don't mess with Anthony Weiner. Obviously, that dude is very, very, very odd for what he's done.
Uh
And I'm
huh.
not even a Hillary fan
Uh
personally.
huh.
This is the reason why I say to be objective about these things. Like, I'm not a fan of them, but I can admit, I watched that. Patrick Bet David, he was just kept listening to names, kept listening to names, and then like Anthony learns, okay, let's dissect this like each, like one by one. Let's talk about this guy. What do you know about this guy? And Patrick goes, no, hold on, like we're just gonna keep listing these names, and it's like, bro, one of the guys' names that you just listed literally died. Like, it was confirmed that he died like in like a
In
plane
a plane
crash.
crash.
Yeah. And he just kept listing all these names with no causes of death. And it's like, bro, the Clintons are old. They're going to have people around them that die. They're old too. It's so odd to me.
Yeah, they are old. But if you're working for them and 40
Not
of
all of
them
them are
just,
working for them.
oh, so he was just listening random people that
No,
had no
people that
connections
were
with the
around.
Clintons.
No, 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 not people that had no connection. People that knew the Clintons. People that were around the Clintons. If you're, say, like, how old is Hillary Clinton, bro?
Hillary Clinton is, last time I ran up to her, she was probably like 85 years old.
Ran up to her.
And yeah, I came across
All
her.
the
I actually
prostitutes.
asked her how old she is. I said, Hillary, how old are you? She said, I'm 92 years old. I said, what? I did not know you was that old.
Yeah.
So,
Well, basically, like, if you were to reach her age, dude, you're gonna find a lot of people around you that die. That's just life. That's what happens.
right.
Like, that whole list of people is just somebody trying to find a reason why these people died, because they want to like confirm their prior. Hillary's
Okay.
old. The people around her are old. Old people die.
So
You
you're
can
saying
die
it's
within
nothing here.
years.
It's nothing to see here.
There very well could be, but
Hmm.
the evidence that he brought was no evidence at all. He just listed a bunch of names. Anthony Weiner wanted to dissect each of these deaths. He wouldn't let him.
Oh, Anthony Winter did not want to dissect them. He wanted to know why was he bringing up them names, and he wanted him to stop reading that list. Period. He was like, "This is beneath you. You need to stop reading this. What's the point? Okay, that person died in a plane crash. What's the point of that?" And then he just kept reading the names. Now they didn't stop and dissect every single last person, every single last relationship that the Clintons had, because there was no time to do that. Plus, the way that Anthony Weiner was responding, he was extremely defensive. Should he have been defensive? I would say yes, because he's been attacked. He was. And he was on a huge platform while being attacked. Where you go? Come on, come back, brother. Come on back, brother. Satan will not mess up this conversation. Come on back. Come on back. Come on now. We've been waiting for this conversation. There you go. He's back with the microphone. Where you at?
Yeah. I'm here.
You're back. Okay.
Oh
All right.
yeah.
So
Did I?
forget that. Hold on. But let me. You made me sidestep just a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me get
Okay.
back. Let me
You
get
want to
back
talk
to where
about?
we are. All right. So we're on
Sure.
the Trump RICO case. What do you have to say about that?
I don't have anything to say. Like I said, I just woke up like a little bit ago. I haven't read it, but if the charges we need to just stop. Like everybody says, like, for instance, like the Hunter Biden or whatnot. Just even Joe Biden, if guilty, send him to jail. I don't care. The problem with people on this end is like, bro, half of them won't read the indictments. Half of them will just judge the conclusion,
Okay.
and they're trying to attack him. And thing. It's like, bro, just if
My brother,
let's go
do me
back.
do me a favor. Something's going on with your internet right now. Um,
Yeah, I'm
if you
noticing.
could, I would love to finish this conversation. Also, get back in frame. I don't see your pic. I don't see your face. I don't see your face. Yeah, there you go. But you're roboting a bit. I'm gonna need for you to come back because I need to have this conversation with you. If you
For
could,
sure.
if you got the time, if you got the time.
Yep.
All right, cool. All right, so that was my guy, Devon. Now it look like we have Monica. Okay, Monisa, Monisa, Monisa. Okay, we got it. Hold on one second. Let me make sure. Make sure your volume and everything is cool on my end. Okay, how you doing, young lady? I can hear you now. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Nope. I can if we can read lips, somebody can tell me what she's saying because I can't hear. Dang it! And she looks so cool and nice, and I know what she's about to say. She's about to drop some bombs. No, I still can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's the car audio or something, but yeah, I would love to hear what you got to say because you look like you're about to really drop some bombs. Dang it. See, this ain't nothing but Satan trying to mess up this live stream, but we won't let him do it because we are going to get to the bottom of it. They are dropping false accusations on Trump, and I don't like it. And yes, I read the first three indictments. I have not read the fourth one. I have not read the fourth one. This one is brand spanking new, and I want to read it. Say something else. I want to see if I hear you. Did you take off your glasses? And did she take, listen, she took off her glasses as if that's going to help me hear her, Monisa. Your glasses is not the issue, it's your audio. You took off your glasses. That's so awesome. I wish I could hear you, but I don't. And you seem so cool. Dang it, man. Dang it. All right, so now we got
Your laugh is contagious.
I'm sorry. This is so unprofessional.
You're
This is
fine.
How are you doing, young lady?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I am well, thank you. I am well. I'm honestly, I'm a little pissed. I don't get upset too much, but I don't like how they're playing games right now. I don't like how the left are scared poopless at the moment, and they don't know how to really position themselves to win or to do anything worthwhile without taking down Trump, which makes absolutely no sense because when he was in office, he actually got Sugar Honey Iced Tea done and he did
I,
a great job.
I agree with you, but I have a question for you.
Go ahead,
I
young
don't
lady. I'm here.
do you think that all of this stuff might be to cover up the stuff that they found with the malware from China going to our military bases trying to shut down the electric grid?
Are we supposed to be talking about that?
It's all over the news or online.
Quite possibly, but I will tell you this. I don't have knowledge of that. So I can't speak on it, but please tell me more. What else have you found about that? Now you're saying it's something about some malware that has
So
some.
back in, I believe it was March or May,
Uh-huh.
they found malware that China had put into our systems. Now, I live close to Fort Benning, so it worries me to death.
Mhm.
Um, and they said that they closed it down and that everything's fine. But we all know China. I mean, I'm a human, and if I could get into somebody's system, I would put in more than one. You know, if you're going to attack Atlanta, you're not going to have 1,000 people come in the front door. You're going to
Right.
have them come from all angles.
Right.
So, just being a human, it's like whenever something big that could hurt us as individuals is found or comes online, that, oh, we found this back in May, but we're just now going to post it, in the middle of August, that we found it, we got rid of it, whatever.
Hmm.
They have all this stuff come up to make you look over to the right so that you're not seeing what they're doing
Right.
right down the middle of the lane or over on the left hand side.
Right.
And it just seems like the more sugar honey iced tea that comes up, I mean, I read yesterday or the day before that we have 30 states that are in a red alert because if Biden goes through with this Green New Deal and makes them take out 30% of their emissions, that it could put so much stress on the power grid
Hmm.
that people's power could go out because they can't supply enough, because they can't burn as much fuel or as much coal or natural gas, and the windmills and solar that those states have don't bring in enough power to keep everybody with power. But that's not on CNN.
Nah, it's not going to
What's
be on
on
CNN.
CNN is Trump's being indicted.
Yeah, because it's a victory and it's a feather in their hat, in their opinion. It's like, oh, we got Trump, we got him. Like that's all people are talking about. Look all over
Hmm.
TikTok. People are excited when they talk about the people are excited. They're talking about them. So yeah.
Exactly. So
So
that
you
was
think
just my
this?
question. Like, do you think it's a big, like, hey, we got him. We're doing this and we're doing that. And look at all these lawsuits. Yesterday, Georgia came out. He was indicted before he went in front of the grand jury.
Yep.
How does
How
that
does that
happen?
happen? Yeah.
Like, that's your Fourth Amendment right has just been not just stepped over, but they took a horse and trampled it. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. Well,
it
at
it
this.
just seems like they're trying to not let us see, what these new deals and stuff that are being passed, like they pass them under the cover of these indictments, if that makes sense.
Wow. Well, it does make sense. I like that you said if that makes sense. I do that too. I like if that makes sense. I do that too sometimes, but it does make sense. And it's always a look over there moment when they say, okay, we need something to distract the people. What can we do? How about we set a blaze to Hawaii?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How about we do that? How about we ruin the electrical grid? Let's
Mm,
do something. Let's talk about Trump. Let's get him on. What do we have on Trump? The same charges. How can we charge him again off the same charges? Like let's do something to take people's eyes and minds off of the
mhm.
bull stuff that we're actually doing. You're spot on. I'm just listening. I'm just listening. It sounds like you're very learned. It sounds like you actually do your research. There's a difference in a great majority of the people who support this current administration.
Well, I know quite a few people that actually voted for this administration because they were just never Trumpers. And now they're kicking themselves in the rear because, oh my God, what did we do?
Yep,
But I
that's
mean, it's
me.
like it was a setup from the start. I mean, they kept information out. They didn't tell people the whole story, and now they're just able to do whatever they want to do. And I don't think the left understands that as a country, we're tired of looking at Trump.
Yeah,
Like, we're really tired of it. Like,
yeah,
another indictment, woohoo,
yeah.
big deal. It's not. taken people's attention in that direction like they really want it to anymore. And people like me that used to be all encompassed of what are they doing to this man? Like the only time the devil comes after you is if you're on the right road.
Go
If the
ahead.
devil stops coming after you, then you need to reassess your life. So
Go
apparently
ahead.
this man is with God.
Go
That's
ahead.
where I was a year ago. Now I'm like, why do they just keep on keeping on? Like we
Oh,
all know that he must be blessed because I mean,
they
like I
keep trying
said,
them.
yeah, if you are not under God's protection and the devil don't want you, like if you're already his, the devil's not going to come after you.
Yeah, you're safe. You're
Yeah.
safe. You're with us.
Yeah,
You're cool.
you got an easy road. I tell my kids all the time whenever I stop being sick and I stop having my back hurt, my car break down and all these little things happen, then I have to reassess because I did something wrong because if he ain't trying to stop me, then I'm not with God the way I should be. So I know that Trump is what we need, no matter how bad they try to tell us that he's not, because of that. But we're really getting tired of them pushing it. And now people are starting, like me, starting to look for what are they trying to cover up? The Hawaii thing, the China thing, the Russia thing,
Yep.
and even though it's not on the main news, we're all sitting here looking at, okay, they indicted him again. Now they're coming out that he was indicted before he went in front of the grand jury. So it's all sugar honey iced tea. They don't have anything.
Yep. They don't have anything. But I wish I could say that. Because when you talk about legalese, based off of the legal jargon, the legal speak, they have, well, he said this, and we could prove that this was wrong, so we're gonna hold this against him. He said this to Pence, and basically that's criminal if he actually did try to, conspire against blah blah blah. And we got a couple of witnesses who can go against him, who Mike Pence just so happened to be one of them. It kind of starts to make this cake of what we've been doing has been working, and is starting to come around as something real. And even if it doesn't work, let's say that it doesn't work, you're sending a lot of people to the polls in November with it in the back of their mind that Trump is a criminal. Unless you're the people that know the truth, the other people that just receive their information from CNN and MSNBC and TikTok and IG and Twitter, they are going to be thinking, I'm not voting for no criminal. But what's going to end up happening, this is just me. We're going to have a president who runs as an independent and whoops everybody's ass. And that will be Trump.
I think we need to have a president that's a Republican and a vice president that's a Democrat.
What? Hey, that's different. Tell me more.
Well, I think if you have a president that is from one side and a vice president that's from the other, then they're not going to let each other fornicate under consent of king everything up.
Wow. Because they're already friends any daggone way. Their children already go to school together and go to their summer homes together and live in the same neighborhoods, and they act like, for us, they will put on for the cameras, act like they're beefing, act like they're enemies. So you're
But they're
absolutely
really
right.
not. I honestly think if we had a ticket where the president was one side and the vice president was the other, that the country would come back together. They wouldn't fight over this Republican Democrat sugar honey iced tea because we have a Republican and a Democrat in there. So who you gonna blame it on?
They're still going to blame it on whoever's at the helm. They're going to blame, honestly, at this point, people will blame it on whoever they poll is worthy of blaming it on. Whoever's most
That's true.
popular, that's who we're going to blame it on. Even if they make it, if Trump just becomes the VP, or Trump becomes neither the president nor the VP, but he's an advisor to the president, they're going to blame Trump. They're going to act like Trump, like they're saying it right now. Trump is still the president. Like, they're still saying that. People are still saying that right now. Like, what?
No.
So I don't know.
I think if you had DeSantis as president, Trump as vice, it would be very interesting. because the vice president for years has not done their job. Their job is to sit in the Senate and to oversee everything that goes through there and to be the tie-breaking vote. Name a vice president in our age that we remember, because I'm 46, you're 45.
Yes. Yes.
Name a vice president that you remember that has known what's going on in the Senate.
Kamala Harris. Just- Not
She
at
knows how
all.
to cackle and laugh.
That's all. That's all. I don't know. Maybe she just love her some edibles. You know what? We're gonna edit that part out. I'm not gonna put that information out there about her, but she does seem very she don't bring to the table what I know she's capable of bringing as a young lady, as a woman who's in a position of power, who's very studied, who went to school for law, and only reason why I demean her position is because of what she literally represents when she's in front of an audience, when she's in front of a microphone, when she has an opportunity to actually speak and put out there her ideas and her position with where the world is today. She lets me down every single time. To
Yeah,
be honest with you,
it's like she how do I put this nicely? It's like she was put in there to sit there and look pretty.
she was put there to sit there and look black.
Well,
I'm
I
sorry.
don't
Did I
know.
say that? Did I
I
say
don't know
that?
if it was so much. I mean,
Here,
these days probably,
let me tell
but
you
even
why.
if it was a white or Asian female, I think that would have been her job.
Let me
Would
tell you
be
why. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
would be to sit there and, like look pretty and be a woman, like the stereotypical woman that
Yeah.
doesn't know anything, even though you do. Even though you've went to college and you know all these things, we don't want you to do that. We
Yeah.
want you to
Just
just sit there and look pretty.
and let the men handle the business, and you just be
Mhm.
pretty, and give me some eye candy next to the president or something like that.
Yeah.
Re- Reason why I brought that up though, to sit there and look black, and I wasn't trying to demean her as a black person, which I, I honestly don't. She's come on. Anyway, I'm not even going to touch on that because just because she went to a HBCU and all that other stuff, and she has a black father or something like that, just completely disregard her other side and just say, I'm black. If I had a white mother or a white father, I'm not calling myself black. That's just me. But this honestly, that's just me. And I get it, the one drop of the whole slave thing back in the day. Like if you got one drop of African American blood, then they're black. But here's the thing: when Joe Biden made that comment, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. He just so happened to be on the Breakfast Club podcast at the time.
Mhm.
And something that Charlemagne the God said, he says that black people want to know, are you going to put a black woman on that ticket? Because that's the only way we're going to vote for you. If you put a black person on the ticket. So you're going to have to mix it up a bit. And Biden pretty much promised him, yeah, if you vote for me, I'll make sure that somebody black is right beside me. So that's why I said she's just sitting there looking black, and that's it. Like everything else, that's it. I'm the black person. I represent black people. So why would he hire me if he racist? Why would Biden
Yeah.
hire me to be his VP if he's racist?
Well,
Well,
you're right. I mean, what's the next ticket going to be? It's going to be a heterosexual white man again with a non-binary
yeah.
male to female lesbian that has 6 kids, that's half Asian, half black, but a quarter Puerto Rican and a drop of Native American. Like, this is getting ridiculous. Like, I'm half Native American and my mom is like a United States mutt. And I just tell everybody, like, I'm a United States mutt. Like, feel my nose, it's cold. Like we're all just here. It shouldn't matter that much to me. It doesn't matter what you are, it matters what are your policies. What are you going to do? But unfortunately, all this news has gotten so many Americans all up in arms over what gender are you? What color is your skin? Whenever I was in school down here in the South, we didn't look at your skin color. It didn't matter. Like, my mama shut me out of the house just like yours did. All of us had Cool Whip bowls that were stained with spaghetti sauce. We all ran around together. Like,
Yeah.
we didn't look at that. It was just, you're my friend, or you're an arsehole that
Right.
we don't want to hang around with. And it's not because your skin color we don't want to hang around with you. It's because of how you behave. And unfortunately, my 13-year-old, he's like, Mama, my school is 90% black. I'm like, yeah. He said, I'm going to get beat up because I'm a white boy.
Oh,
But that's where we are these days.
oh my
It's not like
gracious.
when we were in school.
Yeah, when I was in school, my school was 99% black. My neighborhood was 99% black. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And one thing I will say too, you said a whole lot just now, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Are you on social media? Do you have your own platform or something?
No. I'm just a little old redneck in Alabama that has thoughts.
The little old redneck in Alabama with just thoughts. Let me tell you something. You are amazing. You're a firecracker too.
Thank you.
And I when you just now broke that down, all of the different subsectors of today's ideologies or the way people identify themselves. Like you just now
Hmm.
broke it down. I doubt you can say that again exactly the same way you said it before, but that's where we are right now. And they're trying to confuse the hell out of us so that they can continue to do whatever they want to do. And we not pay attention to it while it's
I,
done.
I believe that. I believe they have people so up in arms about their sexuality, their gender, their skin color. What is my DNA?
Hmm.
Where do I come from? And if,
Hmm.
God forbid, somebody that is mocha skin takes a DNA test and it says they're 98% European,
Hmm.
they're liable to pass out because, but look at my skin. No,
Yeah.
I'm not. That
Yeah.
shouldn't be. We're humans.
You're absolutely right. We're humans. Like
That
yeah, you're right.
that's all we should need, is
Yeah.
that we're humans.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think they're getting people all up in arms over Trump, over your sexuality, over your DNA, over whatever. I think people, I remember 9/11, and before 9/11 our country was starting to kind of get this way. High school, coming right out of high
Hmm.
school.
Hmm. Hmm.
9/11 hit. Man, it was all over the news. There's no white people, there's no black people. Look at them, they're all gray. You remember that on the
Yeah.
news?
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
all gray.
Yeah.
What happened to that?
Well, it brought us together. It temporarily
Exactly.
brought us together because but it brought us together with anger to a whole nother nation. So do we need that? Do we need to have
No.
anger
I
with
think we need something that's going to bring us together with love. I
yeah.
just don't know what that's going to be.
I
But we
think
do need to be brought together like that again.
um
Sincerely.
what's your name? Step? Is that short for Stephanie?
Yeah, that's what my stepkids and my military kids call me.
Okay, Step.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, step. This right here is, in my opinion, what we need to do. We need to have conversations with people who agree and who disagree. But we're not having a conversation for the sake of debate, so that people can adopt our way of thinking. We need to have a conversation for the sake of being objective, trying to understand one another, and trying to come to some solutions that can help us move forward rather
Yeah.
than no, you buy into what I'm saying or I'm not listening to you. Like for instance, and I just going to read this before we move on to the next
Go ahead.
guest, Colonel B, and thank you so much for the super chat, my man. For all the people out there who are MAGA till you die, who say, I don't care, like I'll never think he's guilty no matter the evidence that they put in front of me. He's saying that that's just as bad as the liberals saying, I will always think he's guilty,
Yeah.
no matter the evidence that you guys put in front of me. They both are toxic. So
Yes.
we continue if we continue to have these conversations, these back and forths, and we're objective about them, and we're like free to listen to the other side, and we're not just so quick to just jump on them, we'll get it moving in a positive direction that way. But it won't be fast, but it's
No.
definitely going to happen if we do it this way.
I agree. I think we need to have more channels that are willing to sit down, a heterosexual person and a lesbian or a gay or a black person and a white person, people from two totally different lives, and
Jews
be
and
willing,
Gentiles.
yeah, and be able to sit down and say, hey, I was just wondering, I heard this rumor about your quote unquote people. Is
Mhm.
that true? If it is, can you tell me why? Or if it's not, can you explain to me where it might have come from? And listen to it instead of just jumping and saying, no, I don't believe you. This is what I was told my whole life,
Yeah.
you know.
Or
And
somebody that's listening to you talk and they won't even hear anything positive you're saying because they've been to way too many meetings that tell people that if they're white, they are the devil and 1619.
yeah, I've definitely in Alabama being a white redneck, I I can't wear red, white, and blue to the store in Russell County.
Really? Because they
Really.
automatically think that, ain't that something? You can't even wear your own country's colors to the store without being labeled as,
I
that's
bought my
crazy.
husband a T-shirt from Officer Tatum that has black, white, and both those are marked out, and then underneath it it says American. And he
Wow.
wore it to the grocery store, and he looked at me. He said, "I'll never wear it outside of the house again."
Wow. Wow. The looks and the people being snarky.
Comments,
Wow.
yeah.
Well, let me tell you this. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hopefully, this isn't the last time. You've added so much value, and your everything about you is just calming, and you actually do your research and you have something to say, which makes a lot of difference. So, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. And I'm going to move on to the next
Okay.
guest, if that's
Thank you
cool.
for having me. I love your channel. You're doing awesome.
Well, thank you for being a part of it. You have an amazing day, okay?
All right, you too.
All right, peace. All right, so that was Step, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have another awesome, beautiful soul. Already know it, unless they about to attack me and say, Van, I don't like you because you're black. If they say that, that'd be cool too. It's all good. But we have this is Arkansas Jen. Arkansas Jen is up next. We're about to talk to her. How are you doing today?
Hey,
Hey.
I'm confused though. You're black?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to lay that on you, but yeah. Yeah, I'm black. I'm black.
Tease you. Um, I had something different to bring to the table today.
Go ahead. I'm here for it.
I've tried to slip you a couple DMs. You may have seen them, may have not. You're a popular dude. Um, but Chris agrees. Um, I think that a lot of people, and I mean, what we're talking about here is all important. I mean, especially this guy could go to prison, and he's,
Right.
the root of it is being missed by probably 80% of the population. And what this comes down to is, and I'm going to use very, very cryptic terminology, okay?
Okay.
Um, very small humans who haven't been on the earth for very long,
Uh-huh.
and the things that are happening to them. And there's one person out there leading the charge publicly trying to take care of it. And I think that's where all this charade is covering up. And
Yep.
the charade is real. The charade is, scary and could have really bad implications, and is having that. People are dying, people are going broke, but we've got to just ride it out if we want humanity. And it's about the devil and God, and the ones that God loves the most are at attack, and we've got to be their soldiers.
Yep. You're right. You're right.
Like
But
I talk on one show about Sound of Freedom. I haven't been able. I have a. You can tell I'm in bed. I have a chronic illness, so I have a lot of time. I spend hours a day listening to videos, researching, and I live in Arkansas, so clearly, the family that is from here. Oh boy, could I tell you some stuff? Mofo hit on my mama when I was in third grade in front of me. Let's just put it that way.
for real?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gracious.
I remember looking at my mama going, "Ooh, my daddy would not be happy right now."
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's a common thing around here, or it was. We got rid of him. We sent him up to y'all. You probably voted for him, so you might be to blame.
Hey, it is what it is. I don't mind being blamed for stuff.
Honestly, from his side, he's one of the lesser of the evils. I think that, from my perspective, the junior and the senior that came before and after him
Mm-hmm.
were way worse.
The Bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I think they were way worse. I think he was kind of a token, but also if you do some research, he's not just a hillbilly.
Wow.
Um, I have good reason to believe that he's one of the names you would know that was illegitimate, that has a presence in Arkansas. But anyway,
Okay.
you saw The Sound of Freedom, right? Or you're going to?
Yes. Yes. And that movie has gotten a lot of people in trouble though, which makes absolutely no sense because they're exposing a crime wave that is super lucrative and seems to be um, um, we seem to be benefiting off of it, the country, and we're backing it up and we're trying to bury it, and we're trying to destroy the movie itself so that more people don't see it because it seems like right-wing propaganda.
Right.
I didn't take it as right-wing propaganda. I actually took it as um, information, like someone saying, yo, y'all need to watch out for your kids. It's real. We've
Mhm.
taken down criminals, many criminals for this. We've put ourselves in harm's way to make sure that we gotten to the bottom of this. And but people still aren't believing it for some strange reason. That part right there makes me wonder, who are the people that want to bury it and why do they want to bury it? And that's when you start going down a rabbit hole that gets really, really dark, and the pockets get really deep, and you start finding out through shadow banning and through copyright strikes and those type of things that you are barking up the wrong tree, and that's crazy.
Um, because of that, I totally agree. It's a difficult thing to get out to the masses. What I was more talking to is you and your audience who
Uh-huh.
are aware of what's going on.
Hmm.
And I'm going to get cryptic here because
Excuse me.
this can has triggered others. So I'm going to say like little things in between, but you can read me. Um,
Hmm.
there's a documentary that was made years, actually around the same time as that film was made, but that film was made for public consumption. Disney owned it, you know. This is a documentary that was made for more a niche audience that would get it, and it's called Out of Shadows dot org. So if you write that all out without the doodly doos in it, there's a documentary on there with the same name. I am crazy. I also help. So
I appreciate that. The dooley 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 doos.
tricks the algorithm.
Did y'all get that? Hopefully y'all got that.
You want me to do it again?
Sure, let them know.
Okay, it's out, O-U-T, doodly-doodly-doo, of, doodly-doodly-doo, shadows, doodly-doodly-doo, dot, doodly-doodly-doo, org. And you can watch the trailer or you can watch the actual documentary for free. And Van, I really hope that you will
Oh,
before
I will.
that mainstream film. It's deep, it's dark, but it's also entertaining. It's narrated by a guy that was a stuntman in Hollywood.
Yeah.
So it's a cool, it's an interesting movie that goes down a deep path, but also keeps it palatable.
Okay.
And I was really wanting to get that information to you and to your audience, but particularly you.
Oh, you got it to him. You got it to him twice. Hopefully, y'all.
Doodly doodly doo.
I'll be thinking about that for the rest of the day now. I'll be thinking about that for the rest of the day. Hopefully, you guys got that. Yeah, I got that. Let me see.
I didn't want you to get a strike, man.
It's all good. Let me tell you something. It's YouTube is going to do what YouTube is going to do, and I've gotten to a point where I'm not worried, man. It is what it is. I try to make sure I'm careful, but you can only be as careful as you can be, because they make up the rules by the moment. Not YouTube. YouTube not it's not them. They're not the problem. But it's like sometimes when you're doing business with certain conglomerates, you have to appease them, It is what it is.
Well,
So,
I don't want to get you in trouble because I really appreciate all you do for us, and you're a voice
oh my
for the people,
gosh.
and we need you, and we
Yeah,
thank you. I
well,
know what goes into this is a lot, and
Well,
you're
Arkansas Jen, I'm going to say this to you. I believe that we need you, and we need every single last one of us in order to fix this issue we're in. And it starts here with this conversation with the dooley doos and everything. I got tears coming down my eyes, man. It's stupid. I'm so immature, man. I'm immature. I'm clearly immature as crap. It's like, Van, calm down,
well,
brothers.
get on to. I just wanted to doodly doodly doo tell you thank you, and I hope to see you again, man.
Likewise, and thank you so much, Jen. You've added so much value and humor to this channel today, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of your day. Later.
Bye.
Oh my gracious. We got Susie. We got Chris. I saw Chris before. This is not Chris. This is Susie. This is definitely Susie. Is not Chris. How you doing, young lady? What can I help y'all with today? What's on your mind? What's on your heart? What's on your shoulders? Oh my gracious. We got Susie. We got Chris. I saw Chris before. This is not Chris. This is Susie.
Well,
Susie is not Chris.
we
Y'all ready for
cannot
me?
hear you on the iPad.
How you doing, young lady? What can I help y'all with today? What's on your mind? What's on your
Well,
heart? What's on your shoulders? Okay. Do y'all need me to come back to y'all? We got Susie. We got Chris.
see, I don't get it. There's lag, massive lag, and we're not getting it.
Well,
Susie is not Chris.
we cannot hear you on the iPad.
How you doing, young lady? What can I help All right. So, do you want me to come back to you guys? I can because I can move on to someone else for the moment. Come back to y'all. Come back to y'all.
See, I don't get it. There's lag, massive lag, and we're not getting it.
Well, we cannot hear you on the iPad.
All right, so I'm going to come back to these
Yeah.
gentlemen. I'm
Yeah.
gonna come back to them because I am having a bit of an issue with the yeah. All right, so cool. I'm coming back to Chris and I'm coming back to Susie. I'm looking at the order of the people who are in line to come up here, and it looks like Monisa, are you back? Oh, I can hear you good now. Let me go ahead and get you up here. Yes, I can hear you now. I can definitely hear you now. Let me move this out the way. This is wild, man. This is wild. Ah, Lord. Ah, oh man. Dooley dooley doo. Um, so we can hear you now, and you got your glasses on while we can hear you, so that's good.
I, I couldn't see. I couldn't see. Maybe I had it on mute or something. I don't know.
You're
Um,
good. You're good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am blessed and highly favored. No complaints. You know what I mean? I'm still in the land of the living. God woke me up on this side of heaven, so I am good. What's on your chest today?
Well, okay. First, I want to start with I'm part of that silent majority. So, that
Oh,
Trump
okay.
says because I am in California and I don't like Biden. So, I've been a Trumper since the beginning. So I think this whole new it's BS. It really is. Like, let's just be honest. Um, they're just trying to get him. Honestly, every time they indict him, his numbers get better. So I'm just like, you guys are just making more of a believer out of me. So,
But
but
how long
yeah.
can they keep him out of prison? How long can his lawyers keep him from behind bars? Because right now they're saying that the next time he come to the courthouse, he will receive mugshots this time, and it will be on record. So they're really trying to make a mockery out of this guy.
Oh, I know. I see it, and I think a lot of people see it. Like, yeah, I'm in California, and we see it. Like, don't let California just because I'm in California. Don't let us fool you. We see it. We
Okay.
know what's going on. So I think, like, and I love what The View had said. I don't watch The View, but I did watch clips of them saying that, oh my God, Trump can still be president in prison. Like, surprise, surprise.
Ah! Now, is that true? Because I've heard people say
Just
that
saying.
before.
It is true. It is true. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that he cannot be president. And
Get
guess
out of
what? He can
here.
pardon himself.
Get out of here.
So,
So he can get
yeah,
arrested
and
and then pardon himself?
he can get arrested and still and still pardon himself. So
Wow.
I think that's what the left are scared about because they're like, oh my God, like he can still become president. You guys can't stop him. And I think the reason, and I saw what the other guy had said about, oh, he ran on the whole Hillary thing.
Uh-huh.
That's not why I voted for him. I voted for him because we needed somebody that was not a politician.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah. He's he's not a politician, and but yet he's able to do some pretty remarkable things by simply using his resources, using his gift of just communicating with people. There's never been a mic that he didn't like. He would get in front of that bad boy and talk for hours in
I
front of
mean,
his thousands of individuals who support him.
and he
Um,
did so much. I'm like all this stuff that he's done for black people, and black people are still like, oh well, well, Biden did this, Obama did this. He's done more for the black community than any other president. And then look
wow.
at what the was the BCSUs or whatever.
Uh-huh.
He gave money to the BCSUs for the next 10 years, and then Biden comes in and takes it away. Like,
The
but
H
who's the racist?
Yeah, the HBCUs. Well, we
Because
already know
I'm like,
Biden. Listen, if Biden
yeah, the
cannot sniff
HBCUs,
you,
yes,
then he don't like you
yeah.
if he can't sniff you.
So, yeah, exactly. Like, it. He's done so much, and it's like, yeah. And then if I don't vote for him, I'm not black. Well, hello, I'm black. And last time I checked, I was black.
Well,
So, and I
hold
didn't
up,
vote for him.
hold
So,
up. Now, hold on, Devon,
yeah. So,
Devon, Devon. All right. This young lady right here says that Trump did way more for black people than Biden did. How do you feel about that?
Well, first of all, I just got to fact check two things here. Biden did not remove the funding. That's a claim that is unfounded. He actually went to try and expand it, and those conversations are in Congress right now, trying to be negotiated. So wherever you heard that, that's just not true. On top of That when I said that people were championing him for running on the promise to lock up Hillary, I'm not saying that that's why you voted for him. I'm saying that people largely were okay with that on principle. But now they're saying, "Oh, why are we locking up our political opponents? If you're consistent, it wouldn't matter who does that. You would be upset about that." But they're only upset when it's Biden doing it. Granted, he's hands off with the whole investigation versus when Trump literally ran on the promise of locking up Clinton. So if you're consistent, it would be bad either way or good either way.
All right. So what do you say about that,
But to
Monisa?
me, I think that Biden is running. Basically, he's abusing power. Like he's
How?
got the DOJ behind him. Trump didn't have the DOJ at the time to lock up Hillary, and really, it's like, okay, you're using the DOJ to okay, the FBI. You use the FBI to raid his Mar-a-Lago house. I mean, come on now,
Why
like
did they raid his house?
he's weaponizing it, like
They
Why
are
did they raid his
because
house?
weaponizing it.
documents that he so-called had that were declassified. Now Biden, as vice president, took documents, and that, I mean, you can't take documents as a vice president and say they're declassified. He had them in his garage. Like, hello, but he never got arrested for that as a vice president. I know you can't arrest a president as a vice.
As a vice president, you can arrest him.
Did she cut out or is that me on my
She
end?
was she was she was she was giving you so many facts and making you look so crazy with those
There's
facts that
not
Satan
really
that
because some
that
of
that
those facts aren't true.
which facts did she just now put
Can you
out
hear
there
me?
that you
Hello.
question?
Okay. Do you know it's Monisa?
Monisa
Do you
is her
know
name.
yeah, do you know anything about the Presidential Records Act and why we have it? I think she's cut out, so I'm just gonna try to
All
like
right. So
explain it.
you asked her, do she know something about what?
The
Go ahead.
Presidential Records Act, the thing that Trump keeps citing to exonerate himself, which is the exact opposite of what it does. The Presidential Records Act was made because of the fact that they didn't want presidents like Nixon to be able to destroy and keep documents long after their tenure that were sensitive and that belonged to you're supposed to give it to NARA. Trump did not give the documents to
Oh,
NARA.
there
They
you are.
reached out for him. They reached out to him for months and months saying, we need the documents back. We need the documents back. Trump kept lying. And then when they finally got like some of the documents back that he got, they said, we know there's more documents missing. Just give us the documents. And he kept bullshitting. That's why they raided.
Hey, hey, hey,
Oh,
hey.
I'm sorry. I forget. My fault. But yeah, basically the situation is completely different. It's people are characterizing it as if they just raided his place because they wanted these documents, and in reality, he literally denied giving it back to them multiple times. On top of that, when you were talking about he declassified the documents. For one, she did. All right.
Hola.
Um, to Van, I guess at least when they say he declassified the documents. This is something that's in discovery right now. We hear him on record saying, I could have declassified this document if I was president, but I can't anymore. How is that a declassified document if he's admitting that it's not declassified? Thirdly, every time he said that those documents are his, that's not true. Documents are supposed to go into NARA archives when you're done,
See, see,
when you're not president
it's fine.
anymore. The only things that you can keep are personal items. The items that Trump had were not personal items. They were documents that go to NARA, which is why people always conflate it with Obama, where it's like, oh, Obama kept documents, Obama kept documents. No, that's not what happened. He gave them to NARA and they were in possession of NARA to build a presidential library, which is what they usually do with the documents. Trump just refused to give them back to NARA. That's what the situation was. And everybody's characterizing it differently.
All right. So you just now broke down a whole bunch of stuff with the documents that I have no information on. like seriously, I think you're doing a damn good job breaking down the information that's on your screen about the different documents and whatnot and your notes. You probably took some notes and you're getting this
Actually,
information.
actually, with this one, I've repeated it so much that I actually, because I'm not really good. Sometimes I do got to take notes, but I've like repeated this one so much because I've been in this conversation so much that I actually just remember the information. But
So basically, you do believe that the information that him taking documents is enough for him to be arrested in the manner that he's being right now, for them to go after him
under
the way that they are.
under I believe section 739 of the Espionage Act, him withholding those documents, that is directly against what is in that section. He can't do that because that is
Okay.
sensitive material. If they
Okay.
can prove that the documents that he had um, were not classified sensitive material, then he may be able to skirt with that. But on tape, on record, it's being said that he had classified documents that he said, if I was president, I would be able to declassify these, but I'm not anymore. And he was specifically saying that documents had to do with Milley's war plan. So it seems like it is sensitive information that would put our troops in danger. That's probably not a good thing for somebody to have at Mar-a-Lago, where he's not vetting the people that are coming in, right? Like he had Nick Fuentes come in. He claims he doesn't know, who Nick Fuentes is and everything about that. I believe him on that. But the fact that Nick Fuentes is able to get into Mar-a-Lago, where he's storing these documents just anywhere, and like a civilian like Nick Fuentes could access these highly sensitive documents, that's not a good thing.
Now, I have a
Shouldn't be a good
question. Should now people are saying that there's information out there of Biden having documents in an unlocked garage. How
Yep.
do you feel about that? What have you? I'm sure you have something to say about that as well.
So basically, what happens after every term? Sorry, what happens after every term?
I asked you a
So,
question mid bite, so don't apologize, man. Chew your food and talk.
I was gonna say shit. Um, yeah, what happens after every term is usually a lot of presidents, they'll have documents that are mixed in with like certain things and everything. And once NARA is supposed to try and like get the documents and find what they have left over. If they have anything, they do an investigation and they try to vet if there's any malfeasance, if there's any reason why they have these documents that they shouldn't have them, and if there was something wrong with it. They're investigating Biden for the documents that he has. People often make this claim, and I thought this was the case too, that he wasn't supposed to have these documents as vice president. That's wrong. Basically, the vice president has the ability to declassify documents that they, during their tenure, classified. If those documents are documents that Biden classified while he was in his tenure as vice president, then those documents, it's not one of those things where the vice president is not supposed to have those documents. It's just not true.
All right, so you believe that Joe Biden is doing everything he's supposed to do with his documents, but Trump.
No, I don't make any ruling until an investigation is fully done. Like I said, I'm not
So based off of
standing
your
up for
knowledge
president.
and no investigation done, based off of your knowledge, do you think that Joe Biden is doing what he's supposed to do with documents properly?
Well, given that his team handed them in when they found them, it seems like they're complying with normal procedure. So it's not like this is the stark difference between the Trump thing and his thing. Trump literally did not give them to NARA when they asked multiple times. Biden's team on their own accord handed those documents in. If there's any malfeasance and they find any malfeasance, boom, it's whatever. I don't care. I'm not attached to a politician. Biden, go. But this idea that Trump could do no wrong, like you were mentioning before, I feel like people don't read they get their information from like either like left wing media or right wing media, and then they just go with it. I'm the kind of person where I watch both. Like I'm a fan of like Tim Pool's show as well. Like I like a lot of right wing media. I like a lot of left wing media, but I'm very invested in the reality. So once I watch that stuff, I go, okay, is this true? What's the truth of that? Let me cross reference everything. Let me research the information. A lot of people don't do that, and then they take these things at face value when they think, oh, Trump's getting arrested for nothing. When you look at it, it's like, no, these are literally written in law. These are the things that he's accused of doing. If this is true, he should be in jail, and we should be happy about that because that means the justice system is working when it needs to work.
So if it's true, we should be happy. We should be happy that he is being prosecuted in the manner that he's being prosecuted because the
If
justice system is proven to work the way that we want it to work, is what you're
if
saying.
if it is true that he did the things that the indictments say that he did, with those intentions, then we should celebrate that, because having a country where we have somebody in the highest power, the highest position of office, that acts that way and does those things is not a good thing. And that's a slow steep down to the thing that Republicans like to fearmonger about, communism. That's how you get that. That's not a good thing. We can't have somebody unilaterally deciding certain things or making these moves in order to keep themselves in power. That's not a good thing. We can't have that.
So, do you believe that they're going after him right now because he has done some criminal acts, or do you think they're going after him right now because of their biases?
Here's the thing. This is the reality of the situation. Every politician does things politically. That's just the case. The Democratic Party doesn't want Republicans in power. The Republicans don't want the Democrats in power. That's what happens. But in this situation, there is real evidence against Trump for this criminal intent. If there is evidence of this wrongdoing, regardless of if their intention is because, oh, it's political, if he did wrong, he needs to be held accountable.
All
It
right. So,
doesn't
what's the
matter what
real
team you're on.
what real evidence
What
against
real
him?
evidence?
Yeah, in
Let me give you
indictment
guys, for
one, two,
instance,
three,
like
or four.
he said he multiple times he said he didn't have any documents. They literally raided his house, found the documents.
That's
He said,
indictment number two, right? That's the second indictment, right?
I think too. I'm not good with the order
Okay.
and everything. And
Okay.
again, I haven't read the charges that just came out earlier, because, like I said, I'm just sort of like waking up.
That's the
But from
fourth
what I
RICO
know, yeah,
indictment.
from what I know about that, the January 6th stuff, the reason why what they're trying to prove is mens rea, which is basically a legal term for intention, right? The thing about what he did when he hired a slate of the fake electors in order to certify the election in his favor, if he knew that the election was not rigged against him, if he knew this, and it's proven that he knew this based on everybody around him who told him this, after all the investigations, after his own people, after the teams that he hired to investigate went in and found that there was nothing, after his AG, William Barr, who to this day says that he won't like admit that he won't vote for Trump. Clearly, there's still some favoritism in there. If William Barr was that corrupt, he probably would just say, "Yeah, no, like I'm not voting for Trump." Same thing with Mike Pence or whatever. But regardless of that fact, all of that, if that is true, and Trump knew this, and he still hired the fake electors in order to overturn the election in his favor, that's mens rea, and that's the intent. He tried to call the election in his favor, and it also doesn't help the fact that when he made that call, he literally asked for the specific amount that would let him win. You would think that if somebody was really worried about voter fraud, they wouldn't target the specific places where they lost in order to find the specific amount of votes that they won. They would be trying to look everywhere to make sure that the entire election was fair, but he didn't do that. He gave an exact number, and that exact number would have made him win.
All right. So, y'all hear that, right? So, my man is saying that Trump is he's guilty, is what he's saying. He's saying you
Nope.
are saying no. That's what you said. You said
No, that's
Trump
not what I
is
said. That's
guilty.
not what I said.
Well,
I need to
what
clarify.
you said was he hired some fake election panel.
The fake electors, the false electors. Yes, this was
The false
confirmed. This was confirmed like a year ago. I've been following this story too.
and how did he hire them?
I don't know exactly how he hired them, but he sent fake electors in order to certify the election in his favor. The thing about
Okay.
this is, in the 60s, JFK, they did the same thing, but the difference between these two cases, like a lot of it's like Dan Bongino, he likes to call it the Hawaii precedent and whatnot.
Right.
The difference between these two is that the election was in question when it was JFK. There was actually an indecisive conclusion on who won. I feel like an asshole, bro. I'm just like eating and looking.
Hey,
Anyway,
well, just don't see this. Is the third time you cuss, man.
all right. 4 strikes in the mouth. All right.
No, it's three.
Yeah.
God dang it.
Yeah, this ain't baseball. This is Devon ball. Yeah. The Trump, if Trump knew that he lost the election, given all the advice that he did, that's different from the actual election in being uncertain, which is what happened in JFK's case. Trump hiring these fake electors, if he knew that the election wasn't his, and they also say that they got like evidence of him saying that he knows that he lost, not necessarily in those words, but it's like, I can't believe we lost to Biden, this and that. If they can prove mens rea, he's guilty. But everybody's innocent till proven guilty. I'm never going to make that assertion, he's automatically guilty. It's just that a lot of the evidence is not in his favor, and the way that he's acted throughout his presidency and the things that he's said.
The way that he acted throughout his presidency and the things he said, we can't bring that up to the table because we know that did not affect his presidency while he was the president. It didn't affect him getting things done. It didn't affect how he was the president at all. It didn't affect our level or how we were respected on the world stage at that
Yes,
moment.
it did, actually.
It didn't actually. We were much
What
more
evidence?
respected on world stage while he was the president than we are right now with
How do
Joe
you figure?
Biden being the president.
How do you figure?
Wars. There are things happening. There was no
Wars?
wars at all while he was the president.
What does that have to do with
Uh,
respect on the world stage?
because you do know that we all work together, right? Like our countries all work together so that the
Yeah.
whole world could be okay.
Yes.
And we lead the charge. The United
Yes.
States lead the charge. We're number one when it comes to that. So
Mhm.
usually when we say something, it goes. As of the last 3.5 years, that has not been the case. People have not been
What do
listening
you
to
mean?
us. Do you look at Australia TV or UK television, or do you hear any of the news that comes back from Russia TV and whatnot?
Yeah,
Everyone's making
hold on,
fun
hold
of
on.
us
Yeah,
as
of Russia.
Americans at this
Russia,
moment.
Russia has been against the U.S. in terms
No, no,
of
no. I'm not talking about them being against the United States. I'm talking about them actually making a move against what we asked them to do,
Yeah,
or
they've
making a
been
move
doing that.
against.
They did that in 2000. They did that in 2014 when they invaded Crimea, regardless of the fact that they signed the Budapest Memorandum that said that they respect the boundaries of Ukraine. They've
Was
been
Trump
doing
in
it.
office then? We talking about Trump.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're talking about the
Oh,
respect of Trump. I'm trying to say, but
we're
you're
talking
talking
about.
about Russia and the way
Um,
that they respect the U.S. They
I
historically
think I was
respect
clear
all.
when I said that Trump being the president and our respect on the world stage was such that is completely a like opposite contrast of today.
Okay.
Completely.
Can I tell you why I
And
said that? Just slow down real quick. Right.
and
He
also
said
and
that
also
Russia.
and also
Okay.
these many companies started to pull out of NATO and started to do business with one another instead of us. They started pulling out one like crazy, just going one at a time,
Out of
one at a
NATO.
time, one at a time. And the Russian and Chinese starting to do business together and leaving us out of it. That never happened.
How's that going? Russia's ruble is collapsing right now.
Regardless if they're collapsing right now, have they
No, that's
made these
a
type of
major.
moves? Have they made these type of moves before while we were
Made these type of moves before.
while Trump was in office? I'm just gonna say Trump. I'm
Try
comparing
that.
Trump to Biden right now. I'm not comparing Trump to Obama or the
Okay.
Bushes or the Clintons or any
Yeah.
of that. Although I do know that there was a lot of bull stuff that should have put Hillary behind bars. That was a lot more detrimental than what Trump is being held for.
Like what?
But people dying in Benghazi
Yeah. Why?
and
Why
her
did they die
knowing
in
in
Benghazi?
her position and what she said about not being where she was supposed to be, and she could have prevented it all. It was a lot going on with that, bro. It was a lot going on with that. And that wasn't no Jan 6 type of situation. That wasn't no lying about documents type of situation. That wasn't no okay, the fact that the whole election being rigged against Trump was an actual thing. And you're talking about the numbers don't prove that to be so, but it was. It absolutely was. And the fact that the Hunter Biden tapes were completely hidden and kept from everyone, and anyone that put any information out about him, they were banned from all of the platforms under the guise of child pornography. Now, all of that happened while Trump was trying to become president. Now, if that information was out there, and people will say that regardless if that information was out there or not, that he still would have, it wouldn't have been enough for him not to be elected as president. Where did he go? Where did he go? Okay. See, See, that's what happens. That's what happens right there. That's what happens. Mm-hmm. 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 Satan know what he doing. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up?
What's up? How you doing?
Okay. About the whole Hillary thing, real quick. Mentioned this the last time I was on there. The fact that Democrats like to sweep shit under the rug.
Right. Up no,
Okay.
the street sugar honey iced tea under the rug,
I'm
please.
sorry. Yeah.
Or stuff.
There's stuff under the rug. Okay. Gotta remember that a lot of it goes by majority vote. People were saying, well, why didn't Trump get Hillary locked up? Who was the majority? Who was the majority in the Senate? Who was the majority in the Congress? Who's the majority in the House? So, of course, they swept it under the rug. They didn't cover it. Instead, it was constantly concentrating on Trump. That way, they were able to sweep it under the rug.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in a way, that's what they're doing now. Okay. With the whole Hunter Biden thing, you know, they're not only trying to stop Trump from becoming president again, but they're also trying to sweep what's going on with the Biden family under the rug.
I mean, but they're technically the most powerful company. I mean, I was about to say, technically, we all know that they're not, but they are the face of the most powerful family in the world at the moment. Being that when it comes to the world stage, whoever is that at the helm of
Oh,
the
yeah.
United States is considered to be. But we all know that they're not. They're all being controlled by whoever controls the purse strings. And
Yeah.
but
Well,
when we talk about them too
we all
much,
know Biden's a puppet, and for that fact, the 25th Amendment should have been on him a lot sooner than this. Because for anybody that doesn't know the 25th Amendment, if a president is not capable, uh, mentally, or is sick to be able to do his presidential duties correctly, they are to be removed from office, and the vice president is the one that takes over. That is the main purpose for a vice president. But they're holding him in there, okay, and it's finally being brought up uh, in the House. And the House, what, Republican, run by the Republicans. So therefore, they
Kevin
are.
McCarthy, they calling Kevin McCarthy a rhino though.
Well, they can call him what he wants. Okay? They can call him the hippopotamus for all I care. Anyways,
I mean, so you think he's doing a good job? You think the House are doing a good job?
I can't say they're doing a perfect job, okay?
But you do think they're doing a good job.
They're doing a good job so far.
Okay.
Will they be able to get Biden out before the election? Probably not. And if Biden gets kicked out, it's not like Miss Giggles is going to do any better.
Okay. All right. All right. Now, based off of what you heard Devon saying, do you have anything to say to, I guess, show that you're for anything he says or against anything he says about Trump, Biden, Hillary, any of that?
Well, I kind of made that clear about the fact of Democrats always sweeping stuff under the rug. Okay. How, because they ran the show, they let everybody else off. Okay, that was a Democrat by sweeping it under the rug. It never happened or anything like that. But Trump, on the other hand, they want to take him down not only because he's a threat, because he's also being used as a distraction from the Biden thing. okay, because they don't want their power to be lost.
All right.
Democrats don't want to lose their power. And I'm going to say this one thing my uncle taught me when I was younger, okay, that Trump got rid of, okay, was the free trade agreement. The free trade agreement was the one thing that made most big businesses move overseas because it was cheaper to send stuff in than it was to send out.
All right. So, did we benefit our economy? Did we benefit more with that or against it?
We benefited more when Trump got rid of it because then businesses started moving back. Okay. Uh, when the Clintons actually put the free trade agreement, it said in there, it's cheaper for stuff to come in than to go out.
Okay.
You charge more for shipping stuff out uh, than getting shipped in.
All right. So back to the original point of the RICO. Are you familiar with the fourth indictment?
No. What's the fourth indictment?
The RICO charge.
No, that one I don't know about.
Yeah. There's a couple of videos out here. I would show it, but I don't want to mess up the video. This stream.
Well, that's
But
understandable.
yeah, but one thing that I do notice is that Fox News is not talking about it a whole lot, but CNN, MSNBC, CBS, and a few others. Fox Live is talking about it, but that's like a really smaller channel that does
Okay.
Fox type of news. But nobody's talking about it, but the channels that are celebrating and pretty much
Oh, of course.
in a roundabout way dancing on the grave of Trump because they believe that this right here is like the nail in the coffin.
Well, of course, because remember, uh, a lot of these big corporations are actually paid off by the Democrats. Okay,
Just the
they
Democrats?
just decide with them to get people on their side. Okay, that
Mhm.
includes the music industry. Okay, uh, that includes movies and even news. Because here's a perfect example. Remember Joy Villa?
No, who's Joey Villa?
Joy Villa is a singer. Okay, she wore a dress at the Grammys saying Trump 2020.
Oh wow. And I'm
Yeah,
guessing she got canceled.
they kicked her out. They didn't kick her out of the Grammys, but the music company, okay, or industry, uh, pretty much kicked her out right after that.
Okay. All right. And what significance to that right there? You think they were being biased toward her representing Trump?
Because she wasn't doing the narrative that they want, or they're paid, from what I know, to send people in a certain direction.
Okay.
She was against them. Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, it seemed like all of Hollywood are against anything MAGA at the moment.
Well, yeah. Well, there's a good example with that too. The fact of had singers, and movie people sitting there. They made songs about how they would love to be Trump and that, but the moment he ran for office, Republican, they turned their backs on him. That shows right there. They get paid off.
I mean, it does lean towards some shady business happening. It does. It doesn't necessarily prove anything, but it does make you think this is kind of shady, and I want to figure out more. Make you want to look into it a little bit. And thank you everyone for the super chats. I do want to say that I haven't had an opportunity to really thank everyone for the super chats. I really want to say thank you for that. But yeah,
There is one thing I wanted to talk about,
go
because
ahead, brother.
you asked other people this question, okay, and about, can you define a woman, okay?
Uh-oh. See, you about to start something now, man. All right, go
It's
ahead. Define a woman. What's a woman?
okay. Uh, Truthfully, to me, it's what the main genetic is, okay? Because I have a friend, okay? She grows a beard, okay? She also cannot have kids, but she has the body parts of a woman and the bone parts of a woman.
Okay.
So we all have both genes in us, okay? It's just a matter of what the dominant one is.
All right, so you're telling me that if you so happen to be born um a female, you're born a female, but if your main genetics after being born a female just so happen to be male, then you are male.
It can possibly be, okay? I can't say 100% sure for that. I'm just saying, looking at it genetic wise, okay?
Okay, genetic wise, you just now brought up your friend who has a beard and she's a woman, right?
Yes, yes.
And would does she consider herself a woman or she considers herself a man?
She considers herself a woman
Okay.
because she also gets a period.
Okay. All right. So you do believe that what you're born as is who you are?
Yes,
Okay. All right. But you also believe that you can potentially be two sexes at one time?
well, we're all born with both genetic sex, okay? We have female hormones and male hormones, okay? We
Okay.
also have the same blood, from both.
All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you,
But
brother.
yeah, well,
I
like I said,
appreciate you
my
breaking that
friend,
down for me.
okay, you have a good day.
All right, my brother. Peace. All right, that was Joey, everyone. All right, so I didn't expect that part of the conversation, and Joey was pretty much saying that you can be both. If one of your sides are that you're born with, and most of us are born with two, he's saying that if the other one is more than the other, then you can be that one. I don't agree, but hey, I gotta respect the man for giving me his two pennies. Hey, what's going on, big dog? How you doing, Ted?
Ain't nothing much. Just chilling. Been trying to catch you for a while.
Hey, thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate it. What's on your chest today, man?
Man, first of all, what was his name? Devon?
Devon.
Sometimes people are too smart for their own good because what he was saying was, I'll keep it clean, was crap. But it's all good. Everybody have an opinion and you know which way he was leaning.
Yeah,
He was leaning very left. But
yeah,
I always say, you got a right wing, left wing, but guess what? They the same bird. And that's what's going on with our government right now.
that's right. That's
And,
right.
the whole thing about Trump and Mar-a-Lago getting raided and him, I don't know where he got the thing about the Presidential Records Act. Obama didn't get permission to take the records he got, but they sitting up in Illinois waiting to go to the library that they about to spend 20 million for in Chicago.
Holy crap.
And
My gracious. For real? 20 million?
I think it might be more than that.
Sheesh.
I'm not sure on the numbers, but that was one thing they were talking about during the Chicago election is how much money is being spent on his library versus how much is being spent in the city. And if I'm not mistaken, it's taxpayer funded money. So, you
All
know,
right. I should have
I
brought
have,
you on stage when I had Devon up here, man.
huh?
I said I should have brought you on stage when I had Devon up here.
I was trying to get things in order, but um and the whole Biden thing, okay, he had records in Pennsylvania, in his garage, in Delaware, in different places. It doesn't matter presidential act or not. He didn't have authority to take jack, even as vice president. Some of that stuff he took as senator,
Yeah.
but you know, we
Yeah.
all know he got the DOJ wrapped on his finger. I don't know what that uh, it is that they're covering for him,
Yep.
but it's so much crap. And
Yeah.
and his family. Granted, if one of Trump's kids had did half the stuff that Hunter
Man.
did, they would be locked up. Okay,
Absolutely.
because
Absolutely.
I'm gonna put it this way: I'm a FFL independent FFL dealer, and I think it's 21G. That's the one that says, "Are you an illegal user of drugs?" That right there, that's a 10-year felony for lying on there. And
Wow.
this is something that I
Wow.
don't understand. I also served in the military.
Thank you for your service, my man.
Thank you. Hunter Biden got kicked out of the military because he came up hot on the drug test. Now, he was an officer, and for an officer to come up hot on a drug test, that's automatically a bad conduct discharge unless you know somebody. And that's another question that he lied about on. Well, he might not lie because, like I say, they probably covered that up for him,
Right.
having a bad discharge, military
Of course
discharge.
they did. Of course they did.
They had to because there's no way he got out with a good conduct. If it was me or you or anybody else, we could hang it up.
Oh, you done.
Uh, no government benefits.
Yeah.
Uh, so much would happen. I mean, and then here you got veterans still fighting just to get 10%. And they sleeping on the street, but here he is, got kicked out for drugs, and he living large because of who his daddy is.
That's right. That's right. He's untouchable
It
at
is.
this point. Yeah.
And they say we don't have a two-tier justice system. Justice ain't blind. She peeking out of her little blindfold and looking and making sure that I got the Bidens covered. And my wife I'm glad she can't see this because she probably have a fit. She said, "You say too much," and that these alphabet agencies gonna be coming after you.
Well, she might have some it's some truth to that. It's like you can't
It's all
say
good. You know
everything. You
what?
can't say everything.
That's true. But oh, she's really one of those that believe our phones are listening to us, and I sometimes I wonder about that. But it's all good. I mean, we watch 24/7,
Yeah.
and I had a criminal justice professor. He was a Detroit police officer, and one thing he said, we have given up privacy for a false sense of security, and that's what's going on
Yeah.
big time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, much love to you and your wife, man. That's beautiful. The nuclear family is being frowned upon nowadays. Everybody want to do their own thing, and everybody want to push an agenda that's going to lead us toward no children being produced.
Oh, that's
I'm
the
not
whole
going.
thing.
I'm not even going to get into that, but that's where we're going. No
I know.
children will be produced unless
Right.
they've been produced in a lab.
They are. You haven't seen that one yet?
I've seen videos of it, but I didn't look into it because it's like I'm one of those people that if somebody present me with some new information, I realize that when I learn more about it, I'm gonna be responsible for it. Like I'm gonna have to make a decision to lean toward that or against it, to speak out of it. I mean, speak out on it. I have a platform, so now I got to talk about it. Now I got to do more research into it, and I don't know, man. I think
That's
I'm
just it
afraid.
goes back to like cloning. And when they cloned Dolly the sheep,
Well,
supposedly for ethical reasons, you cannot clone a human in the United States. Get that, in the United States. Why do we have labs in the Ukraine, in all these foreign countries? I think that's what they doing up in the space station, but you know, conspiracy theories.
well,
Uh
it might be. It's only conspiracy theory because nobody
and
recorded it
speaking.
yet.
Yeah.
Nobody recorded it live. Like, yeah, look, I'm right here in front of where they cloning people. It's until that happens, it's going to be it's a conspiracy theory, and the people who fund everything will shut you down if they can.
Oh yeah.
And that's why another reason why all of our money is electronic,
Oh yeah.
almost electronic, and once it is fully electronic, we can definitely have our water cut off whenever they feel like it. As a
Oh
matter of fact, in some countries, it's illegal to use cash, a certain amount of cash. Like if you're using more than $10,000 in cash, they're like, no, no, we can't control that. We can't run that. So it's happening. People
well,
want
you
to put the truth
see,
out there.
what Amazon's about to do with Whole Foods. They were showing it on Fox News this morning, where your palm is going to be your entrance into the store, and you're going to use your palm that's connected to your debit or credit card to pay for your uh, items.
Hold on. I think I read something about this in Revelations.
Yeah, well, yeah, you talk about the mark of the beast, but
Yeah.
see, and yeah, we don't want to go there. That could be an all day conversation. But the mark of the beast, it depends on which um translation you look at. It's gonna be. It says in the hand or on the hand, so it just depends on what translation. But matter of fact, that Amazon store, Whole Foods, that they're doing that, they're building one probably less than 4 miles from me in Dearborn, Michigan, right now.
And they're already doing it. It's already in play.
It's
Like you
already in
going,
place. I think it was in New York they were showing it,
yeah,
but yeah, you just scan your palm and
that's it.
yeah,
That's it. And it's going to get to a point too, or our cell phones. Shout out to your wife for that. I'm not even going to get on it, but I believe that. Like, it's how
oh
many
yeah,
times have you had a conversation away from your phone, and next thing you know, you go onto social media, and what you were talking about, there's an
it's
ad.
popped up on the
It's
phone.
like
Yeah,
right there, boom, boom, boom. Like, seriously? I
oh
was
yeah,
just now talking about shopping for houses with my wife. Now there's all these ads about houses. I was just talking about plumbing, and it's right here. So
right.
yeah, you're right, brother. I mean, slippery slope, man.
It
So
is.
this RICO charge, what do you think about this in its totality? Are you familiar with it at all?
Somewhat. Is this the one that's going on in Georgia right now?
Yeah, Georgia, the same DA who charged Young Thug, who got Young Thug and his crew under the RICO charge, is putting Trump and his crew under the RICO charge.
I think it's all a crock because she grasping at straws because she's saying, um, especially when she wants to talk about the fact that he tried to disrupt the election and change that. And you go back to Al Gore, um, what's her name, Hillary, and definitely they did and ran what's his name from Vermont, Bernie Sanders. They
Bernie
ran him
Sanders.
over the coals. They So it's like you can say it applies to one rules for thee, but not for me. So that's what they're doing. And like they were, Trump's attorney was talking about, if you trying to get me on something in regards to election, that's a federal thing. Why are you trying to do it at a
At
state
a
level?
state level, yeah,
Yeah,
they doing it at whatever level they can reach them on at this point.
but people need to wake up, and it's sad because I'm sitting here, I look at the news here. Of course, it's not our local news because they won't show that because Governor Whitless, she can't do nothing wrong here. But they were showing how all of a sudden all of these ballots pop up in Michigan when he was leading, as well as I forget her name, one of the congresswomen from Michigan were losing, but in the midnight hours, all of these ballots pop up, and I wake up in the morning, Trump lost Michigan, and yet this congresswoman, she won, and Tudor Dixon was actually winning Michigan, and Whitless ended up winning. So,
Yeah, it
and
sounded
you
like a
think,
phone call was made.
yeah, and think about this: the fact that the court case that Dominion voting system
Mhm.
put out against, I think it was Giuliani and some of these other people that was talking about corruption in the voting system.
Hold on one
The,
second.
yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. All right. Okay. I'm hearing you. My bad. I had to.
it's all good. The court, that case got dropped and said no. They ruled against, not for Dominion and not against them. They said no because there were errors. So, yeah, it just depends on who you are and who you ask.
That's right. That's right. So, but how deep are you going to look? How deep are we going to look?
I think we as a whole aren't going to look deep at all because everybody, for the most part, people are okay with the status quo as long as it's not, they don't think it's personally affecting them when in fact it is.
Mhm.
And they don't want to see, because most of them, especially those who are voting this stuff continuously in, don't want to admit that I was part of the problem and I was wrong, and that's a big issue.
Yeah, it's huge. Nobody wanted. Everyone wants to be on the right side of history, and they're willing to play as dirty as possible so that they not be seen as someone who was on the wrong side.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
just like I've put it this way: first time around, I voted for Obama because hey, the first black president. We got to see it. I
yes,
mean, I
sir.
still even
Yes,
got
sir.
the newspapers from it.
I still got the newspaper. I got a dollar with Obama's face on it.
And I got the, well, I don't wear it. Is even the Obama beanie that's in rhinestones.
Oh
But
wow.
it was one young black lady at my church, and she was like, you know what? Y'all making a mistake. If you you know what? This is one of those subjects people always bash me on. If you're a Christian, you can't vote Democrat. That's what's being said. But
Yeah.
in a sense, you look at God's word, a lot of stuff they stand for, you shouldn't.
You shouldn't. You're right.
So
You
it's
shouldn't.
all good.
You're absolutely right. You shouldn't. I mean, it's almost demonic. A lot of the things that
It is.
it's like everything is against the government. I mean, everything's against the Bible. Everything's against God's way. Everything is very individualistic. Everything is no, God made you, but you have the final say. I know He made you this, but you can be okay.
Oh,
All right,
yeah,
I'm out of the
right.
conversation. I'm going this way. I'm done. I'm done. Hey, brother, thank you so much for adding to the conversation. You added a whole lot of value. I really appreciate it. and hopefully this won't be your last time pulling up.
Oh no.
Hopefully I can pull you up a lot earlier, a lot sooner in the conversation. But next time I have Devon here,
Oh,
please,
I'll be looking.
because I want to have you on the stage when he pull up next time. See, here's the thing, and a lot of people out there before I'm done talking to my man Ted, I want y'all to know this. I am just now learning when it comes to politics. I was like an ostrich when it came to politics. When my wife is looking at the news, my head is in the dirt. I'm like, I don't want to have anything to do with it at all. I'm voting Democrat regardless. I grew up Democrat. I don't know why I'm voting for them, but I am, because the left is right and the right is wrong. So that's how I was looking at it. But now that I'm starting to learn about it, I'm coming across people here and there who have read laws, who have who do their due diligence, and they know what they're talking about. And sometimes when they don't know what they're talking about, as long as they sound like they're reading actual laws and things like that, I shut down. I'm like, oh, for real, that happened? Oh, the whole time they could be wrong, but I don't know because I am not well versed when it comes to it. So it's good to have people like yourself who are like, nah, I read up on this and that brother was wrong. When he was talking about this, nah, he was way off, but I wouldn't have known that. You know what I mean? So, but the platform is for everyone who has a voice, as
Oh
long
yeah.
as we can respectfully talk to one another objectively, because I don't do too well with echo chambers.
I got one more thing before
Go
I
ahead,
get
bro.
off of here. Your boy Lou Valentine. I watched your last live with him,
Uh-huh.
and how he was talking about how Vivek lost him with the Juneteenth thing.
Uh-huh.
I gotta I like Valentine, but I gotta disagree with him on that. I'm like this. Why are you gonna celebrate being late to the party? I mean, I understand what they're trying to do, but if that's the case, vote. I mean, celebrate the day of freedom, not not CP time, because that's what it is. I mean, if you being real, that's what it is.
We celebrating being late. It's Lou Valentino. Lou Valentino.
Valentino Valentine.
Hey, Valentine. You hear him, Valentine? You wrong, bruh. You wrong.
It's okay. I understand he young. Look, I lived through the '67 riots in Detroit. Uh,
Hey.
this is the first place Martin Luther King did the "I Have a Dream" speech,
Oh, wow.
and think. I mean, we have to think. They dangling that carrot. That's what it
That's
is.
what they're doing. That's all
Yeah,
they're doing. Oh, we want to give them something else. Let's give them something else. We're buying their votes. Nah, man.
exactly. All right,
All right, brother.
peace.
Thank you so much for your time. You have an amazing day, and please send my love to your family, bro.
Will do. All right.
Peace.
All right.
All right, we got Chris, guys. Now, y'all already know Chris is one of the main guys that's on the channel. He's been a part of the LFR family for a while, and some of you were upset that I abruptly, I'm about to unmute you, bro. That I abruptly disconnected with Chris in our last conversation. And hold on one second. I'm trying to move my daggone face over here so I can bring somebody else on the screen. Chris, hold on one second, Chris. I'm getting it together. Usually when I'm hours into the live stream, my live stream starts acting up, and that's because my computer is not communicating quickly with my stream. So, what's up, Chris? Welcome back, my brother. How are you doing? That's on me. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. That's on me. Like I said, everything's running a little slow for me on this side. Hold on one second. I'm trying to open up the settings so I can get Chris. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, and I'm doing as little as I can possibly get away with.
Well, you know what? You doing what you got to do for you, man. Much
Well,
love to you.
I'm not a well person. I just, first off, I'm going to apologize to you.
For what?
The other day, I do
Uh,
know better. Not like that was the first time I'd ever done this with you. So,
well,
but next time, if I do that, just call me out, brother.
I can't.
Call me out in person, man. Then just shut me. I'm
I,
sorry.
I can't. I much rather talk to you one on one because I believe I owe you that respect. Somebody else, I will probably curse them and keep them on and just try to get my point across. But I respect you too much. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Good. We're good, brother. I'm not offended at all. At all. I wasn't mad. I wasn't offended. I get it. My bad.
Thank you, my man. I really
But
appreciate it, man.
as far as what everybody's talking about, it 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 saddens me greatly that society has forced people to self-censor. It irritates me deeply. And everybody's like, Trump this, Biden that, blah 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 blah. I don't trust any of those people. None of them. There's a few people in Congress right now and around this country that I could probably stand up beside. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
most of them, cowards, man.
They're cowards, and they all have an agenda, and I don't trust half of them either. Most
Here's
of
a
them.
okay. Here's a question I've always wanted to ask everybody around the country, a planet actually, to all elected officials, all bureaucrats, medical people, the police, all these abortion clinics, the trans crap, hell, the war over there in Ukraine. Why is all of this happening so much? Because there's a buttload of money to be made.
It's
Period.
all about the money.
Everything is race, everything. And the only reason that the race is even a thing is because people realize they can make buttloads of money off of it. But who never gets that money? People in the neighborhoods that you grew up in.
True.
So I think
True.
all this, everything that's happening on the planet right now, it goes so much deeper than just politics, man. Politics is it's fluff. It's just fluff. All of it. Abortions, race, trans, the war, this, that, and the other stupid thing. It's all fluff. You, they don't want people to realize what's actually happening. And everybody has their face buried in these things. Like you said about being an ostrich. I mean, you watch all these protests and things and everybody's looking at stuff through their phone like that somehow disconnects them from reality.
Facts.
They don't look at the actual beating someone's taking. They look
Facts.
at their phone because somehow or another that disconnects them from that. And I told you when I first talked to you about sitting in a truck riding down the road. My wife was driving, and I was playing with a Nokia track phone, playing that little snake game, and it just washed over me, man. And it just came right out of my mouth. These things right here will be the downfall of our society. And I'm sorry, but I'll be damned if we're not there.
Oh, we're there. We're definitely there.
People think everybody, man, I've heard people say so many times, oh, we're all so connected. No, you couldn't be more disconnected. When I was a kid, when I was a teenager, young adult, you know what we never sat around screaming about? Politics.
Never talked about politics
No,
at
you
all.
I do what I do. But again, I haven't been allowed to vote for most of my life, so, but I, I do follow politics. I hate it. I think that they say what they want you to hear, or they say what you want to hear, even more so. And everybody just falls right off in there. They just, and to Devon, I like that guy. I really do. I think he's a bright, man.
Uh-oh.
But like so many other people, he is so based on facts alone. No common sense taken into the equation whatsoever.
And he's depending on bad information.
Well, I'm not going to say he's depending on bad information, but I don't do facts because we all know just because somebody calls something a fact doesn't make it the truth.
All right, so that's the part right there. Can it be true facts? Because depends on where you get the facts. I mean, if you get the facts from someone who just want to feed you and direct you somewhere as sheep, like I know all my sheep will come over here for the facts. I'm going to feed them exactly what I want them to feed them so that they can think how I want them to think. And that's what it seems like Devon is coming from. He
Well,
is a sharp guy. He's a sharp young man.
I like him. I think he's a wonderful guy. I do. I mean, I don't understand how people have lost the ability to discern.
Well, you do know that's a gift. I mean, I was told when I was in church, when I was heavy in church, that was a gift that I had to ask God for. Not everyone have the gift of discernment, and I think you have the gift of discernment because you also have the patience, you also have the wisdom, you also have common sense. You have all the other parts that go along with knowing certain information. Like you can't tell a kid so much at such a young age because they don't know what to do with it. Why would you even put that on them? So you're right. You're absolutely right, man.
Well, can I talk about something?
You can
George,
always talk about something.
George Floyd.
Uh-oh.
No, you're not going to expect what I have to say here. Did Did you watch the video where that guy had his knee on his neck and he was looking at that camera and somebody was standing right on the sidewalk next to the back of the police car filming his face? Remember that?
Yes, you're talking about the police while they were out
Police,
there.
police guy.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Chauvin or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coward. Nonetheless, did you not see his eyes?
I didn't really look into his eyes that
You
at
need
that time.
you need to watch that video. Look it up and watch it. And look at his eyes. There is zero light in that man's eyes.
Ah, he had a soulless eyes. He had
That
the soulless eyes.
he intended for that man to die. Now I'm not going to go into the laws and all that crap, but here's my thought. I don't believe George Floyd would probably be dead today if they hadn't falsely accused him of counterfeit.
Because that was a legal $20 bill he gave. It was not counterfeit.
Ah, so the guy that called them, I mean, the owner of that store, you're saying that he was the one that started this whole thing because the dollar that he passed on to him was actually a real $20 bill.
Yeah, it was actually a $20 bill, and the man actually called back to the police, but they did nothing.
So by the time that they were out there, when the police was already out there trying to get him in handcuffs and whatnot, the owner came out there and said, "Wait, guys, it was my bad. That was a real $20 bill."
Yeah, and that was approximately when George Floyd was still sitting on the sidewalk, leaning up against the wall. And
Interesting. I'd never had that information before. I never had that information because I have a different way of looking at it. I don't look at it that way. But if
well, I don't look at it like he was a black man or a drug addict or a piece of crap because we know he was. He was not a nice guy. He's no angel.
But
yeah,
he did die.
But in my opinion, and I hate that word, that was, in fact, and I'm using that word, the best thing that could have ever happened to bring this country together. But
what George Floyd dying?
the way he died, because that could happen to anybody. It's not just a white man on a black man, brother.
Okay,
That's
all
just
right.
the ones we ever hear about.
Now, how come it's always a catastrophe that has to happen in order to bring people together? How come we can't just focus on, our blessings we already have, the fact that we're in this land together that's better than any other country, in my opinion,
Well,
and focus on those things, and then that bring us together.
well, Sue just hollered from the kitchen that it's because we become complacent.
Okay.
But from what I was seeing on the news, and I was watching CNN, and mostly for, like you say, poops and giggles, but um, they couldn't have that, could they? Everybody in the country coming together, the races coming together, everybody coming together as common human beings under one thing. They couldn't have that. So what'd they do? They burnt down the police station. See me? I couldn't be a cop, brother. I couldn't, because if I was a cop and I was part of some of those people that go out and find the little kids, and I walked in and saw somebody on some little kids, I'm putting him down right there on the spot. I know I would. I know that.
I mean, I
And
understand that. That just means
like,
you got a good heart.
you ever watch those shows, Animal Cops?
I have not seen Animal Cops. I
Well,
don't.
it was on
That's new
long
to me.
ago, and it was a bunch of people that went out and rescued animals that were being abused. Well, I'm telling you right now, brother, somebody would have ended up in a cage.
Let me ask you something real quick, real quick, real quick. Let me go back to George Floyd for a moment. All right, so in the thick of it, they're trying to talk to George Floyd. He's innocent.
He
If
tried
he's innocent, why go against the what the police are asking you to do?
because he was on fentanyl. He freaked out. He started hyperventilating.
Okay, so the responsibility after he took that fentanyl was completely 100% on him.
Yes, 100%.
So we can't blame the owner of that store at that point.
No,
We can't blame the police at that point. We blame that man for taking that drug. And everything that happened after that was because he took that drug.
well,
But
I've
he
been
wouldn't.
on I've been on a lot of drugs, man, and I've never done anything really totally just stupid. I mean, I've done dumb things, but I've
That
never robbed nobody. I've never done anything like that ever.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I've watched it happen a couple of times, wishing there was really something I could do about it, but there wasn't anything I could do about it at that time.
And he had been on fentanyl long enough
Yeah, he'd been on it for
that
years, man.
he probably would not be dead today had they not
Held him on the ground.
held him on the ground.
Now, question. That's what I'm saying. They wouldn't have held him on the ground if he wasn't on fentanyl. Now, here's the thing.
No,
Okay, he drove there. He drove there, right?
yeah,
He drove there.
yeah,
He drove there, and he's a big guy.
yeah.
And he was not freaking out before then. But when the police came and
And
they wanted him to sit in the back of their cruiser, now he's
what is,
freaking out.
he's a
Now
never
the fentanyl, now
caught.
the fentanyl, now the fentanyl like really goes crazy and it's like, okay, now the fentanyl activates. I don't
Yeah,
believe that.
and he panicked. He
And
was
that's the part. If you didn't do anything wrong,
no.
then now you don't have to panic.
Well, that's not necessarily
That's not
true.
necessarily true either, man. Because how much dealings have you had with courtrooms, man?
Who, me?
Yeah,
You'll be surprised.
yeah.
You'll be surprised how many times I've been pulled over, how many times I've been in the back of a squad car, how many times I've been arrested. Here's the thing. In some of those times, I probably had weed in my system, but at the
Oh,
end of the day, those actions were mine,
you're right.
and that's it. They were mine.
It had nothing to do with the drugs.
So let's leave the drugs out of it then, because
So my
you
point
guys said because
is,
of the fentanyl, he was overreacting.
he was.
But Chauvin did not.
The
He
guy.
didn't help the
He
situation
did
any.
not even try to work with that man.
At this point, we're asking you to get down on the ground. You don't want to get down. We're asking you to get in the back of the car. You don't want to get in. We have to force our way. We have to wrestle with a 6 foot 4 guy,
Yeah, 6'4" or 5", something like
trying
that.
to get him to get into a car. Trying to get him to sit down, trying to get him to move, trying to get him to go. Like, how many times do we have to ask and move and wrestle with you to get you to listen to us?
I totally get that, man. I've been pulled over by cops, and I watch people on YouTube getting pulled over by cops, and the one thing I could tell them that would help their situation out the best: shut up. Answer specific questions with specific answers, and do not volunteer information. Just shut up. But it's like people think they can just talk their way out of it, and they won't shut up. And
I just think that responsibility should.
I was taught 10 and 2 until the cop walks up and he tells me I can move my hands.
Yeah, I've
I,
been in the car many times with my wife, and she'll be like, "Stop yelling at him and let him talk." She's telling me to be the hell quiet while the police. I'm like, man, and I'm young. I'm from a way of thinking that f the police and all this other stuff, and I didn't respect them, and I could have gotten myself in a shit poop ton of
hey,
issues of issues if things have gone the wrong way. But I just so happened to come across some good cops
me too.
um who did not push it to that limit, and God was with me. He was covering me, making sure that I didn't go through anything. But at the end of the day, everybody should be responsible. Everybody. It's not only Chauvin's fault, it's
No,
also
I
Floyd's fault.
didn't say that it was all his fault, but the look in that man's face, everybody tried to say that they had no kind of connection whatsoever. They'd never, you know what I mean? That's whatever you say about bull.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? I
Uh,
that's hopefully, but did we hopefully we come together minus a catastrophe this time. We shouldn't need a war. We shouldn't need for somebody to be killed on the street for us to love one another. We shouldn't need a 9/11 for us to love one another. I mean, it's
No,
it's crazy. We shouldn't need for them to put up charges against an ex-president to try to lock him up and put him in handcuffs and take mug shots for us to come together as a nation. I don't understand that.
and that's my point about the whole George Floyd thing.
Yeah.
I believe in my heart, my soul, that was the best opportunity for this country to be united. But they could not have that now, could they?
And who are they?
The Democrats.
Well, the other side, the evil side.
Yeah, the evil part of the world could not have that. They could not have us coming together as one, because that would have destroyed everything they're trying to do. And for anybody that believes in socialism, yeah, we'll all be equally screwed, because we won't have anything. We will all be the same nothing.
Okay. All right.
And it
Well,
saddens me that so many people buy into that because they think that, oh, yeah, we're going to be great. Are you really? You really know that for sure? How do you know that they're not going to come after you next?
you don't, but we shouldn't be led by fear. We should know that
I'm
what
not fearful, brother.
no.
The thing that I'm afraid of right now
Mhm.
is we have a whole bunch of desperate, petty people, and that's the worst kind of people to be around.
Ooh, you are preaching, bro. Yeah. Desperate
And,
and petty.
and that's the worst thing you want in a person,
Yeah.
because the evil comes out of them so readily.
Yeah.
Things, Van. I've seen things that I've never even told my wife about. And I've seen the darkness out there. I've seen what true evil actually looks like. And it bothers me so much that people are just so wound up in one thing or another when none of it means anything. It doesn't. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
The
You're
race
absolutely right, man.
is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
You
And I
said,
don't, and I've looked this up, brother. I don't think the word racism or racism even existed until after the Civil War.
We always called it prejudice.
Because, yes, they brought black people over here to be slaves. Well, they brought some of my ancestors over here to be slaves too. Britain did. Irish people, Scottish people. Oh, yeah, even their own people.
Yeah, well, you already know, man. They brought your people over here to be slaves, but you do know that black people it happens so much to a certain group of individuals that racism is a thing because of it, and that's where we are. We just
But
can't. It just
let
is
me,
what it is.
let me ask you a question. How could slavery be about race when it's happened to every color of people on this planet at some point in time throughout history? But to
I'm
be
not. I'm not saying it's about race. I'm
my,
not saying it's about race.
okay, but my
Not
point
at
is
all.
about the color of someone's skin or the race of a human being when they didn't even consider those people to be human.
Because a certain race of individuals are naturally able to stay in the sun for a longer point of time
Hair
and
trigger,
perform certain duties.
you know that, and I know all that. Believe me,
n-
I know a lot about slavery and the
I know. I was just answering your question when it comes to that part.
but I don't understand how it could be about a race when they didn't even consider them to be humans.
That's what makes it about the race because they didn't consider a certain group of individuals to be
That's
humans.
right. And that's what I want to speak to. I don't care about Democrats or Republicans or black, white, green, red, whether you've had an abortion or whether you cut your tits off. I don't care. I could not actually care less about that. It's the human thing that.
Okay, Chris, he's all right. He's talking about humanity here. While he's out, I just want to say everyone
Are you still
who
there?
gave us. Yeah, I am. I just want to say
Are
everyone
you
that
still
gave.
there?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know
still
how to
here.
get back to
I
it.
want to say everyone who sent the
This
super
button's
chat.
right here.
Thank you so much, Heather. You are showing off.
No, we lost him.
I really appreciate it.
Oh
Much
well,
love to you as well. Thank you
I'm
so
gone.
much for this. Thank you so much for the super chats, guys.
You're cute now.
I didn't want to
Okay,
be
just stay
rude
there.
Are you
while
still
having
there?
I didn't want to be rude while having a
Are you
conversation.
there? No, I
Yeah,
can't
I'm
hear him.
here.
Nah, I just had it.
Oh well, go type in. Just say our shit just died.
Oh my gracious.
Okay, if you can hear me, we're done because everything just died.
I can hear you. That was Susie. Thank you, Susie. I can hear you. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you, everyone, for participating. Y'all have been amazing. He said, if he can hear me, just tell him our sugar honey iced tea just died. Chris, you are dope, man. And you definitely did change the conversation, but it was not pointless, and he did not say anything that he should not have said. For the people who claim you did, I think you said exactly what you were supposed to say. But thank you so much for joining me, man. Real quick before we go off, we got one more person who will join me on stage. I got one more person here. And after that, we will be done. So the onus is on you to take us home. K Woo, much love to you, man. How are you doing and what's on your chest? K Woo,
I'm trying. There we go.
K Woo,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing, man? What's on your chest today?
Another beautiful day. Not much. That whole Trump thing. It's just beating a dead horse basically at this point. Indictment, indictment, indictment. Uh, oh yeah, we're neighbors. Uh, I think you said last video you were in Maryland. Well, I'm in Delaware,
Are you not too
and
far from Maryland?
nah, I've been to Maryland plenty of times. Um, but if you ever look Murder Town, USA, which is Wilmington, Delaware, which is I spent most of my years growing up, and I just thought it was funny you're so close. And I don't know if you know anything about Delaware or Wilmington, but you should look it up for a small state, it's a lot of crap going on.
There's a lot of crap going on in Delaware.
Yeah.
Holy crap, Heather. Holy jeez Louise. Heather, somebody take her.
Oh,
Somebody take her card away.
Heather got big money.
My gracious, that's our Heather right there. That's our Heather. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Heather. Much love to you. That's she's one of the brainiacs of the bunch of the LFR family. Much love to her. She's been around for a minute and she's extremely supportive in that way. So yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, K. Wool.
No, you're good. And I think it was what Sunday. Oh man, that boy that got on after I got off talking to you, the blue snowball mic or blue ball microphone, whatever he
I
had.
think his name was Dave.
Dave, yeah, it was Dave, but I'm talking about
Hello?
his microphone, blue balls or
Oh,
whatever it
blue.
was.
Yeah.
What's
Man, I'm
that?
glad you didn't let me get back on.
Say that again?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Yeah,
I just now made brought
I'm
one
over here
guy.
getting unloaded, yeah.
Hold on 1 second. All right. So
Yeah.
I had to pull
Right.
the longer I'm up here.
the more
Um
people come on, yeah, I know.
no. The long actually that too. But the longer I'm live, my system starts to
Act funny.
get silly. Yeah, it starts to get silly. So I'm sorry, Kate. We'll go ahead.
No, I'm just glad, man. I couldn't get back on.
Bro,
I
you're gonna have
tried
to do
to.
something because I got like 4 people calling me asking if my load's done and if I'm ready to pick up my load.
I don't want to pick up your load, but anyway,
What's that?
All right, so I muted him. Go ahead.
that guy, man, I was furious, and I would have probably uh said some things I shouldn't have said, but after cooling down, I just can't believe how some people are so.
Hold up. Are you talking about Devon?
No, hold on. This guy, I keep hearing this other guy. Let me see if I can mute him.
Yeah, I muted him.
That's,
You still hear him?
I'm here. There we go.
Okay.
But no, and today, Devon, that guy, oh my God. But David, the other day, Sunday,
Okay.
he was talking about how the majority and when. Well, why is the, or what did he say? Let's see. The minority of trans and whatever, why is the majority of people got to bend over for the minority of trans and all that other stuff that he was talking about, David? Now, that other guy you had on earlier today, the black guy with the dreads,
Devon.
yeah, Devon. Yeah, I was at work watching it, and I just had to turn it off because I was like, this guy. But everybody's in right to their own opinion. I just think people, like I said, the blind eye, people just need to open their eyes and look.
Well, they will. At some point, I got you. I got you on right now. Political trucker. Great name, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. We have no choice at this point because nobody can go to the store and purchase eggs without filling it. We're now eating fake meat that's being
Well,
produced
I'm
in
not.
labs at this point. No, when I say we, I'm
I
talking about
understand. I understand. Yeah.
yeah, but we're starting to accept it more and more and more, and it's crazy that this is where we are. And the things that we're starting to accept are not natural whatsoever. But it's like if you don't accept the unnatural, you are now demonized for it and putting
Yeah.
yeah. So I don't like where we are right now. So it is what it is. We got to communicate about
Yeah.
it, and that's the only reason why I do these forums.
Yeah, just like they cry about, oh, you shouldn't have to show ID to vote, but you had to have a card saying you got a jab to leave the country or go to the store or do anything.
Yep. 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 You got to have your paperwork for that.
So,
Yeah, and that was big money.
yeah,
Big
It's all
well,
money.
political talking points, that's all it is.
It's all political talking points, but at the end of the day, you have someone that's looking like they're potentially, if things work out for the left, you have a young guy who's 38 years old, who's running for president right now, who could potentially be the Republican candidate, who works hand in hand with Big Pharma, and a lot of
Are
people
you
say
talking about
he,
Vivek?
yeah.
I don't trust Ramaswamy anyways.
Thank you, Impress. Thank you, guys. I thank you for the super chats, guys. I really appreciate it. Now, um,
Ramaswamy says all the right things, but there's a problem with that. You're just saying all the right things. We have no actions from you to back up anything that you've said.
Well, I said that Sunday about the snake oil. I mean, I like what he says. It's just I've always been let down by promises, and he talks very well. And
But here's the thing: who do you trust, though? Who do you trust?
I don't trust nobody.
I don't trust anybody. How can you? They have all lied to us 24/7. The only honest politician that I've seen so far in the last 30 years, because I'm 38, in the last 30 years was Donald Trump.
and that's
That
the
is the
one
most
that
Well,
honest
I'm a little
guy
bit
I have
older,
ever.
and Ross Perot, he made sense to me back then, but say that
Yeah,
now.
but
But
Ross Perot was put in there just to take away votes so that way they could get their politician in.
okay. So
Everything
if
is a chess. You have to think about everything. This whole society is nothing but a chessboard. They do
yeah,
things to get the things that they want.
yeah,
well,
yeah,
that's life, ain't it?
that is life,
And
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 they
a lot of people who get caught up in the politics, well, I'm on this side, I'm on this side, I'm only on this side, I'm only on this side, and you don't go outside of your side and look and see what the other people are saying about the other side and listen to the other side, then you're just as bad. Both sides are just as bad as the other.
I agree with that. You gotta listen to both sides of the stories and come up with your own conclusion. I agree with you.
Because I can go to the Republican side, they're going to be saying something like, the media is controlled by the Democrats, right? If I go to the Democrat side, you're going to hear the same thing, that the media is controlled by the Republicans. You're
yeah.
going to hear it from both sides. So if they have us all arguing, they don't want us to come together. They don't want us to come together, and they divide us any way possible. And I guess these last 6 years have been race. When I was growing up as a kid, and you can vouch for this, I am so tired of hearing about color right now. It's not even funny, dude. I am so tired of your skin color, my skin color. I, I don't care. I'm so tired of hearing about skin color. It's like, bro, I hang out with him because he's cool. You know what I'm saying? That's how I grew up. I hang out with this guy because he's cool. No, I hang out with this black guy because he's black. No, dude. That's not how we grew up.
I agree with you. Like I told Van, I grew up in all black community, and we got into fights. It wasn't because of race. It's just that's what we did. We used to actually
We,
have boxing gloves, and we would go into somebody's front yard and we box it out. Then
Yes,
after that, we go get a cigarette and go buy, sneak
good
a
old
beer or
days.
something.
Good
Yeah,
old days.
we had a problem. We boxed it out, and then we were friends the next day.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good
but
old
now
days.
you have where
Well, now
rap
they don't box.
and all the other songs and all these other famous people are putting guns and gun violence. It's just like I've been watching videos lately of rappers talking about how the people that are on top in the rap game have never been about that life. They've lived the cherry life. They just don't want to talk about where they actually come from.
It don't sell.
Right.
A
They're
lot of
not
these
going to say,
rappers have
well,
college
hey,
degrees.
well, I mean, it did with for Will Smith back in the day, when he was like, Uncle Phil living in, when he was talking about how he lived in Philly and
You
now
know
he
what?
lives with Uncle Phil.
Political trucker, you're absolutely right. It worked for Will Smith. He actually didn't. He never even cursed in his songs.
Rap.
But
Nope. Yep.
the
Yep.
entirety of the hip hop nation was calling him a cornball, saying he was
Yes,
corny.
it did. He was barely a rapper, basically.
Yeah,
No, he was a rapper, but I
Yeah, yeah,
mean,
but
he
yeah, he
just
didn't
had
cut.
clean lyrics.
Yeah,
Just because you don't cuss and talk about guns and money and bitches and hoes in your songs does not mean that you're not a rapper.
that's true.
I
nope.
know many a Christian rappers that I listen to as well.
Yeah, that's true.
You should
Bizzle,
totally
off
go.
the top of my head, I can think of Bizzle, but yeah,
That's true. That's true. Well, times have changed, but what are we going to do about it?
we gotta teach our kids better.
There's nothing that you can do about it. It's all about the political class that has control over everything.
So we're
This
helpless.
has been this has been in works since 1865, dude. Just like, okay, you say you were a Democrat, right?
Yeah, Democrat at
You
heart,
used to be
man.
a hardcore Democrat, right?
Yeah.
But he was
Okay,
taught
let me
that. He
ask
was
you
taught
this.
that.
So you were a hard. Okay, did you ever look into the history of the Democrat Party?
No.
So
Not until recently. Yes, he has.
have you recently looked into the Democrat Party?
Yes, and that's only because of Thomas Sowell.
Oh my God, Thomas Sowell is amazing.
Yeah, he is. But a
We
lot of
will be losing when he passes. We will lose a precious commodity
I went my
of
whole entire
information.
life not knowing who that brother is, and then when I started to check him out, I saw that other people who look like me, who are still hardcore Democrats, they look at him as a sellout. They look at him as an Uncle Tom, as a coon, all those things. Me, I look at the individuals who became super wealthy by destroying their communities as the sellouts and as the coons. But that's just me.
So, in the history of the Democrat Party, can you tell me one time that they were on the right side of history?
What about the big switch?
That's a false. That's a
Uh,
lie.
I know, I
Only
know.
two. Only two switch parties. So, out of history, when have the Democrats ever been on the right side of history? And if you want to talk about the civil
When
rights of 1964, or was it 1964 or 67, for the civil rights with Lyndon Baines Johnson, we can talk about that, bro. Of
I don't know about that. And nah, Lyndon B. Johnson. Nah, I don't want to talk about that. But at all,
course you don't.
at all. But here's the thing: reason why I don't trust any of these politicians is because these politicians, the very first president of the United States of America, was the biggest slave owner in ever in history, ever. And then so that was the way of life back then. And then it went on and on and on and again, and it watered down, it died down, it died down. Slavery is out. Boom, we're no longer doing that. But people are still held on to days of old. And
Okay,
people,
so when we get back, okay, what I was getting into was I was going to
mhm.
ask you. So, if you know the Democrats' history now, right? They had you fooled into being a Democrat, then, right?
Yeah,
How
yes, and
many
still,
people? How many family members do they have fooled into being the Democrat Party?
well, it's a great majority of them.
But do you ever tell your family about the history of the Democrats?
Nah,
Why not?
because my family don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about other things. They
But
don't
you
want to
can't.
talk about politics because
But
when
you have if you don't start with truth and talk truth to your family,
I do.
then do you?
I talk truth to my family. If you look on this channel, it's called LFR Family because family is
Yeah.
not blood. Family is not only blood. That's what I'm learning. I'm learning that I can be family with people who don't look like me, people who aren't from where I'm from. It starts here, and then it extends, in my opinion.
Right. So my thing is I try to talk truth to my family because I got Democrats in my family too,
Hmm. How
and
does that
so
work?
I try. What's that?
How's it working for you?
not well.
I uh well actually my brothers have switched over. My mom and my stepdad have switched over,
Switched
and my
over to what?
stepdad, the Republican Party.
So is that your purpose to get them? Thank you again for the super chats, guys. Y'all have
No,
been
no,
extremely generous. Thank you.
no. My purpose is not to switch people over to a political party. My
Hmm.
purpose is to tell them the truth and the history behind each political party, and for them to see, to watch and listen to different things to be able to make a better decision in voting. If you're an ill-informed voter, then you're just um,
You're a sheep. You're a sheep,
right.
pretty
I
much.
really don't like saying that, but
No, you are.
I mean,
You
because
are.
both sides use that.
Absolutely. They want people to not know anything about it. But somebody sent me an email saying that I was bullying one of my guests on the last time that I was live because this person was MAGA country till they die. But I was asking them if they actually read any of the indictments and if they were had any knowledge of what they were bringing to the table, and they didn't. And I didn't call that bullying. I was just, my point was, no matter what side you're on, there's a plethora of individuals who care less about facts and truth. They just have a team to rep, and I have an issue with that.
And it's on both sides. It's not just one
Both.
side that does that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's a
It,
problem for me.
it and it's hard to be in the middle for most people to see from both sides. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. 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 I mean, but we are all biased towards something. I mean, we are, and and it's usually because of our experiences. But I mean, but if a conversation is not had, like you said, thank you. I'm gonna start off by saying thank you because I put God and family before anything. So the fact that you're speaking to your family and trying to give them knowledge and understanding of what they thought was true before, and now it's like all big sham, a big lie. Like, yeah, this is a chessboard, and I'm a pawn in this chessboard. I much kudos to you, much love to you for that. But one thing that I'm realizing is everybody think they know everything, and I ain't got time to raise any more children. Like, if you're an adult and I tell you something, I want to have a conversation with you, and you already think you know everything, then I can't do anything with that. I'm moving on. I've raised 4 children already. I'm not about to raise another adult.
Yeah, that's a childish mentality.
It's extremely childish. We're childish as hell. Everybody's about a team. Did you know that people feel disrespected? I had one lady on here earlier today talking, and she was a sweetheart. A sweetheart. This lady says that her husband he don't even want to wear a shirt out of the house that has red, white, and blue on it because of when he went to the store in it made him, people was giving him looks and saying things. Come on now. What?
I don't care. I don't care what people think about me. I'm going to be me.
Bless. Thank you. I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that. That's a blessing right there. Now, how many people are like you in this country? Not a whole lot, to be honest with you, because mm, most of these jerks
Whoo, not man. Whoa, man.
care. They care too much about what people say, man. They do.
Yeah.
They care way too much about what people say, and I apologize, guys. I think I caught myself. I
Well,
think I caught myself. I
one
might
of the
not have.
biggest things. No, you didn't. You put it out there. But one of the biggest thing is what happened to when people's voting and political beliefs were kept to themselves in private. Now everybody wants to know who you voted for. Oh, you a bad person or blah blah blah. Before, no, you didn't even bring up politics. You didn't even bring that up at work. Who'd you vote for? Not, that was nobody's business. It was kind of like what you do in the bedroom, which, well, that's everybody wants to make that available too.
Hey, but if when we're in the land of social media, everything's monitor. I mean, well, everything is televised, so nothing's off the
Yeah,
table anymore. So we have to know, what are you, a
it's a
woman, a
different
man?
world.
That's one reason why there's a certain group of individuals who don't want you to know what their sexual preference is or who they are as an individual. And some of them are playing with you. They don't say it for the sake of you really knowing who they are. They're saying it because they realize that this is the new game right here. To have a little bit of mystery to yourself is a big deal, and they will go out of their way to say, "I know you see a man, but not today. I'm a woman."
Uh,
Who
I
do we
wouldn't touch
have
that,
here? Who is this? Ashley.
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 How are you, Ashley?
Yep.
How are you, young lady?
I'm good.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
good. I had a
Listen,
long
All
day
right,
at work,
man.
but that's
I'm gonna
it.
get out of here. Take it easy.
you take it easy, K. Woo.
I don't know how to turn this off, so I'm gonna
Don't
figure it
worry, I
out.
got you. I got you. As soon as this bad boy start acting right, I got you.
All
I got
right.
you. Hey, Ashley,
Yeah, I just gotta say that, like,
you
go
scared
ahead.
off my guess. He said, "Oh, a woman, she's gonna be
I
too
didn't mean
smart for me.
to.
I'm gone." How are you doing,
No.
young lady?
I just gotta say, I love this channel. I love it. I watch you all the time.
Oh, bless you. Thank
Uh,
you so much. I really
I'm for
appreciate it.
Vivek. I'm Yes, I watch you all the time.
Oh, thank you
And
so
I was
much.
watching the other day. I watched that whole live show the other day, and I remember that.
Oh,
I
you
don't think
did?
you were rude. I think, yeah, I think you're rude. uh, people don't people don't like to be challenged. Sometimes is all I feel about that. But nobody does, including me. But I gotta say about Vivek is that like nobody trusts him. They're like, we don't trust him because we haven't seen nothing. But if you look at his past, he has done a lot.
He
And
has.
actually, I think he has. And that book, Woke Inc. What they like to call him like the savior of woke. Now he doesn't actually claim that though. He said it multiple times. It goes beyond that for him. But he did write the book. You know,
Oh, I'm with you, Ashley. I'm listening. I am listening. I'm sorry. I've
that's all I'm saying. He did write a book, but he doesn't claim to be like everybody else calls him that. And say his face, if you say that, he kind of laughs about it. Like, no, I'm in this for the country. I'm in
Yeah.
this to be president.
Do you
And
believe
it's
him?
like we gave Trump that chance. We did. We gave Trump that chance. We trusted him, and he did do good things. I'm a Trumper too. I can't even lie. I voted for him 2 times. 2 times. But
Yeah.
I just feel like, if he would have done it, he would have done it. And like the things Vivek's got planned, he's gonna do it. And the thing is like he's got a plan to do it, and he tells us he's so transparent. Like Vivek is transparent, and I
He
like
is.
that.
He is. But he has no some people think that he's too young. Some people think that he's not tried enough. He hasn't been tried. And God dang it, Heather. I'm sorry, excuse me. Heather, no more super chats from you. Love you. No more super chats. Listen, I'm sorry.
I'm
This
just
is
saying we have to have faith. You have to give Vivek a chance. I really do. I mean everything. Even you watch his graduation speech.
yes,
I mean, he
yes,
was a little 18-year-old little Vivek. You know what I mean? He was gonna change the world, and he planned. You know what I mean? He was gonna do the best he could, and he did. And you look at it. I mean, he was fighting big pharma. He was fighting big pharma. He had his own private business and was creating medicine. He was taking on things that the big pharma threw aside. You know what I mean? And that's a big thing.
it
That
is a big
is
thing.
a big thing.
It is. I agree.
And then he started Strive, which he doesn't talk about enough, but Strive is like stock, it's going into stocks and stuff. Like he's teaching people how to do stocks, right? BlackRock and everybody, like getting more people in it independently. You know what I mean? Like he is helping people, and he's been helping people. And dang it, his wife is a real doctor,
Yes,
not
she
little
is.
whatever like this.
Yeah. She's a throat surgeon, right?
Yeah. Yes, she
Yeah.
is. So I mean, to say that he hasn't shown it is just because you're not looking for it. You know what I mean? You're not accepting it. And when people say he's just a smooth talker, well, it's it's like people don't accept truth because truth is so easy. You know,
Yeah.
it becomes so simple when it's put like that, and you can say that he's a smooth talker, but you can't really say that you don't agree most of the time. You know what I mean? And you're like, dang it, he's right, so right. And sometimes you just don't want him to be right because you want Trump, or you want who you trusted, before. But when someone else comes along, you gotta jump on it because Trump didn't drain the swamp. Fire all of them. And that's something Trump didn't do. Trump didn't do that, man. Trump did not drain the swamp. I gotta
Ashley
say, what
is
do you feel?
stuck.
Oh,
Oh
she's
man.
frozen in time, huh?
Yeah, she was speaking some
No.
facts to MAGA world. She was letting y'all know, give this guy a chance, is what she's saying. People like, no, I'm going with Trump. Bang anybody else. There she is.
She back her.
Yay.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like you got to give him a chance. You know, we gave Trump that chance and he did good. He did real good. But he didn't fire. He didn't take him out, you know, and he promised that and he didn't do it. And Vivek already done told us he's going to do it on constitutional shit. He's going to do it. He's got a plan.
Well, let me tell you something, Ashley. I wish you weren't cutting out because you're getting stuck. And I don't know, once you watch this over and you see the faces that you're stuck on.
Hey, not.
No.
But to interject on that topic there, I mean,
That sucks.
pretty girl. If somebody's gonna get stuck, you might as well get stuck on a pretty girl, right?
Yeah, at least she's cute. She's cute. At least she's cute.
Thank you.
One of the cute kids.
Yeah, but she's right though. Vivek, we gave Trump a chance, and Trump was not a politician. He let us know that from the gate. He was a businessman, and they tried to paint a whole things. Oh, but he grabs people by the vagina. We shouldn't vote for him. He cheated on his wife or something like that, or he wouldn't let somebody stay in his hotel. He's racist. His company was given a lawsuit by certain individuals and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay. And they gave him a chance, and the dude was a rock star as a president. So maybe we should, if Trump is not able to run, definitely Vivek.
I think the only clear answer is Vivek. Vivek will pardon him.
Let me tell y'all something. Yes, you about to start some stuff.
Vivek's gonna pardon Trump.
Vivek will pardon Trump, is what she's saying.
That might be a statement that'll get him, not elected.
It might be. It might be a statement that won't get him elected because he want to be able to get the Democrats. He want to be able to get the Republicans. He want to get the young, the old, the black, the white. All of the immigrants. He want all of them because his family is a immigrant. They got that story going for them.
They're a melting pot as well.
Yeah, they're melting pot. So he really want that. But I believe Vivek could potentially do some things. But honestly, I still, that feeling you got when you are extremely sure of something. I'm not extremely sure of him just yet. Not yet.
I think you're just fighting your intuition. That's what I think.
I might be.
You're just trying to pick him apart. And understandably, he's gonna run this country. You know what I'm saying? We want to pick him apart. But so far, it's like, damn, they're not finding enough.
The faces that she's been
stuck. Change my vote.
Like you're getting stuck. Like you're. I'm trying to be professional, guys. Y'all know I try my best to be professional, but you're getting stuck like crap. So, all right. So you're getting stuck. So I'm gonna move on in a moment, but I'm gonna let you say one last thing, Alicia. Ashley. My bad.
Ashley. I'm happy you do this, man. For real. Like, I'm so happy you go live, people. Everybody listens. Like, I listen every time. So I'm a big supporter. Thank you.
No, well, I just want to say thank you to you for stopping by, for adding value to the channel, and for being 100. I like when people keep it a buck, no matter if they know that they're talking to an audience of individuals who may not buy into what you're saying. You're just saying, yo, we gave one of them a chance and they did a great job. We got another that we can give a chance and they will do a great job too. So let's see what happens. Much love to you and your family. And thanks again for stopping by, Ashley. I appreciate you. All right. So what's going on, brother?
Well, I ended up falling asleep, taking a nap, heard a ding, looked at my phone and went, oh, Van's on. I better go put a shirt on and see what's going on. No, it really was. I stayed up way too late last night and was took a nap like I'm 90, and I saw the thumbnail there, and I'm like, what? They RICO'd him, like
RICO.
Yeah, well, I know what that is, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
on what? Like conspiracy to make a lot of money? I mean, what? So I thought, well, I'll get it from Van, see what the story is, and try to quick fire some opinions off. So,
well, here's the thing. I still don't understand the depth of it. I have to read the fourth indictment.
Right.
But I do think that it's kind of weird to have the Georgia DA, the same DA who brought down Young Thug and his crew on RICO charges, actual gangsters out here killing people. That's the person that's bringing down Trump and his crew. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But at the end of the day, it's not for me to get nor understand. But I can communicate about it. Oh my God, we got the GOAT back in the building. Hold on one second. Hold on one second, bro. Hold on one second. See, the longer that I'm on these lives, then I gotta send them a bad email about this. The longer I'm
Yo, hold on a minute. I'm on the phone with Trump real quick. He's telling me, he's telling me that he's gonna be good. What's good, y'all? What's going on?
Oh, lost Van there for a second.
Where in that? What? Where did what?
I guess it's time for him to go take a leak. I don't know.
Oh, all right. Okay. Does that mean I take over the show real quick?
No, well, hey, feel free. You can. You know what I mean? You're very capable of doing it, man. Hold on one second. I'm about to bring you back up. I had to reset on my side, man, because things were just falling apart. Hold on, let me bring one more person up here, if y'all don't mind.
Yo,
I'm
real
only
quick.
bringing her up here so I can fuss at her. Hold on one second, Lou. Heather, I'm about to hide your daggone wallet.
Is that Heather? Is that
Yes, that's Heather.
Don't you dare.
I'm about to hide your wallet, man.
No, Heather sent me $500 like 2 minutes ago.
Oh my, you cheating on me, Heather?
Maybe.
Wow.
Is this how Heather
With a
looks?
younger
I've never seen Heather before. Bro, this first of all, this woman right here has literally like
She's a
changed
blessing.
my life. Like financially, she has done some unbelievable stuff, and this is the first time because she's never wanted to show me her face, but now she's showing you her
It's
face,
not
man.
that I
And
didn't
she's
want to
cheating
show
on me,
you
bro.
my
She's
face,
cheating on me with
man.
you.
Man, she ain't cheating. Whoa, how she cheating on you with me when she been with me first? Like,
I've been with Van for like 2 years.
exactly.
I thought she made the decision to, you know what I mean? Like,
Just know I love you both.
Heather,
Maybe
I brought you. Go ahead.
Maybe Lou
Rob.
needs to get on whatever this is, eBucks once in a while and start calling in his guests. Maybe then he'd already seen her face.
Hey, Heather, I really want to say to you, you are an angel. And it's not many of us out there, but you definitely are. And I want y'all to know this. Heather don't want anything in return. She don't.
Is an angel. I'm not.
No, you're definitely an angel. And Heather don't ever want anything in return. She just like, yo, you're blessed and I'm gonna bless you. And that's it. It's that simple. And I just want to say much love to you and thank you so much for helping myself and helping Lou and helping all other content creators that you're out there helping. I really appreciate you. And God is definitely going to restore everything that you've put out there into our worlds tenfold because you're just amazing. And much love to your sons and your beautiful mom and everyone. Thank you so much for your blessings.
I love you, Van.
Love you too, Heather. You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Okay.
Hey,
cool.
I got a new job.
Oh, congratulations on your job.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So
you giving out toll booth tickets, or are you going to let us know and make us guess all day?
What the hell are you talking about, Rose?
I'm gonna make my guess is you're a toll booth taker, where you just you lift the little arm until you tell us what your new job is.
Nah, she's one of the extreme
I'm a computer
brainiacs
programmer.
in
I've
the
been a computer
engineering and
programmer
computer film. Yeah,
yeah,
There you
for
go.
25 years, darling.
yeah.
And I haven't been working since October, because
Oh.
I lost my sweetheart. I lost my husband to cancer, and I had to do a whole bunch of bullshit. Sell my house, downgrade, all that fucking
Oh,
bullshit,
oh, okay,
right?
okay. Nope.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Van. Fuck. Oh,
You know what? I love you, but I gotta move you. So if you
beep
got one
it,
more thing to say, I
beep
got.
it, darling. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'm so
Uh,
sorry.
uh, it's all good. Much love to you, and congratulations to everything, Heather. I appreciate you.
Cussing Christian, like
Cussing.
you crazy man. All
I
right.
am I am a cussing
Yeah,
Christian.
yeah,
I
yeah.
You got something to say to the people before I get back to the conversation with the other guys, Heather?
I just gotta say, love is the answer, guys. Because it's not about race. It's not about politics. It's not about any of that other fucking
Oh,
crap.
okay.
Yeah, I see. I caught it. Stop it, Van. Stop it.
You might have caught it eventually, but that was a bit of a pop fly there.
Anyway, it's all about love. That's what we should be all about is love. You know, love each other. And know we're all people and we all matter. All right, that's all I got to say.
Oh, so you
Love you
saying
guys.
all lives matter? I thought only Black lives matter.
Stop that bullshit.
Okay, much love to you. Gotta go. You have an amazing day.
Better than
Love
when
you,
I went
Heather.
through my phase of no lives
Bye.
matter.
No lives matter.
Yeah,
Well,
I
hey,
got mad for a while. I'm like, you know what? I can't deal with these people anymore. There's just too much crazy going on. So I took a step back, and then now that I'm kind of last couple of years kind of more paying attention again, I'm like, I don't know that I was wrong. Like some of these people are just crazy out there,
right.
and honestly, I don't know what to do with it until I find somebody that actually has critical thinking within their mindset. I just got to walk away from most people. I'm like, yeah, if you're not going to change your mind about anything, it's like coming up with these flat earthers, and they're saying this and that and the other. And I'm just like, I don't know what to say to that, because if you understand basic physics and, are aware of like anything, this can't be your thought process. So they just got indoctrinated. And, it's kind of like when I first looked at the Trump thing while I was putting my hair up so I didn't look like a Wookiee. I started Googling what you're talking about here with the Trump indictment. And I'm like, you can literally, I log in with one account and I see all these things in the search results. And then I log in with my secondary account and it's purposely watches videos and does things on the left.
Right.
And that account had totally different explanation story
Right.
to the ones that were showing up for me. And that's just in like Google search and in the YouTube algorithm. And I'm just like, this is why nobody knows anything. This story is what? How many hours old? Because it wasn't doing it when I went to bed last night. So, and it's already got two totally different explanations for this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why wouldn't it? They got to
Well, there's
appease
three,
two
but
sides.
the third one is more like the people who are like,
Centrist.
the ones that are like Ronald Reagan made a deal with aliens, and Nancy Reagan is in
the conspiracy
telepathic connection with them all the time.
Hey, he did make a deal, man.
Yeah. With aliens, yeah. It was going to be like he made a deal with them so that we either give them all our gold, which is why the dollar isn't backed by gold anymore, and Fort Knox is empty allegedly, And it was either that or we were all going to be enslaved by the aliens, go mine it somewhere. And I'm like, man, these guys need to be working for Hollywood. Because, I mean, some of the theories they come up with would make great movies.
Well, you do know that people think of us the same way. Like when we talk about certain things that may come off as conspiratorial, um, they say that we're the ones that's in La La Land, and we need to wake up and like people when we say there's racism don't exist. It's all about humanity. I don't see color. Whenever you say that, I want you to know that there's a big part of the country who are judging you and think that you are naive, you're green, wet behind the ears, don't know a damn thing. You must be born in privilege or grew up in privilege. But the difference is you just grew up in a different time, a different part of the world, and all this, that, and the other. And I will say this, like we just now had political trucker up here, and he was like, well, when I was coming up, we didn't talk about skin color, all that. Well, when I was coming up, and still to this day, every single thing we do, we talk about skin color. I can't jump on a curb without somebody saying, man, you jumped on that curve cool as hell. Is because we black. We do that. That's what we do. It's like I can't do anything without it being, yeah, we black. That's why. You know, we the kings, this eyes, you know, we from Africa. They make everything there. Like
that's actually something that I kind of was thinking about last time when I was rambling on, and you were like, man, get off. You're taking up half my show. But was that for me, you know, I mean, technically I'm quite a bit Crow Indian, but I pretty much think of myself as white because that's how I was raised. And like, I think to myself, if I see the white guy next door hanging an engine from his tree and you know, his truck's up on blocks and it's been there for 6 months and he's out in a wife beater t-shirt, you know, drunk and yelling at his old lady, I think to myself, yeah, that's, you know, yucky behavior, I guess. But why would you perpetuate the stereotype that all white people are rednecks? So, like, does that come into play in all the other cultures, you know? Like, is there a part of anybody that goes, I'm not going to do this? Like, I don't know, the most violent thing I can think of is, like, if I ever wanted to, like, get a body count and get on the 10 o'clock news, I wouldn't use a gun because guns already get, like, a bad rap, right? So, like, I wouldn't do that just because that'd be rude to the gun community. Just like if you see, you know, I don't know, some of the other stereotypes, I don't know what they are.
Hold up, you wouldn't go on a mass murdering spree because you don't want to disrespect the gun community?
Well, I mean, I don't know what it takes. Well, I do know what it takes to get there, but I don't know what it takes to get me there to that point. But no, you know, just, I don't know, crowded mall, couple ball peen hammers. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, bro.
whatever you got going on. But the whole point is, like, you stop perpetuating stereotypes, you know?
Yeah.
Like, as a white person, all our stereotypes I try to stay away from, you know, as any of the other groups that are, like, mad about people stereotyping. The thing is, if you're not, like, actively saying, hey, man, knock that crap off, you're making us look bad, you know, you're not necessarily part of the problem, but you're definitely part of the solution. But we got to all admit that there's just a little bit of racism in all of us, because if it's midnight and you're in a parking garage and some big dude, whether it's me or it's going to be a factor, you're like, oh, you know, there's a little fear to that. Like, is he coming, you know, is he coming here to, like, take my car, whatever? Doesn't matter what color you are really, but at that time, if you have that experience, you're going to think, well, is that part of their community? You know, I mean,
so are you
there's going to be things in life experience that are going to ingrain what your observations are.
Are you saying that you're admitting to being a teaspoon racist?
I don't really know that term, but I'm sure there's some things that I've thought about people that was because of whatever race they are. Even though my family, like I said, is the United Nations, we have every race in our, because all the military in my family go out and they bring home wives or husbands from other countries as a general rule. It really does. You don't know who's what, and it's never been a factor within the family. So, like, okay. But there's got to be stuff that I think sometimes, you know.
I mean, look, I'm gonna intervene real quick. I don't really disagree. I think you're being extremely honest, and I think that honesty is really one of the missing pieces to solving racism in America, right? Because a lot of
Right.
people aren't willing to have this convo. Like I have that same thought about white people when I walk in somewhere and I might be at a supermarket and this white dude might look weird and I'm thinking he's about to pull something out and blow everybody down. You know, I have that
Hmm.
intrusive thought
Oh,
about
so
white
you a
people.
teaspoon racist too?
Listen, man, I'm just saying that the stereotypes actually do exist and they are real. Like any mass shootings that happened where people, this shit happens to be white, you know? And if we're really gonna put it all on the table, I think a mass shooter is gonna walk in and I think he's white. Like I think I'm not looking at a mass shooter. I'm talking about a mass shooter that's gonna come in and do some wild shit for no
Okay. Sugar honey iced tea.
do some wild ish
Poop.
for do some wild poop for no reason. So that does exist. Um, just like if I see, you know, it's just certain things like if that, but that's a real crazy conversation to have on YouTube. In my opinion, I would fade away from it. But I think
Right.
it's a very necessary conversation.
It is a necessary conversation, but I will say this. I'm just like Chris Rock when it comes to that. When I'm outside at night, I'm not looking over my shoulder for no white person. I'm looking over my shoulder. I'm just saying
That's what I'm
because there's certain people that are hunting at night. It's certain people that are hunting. Come on, bro. You know, there's some people who are hunting. There's some people who occasionally go to certain places where there's a lot of people, and I'm tired of life. And I don't like the way I've been treated all my life, and I'm just ready to end it all. But before I end it with myself, I want to end a lot of other people's lives. And that right there is I think that's some coward BS to do. I don't think you should ever take out anybody else because you're depressed or anxious or you're just completely over your life. Just do you. Take yourself up out of the question.
And for God's
That
sake,
takes
like,
out everybody else.
reach out for help. You know, like as a young man, I remember being a little bit angry and upset about things all the time, you know, because girls wouldn't kiss me enough or whatever the case may be. And like I was so proud that I didn't need help. I didn't need to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about that, you know, whatever. Like if I hadn't had a mother who would push and push and push and push and push, like I wouldn't have gotten through some of those things as well
Right.
as I did, you know. So like these people out here, you can almost always attribute anybody in a state of self-deletion, let's say, um, to not having enough. Almost always it's a single parent home. You know, they don't have examples and role models to know how to behave as a young person, and then they also don't feel like they have anybody they can talk to safely.
But there's
You
also
know,
like a stereotype of like white kids disrespecting their parents, right? But what I'm saying is
Yeah.
like there's mad stereotypes that we can talk about when it comes to like white people. When it comes to like I want to be careful with my language here, but when it comes to like child predators that get caught up, like a lot of them be white, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like we like self suicide, self harm. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff. So there's a lot of stereotypes of white people.
Right.
The same way there's stereotypes of Hispanics and minorities,
And
black people.
yeah, and black
But
people.
one thing I will confess is when I'm in my neighborhood, I ain't scared of no white person either. I'm scared that one of my mans is gonna come rob me. Somebody that
Yeah.
look like me is gonna come rob me. And
Yeah.
when my car was stolen, it wasn't a white person, bro. It was somebody that looked just like me. So yeah, I think there's stereotypes for every race, bro. I do think that that exists, and I think that those stereotypes are not wrongly put. I think some of them can be unjustly pointed out, like oh, like every you can't generalize a whole race for being a way because not everybody is that certain way. But I don't think everybody's wrong for thinking like, hey, I'm seeing like a random Hispanic person in my neighborhood. I don't know what he coming in here to do. So I don't think that that's fully wrong, even though
hopefully to make some good
it
tamales.
morally
Exactly.
is like is a wrong thing to do, but it's not wrong to have that thought because that's all you see,
Well,
right?
I'm getting ready to be kicked out, so I got one question, Lou. Do you feel like it's your responsibility, or at least you should be talking to the people that you know that do those things that perpetuate those stereotypes? Do you feel it's your responsibility to tell them, hey, man, stop that. Quit making my community, or would you say you're from one of the
From the Bronx.
From New York.
Bronx, yeah.
New York, yeah.
Yeah. Stop making people in the Bronx look bad. Quit jacking
Yeah,
Carter. What is it?
it sounds pretty crazy. It's like somebody's background or something like that.
That's my
I think it's
guy, Sean. That's
Sean,
my
yeah.
guy, Sean. It's okay, Sean. It's all right, brother. I'm bring. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't. Hey, Sean. Hold on 1 second.
You.
I'm sorry.
Can
Say it
you
again.
come?
Say it again.
You help me find the Lord, bro.
I'm sorry. What?
About 4 or 5 months ago, you helped me find God. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's amazing,
Yes.
bro. That is
Yeah, man. I was coming home from work and I was already agnostic, and I was coming home from work, and you were always the days you would bring him up. It was relevant to something that was going on in my life that day. So I've been trying my best to message you, and thank you for that for a minute now. So, man, big props. Thank you. It was much love. Seriously.
Hey, don't go nowhere yet, bro. Hey,
I ain't
listen,
planning on going nowhere yet. Now I'll chat it up with you.
Sean. Let me tell you something, man. To God be the glory. That's all I'm gonna say.
No,
I
for
was
real. No, for real. Yeah, no, all praise, man. All praise.
my grace. That is amazing, man. That's
that's
what I'm.
Yeah,
That's what
no,
I'm
I've been
talking
like I
about.
said, I've been trying to hit you for a minute now. I've actually left you messages on a couple of your other platforms like Twitter. I've been trying to get you in the messages here. You commented to me a couple of times on things back like about a year ago, but yeah, I've been trying my best. I even got with one of your what is it, the moderators. I was trying to get them to actually get a message to you, so I told them I wanted to talk to you and let you know. So, man, much love.
Wow.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, Sean. Thank you so much, my brother.
So,
I really appreciate you,
no, for
and
real. No, I appreciate you.
the fact that you went ahead and gave me that information.
You needed to know it,
Wow.
man. You're the one that brought me to it, man. I mean, obviously the Lord brought me to it, but He was speaking through you, and you need to know that He did that. So,
To God be the glory, man.
yep, for real, for real. So, and then if y'all want to talk about some politics, I'll get into that conversation as well because whatever.
No.
So,
You're good, man. Hold on 1 second. Before we do, I want to say to Rob. Rob, do you have anything for the people before we go ahead and go to the next guest, brother?
Well, I mean, other than like to the creators to be like, hey, remember what the thumbnail was about? But no, I'm giving me crap on that one. But only the third time I've been on here, we ain't got to it. But no.
But oh, whoa! You asleep?
chats,
You
dog.
asleep?
Yeah, I know.
And
I was
we talked
snoozing.
about the RICO law with almost everyone who
You
tapped
gotta
in
wake up
today.
earlier, dog.
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it, aren't I?
Yeah, please do, man. But thank you for pulling up, man. You always add value. I appreciate you, man. And you gotta tell me what system you have too, because you're always very clear. Your sound, and you're never stuck or anything. So you have a really nice system. You're gonna have to tell
You
me
got a
about that, man.
microphone. You got a nice little
Well, yeah,
microphone. You
it's
ready
just a Blue Yeti.
You
Is that
podcasting, man.
USB?
It's just
No,
a
no,
blue
no. Okay,
yeti.
so I have a lot of equipment to assist me because my right arm doesn't work. Right, it's just dangled there. So I got to do a lot of stuff. Headsets. The thing gets in there, my beard starts scratching on it, and the sounds bad. No, I don't. I don't podcast. I have chats with people, and they think I'm like educated or something and wise, and I try to get them out of dark spots. But no, it's a house. It's a you guys. I can tell you're all on phones, most of you. I mean, obviously not Van and Lou, but like most of the people that come in there on phones because the aspect ratio of
Yeah, square.
their
It's not
yeah
square. It's like
is TikTok style or whatever. Phones are inherently wireless. They have problems with connectivity while streaming. I have a system specifically set up to be able to watch 19 different things at one time.
Oh my
Um,
gracious.
the big router, all the technical stuff to assist me because if I'm in some video game killing zombies and the thing stops
yo.
and then it comes back and I'm like got my head chopped up, and being feasted on, I rage out and the neighbor, you don't want that, even
Yo,
the
can I
neighbors
ask
hear
you a
me
question
rage
about
out.
the setup,
So,
real quick?
huh?
Can I ask you a question? Are you using a laptop or do you have like a tower that you built?
No, it's a full tower. It's about
Okay.
25 inches tall monster that I just built.
I figure
Sheesh.
most of the gamers that I know and like people who are like all about their setup, they usually built their own stuff too. So
Hey,
Well, I'd love to do a class sometime and
And we're
show
not
people
about
like
to have
the
a conversation about gaming right now, dog. What are we doing?
Well,
We
no,
can't
but
get
I got
along.
hold on. Before he does answer that, I just gotta ask, hey Rob, before you go, Devon feel like Trump, rightfully so, should be arrested. He feel like Biden
If
ain't do
he is
nothing
guilty,
wrong. He
I
said
didn't say
Biden
that.
Biden ain't do anything wrong,
I
and
didn't say that.
he said the Clintons
I didn't say
aren't responsible for the deaths of anybody.
None of this stuff is what I said. You can actually watch the video from the front. This is more right wing propaganda.
First of all, do you think Trump is guilty? Do you do know that in this country you're innocent until proven guilty, right?
Yeah, which I've said in the earlier
I
part
didn't
of the
hear that.
video.
I never heard you say
Yeah,
that.
I know. Dude, I will go on Twitter and I'll send you all the times that I said I
Nah,
believe.
you know what? You
I
should
said
do.
it when I was on your chat. You guys just see a leftist person and you think the exact
band being Paw Patrol here.
everything is evil.
What's a woman, Devon?
What is a woman? It depends on which definition we're going with. Are we talking biological? Are we talking about socially? Are we talking about analogous?
That's where you lose, bro. That's where you lose
No,
every
that's not where you lose because multiple words that we have as society progresses, more definitions are added and definitions change. If you deny that, then you're denying reality.
Wow. What's a woman, man?
Okay, biological. It's whatever
No,
the.
period.
Did you not hear what I just said?
You said biological. You led with
Yeah,
that. I'm talking about
but see,
period.
the problem
Van,
with what you
Van,
just said
Van.
is that you're trying to take the approach that like we want this to be different. People have been wanting it for a while, even if that's true or not. And now you're saying you have to like everybody else has to think like us and believe that these things are true. I don't have a problem with the idea of saying you have a different gender or you identify as something else or whatever, as long as what you're saying is in the regards of this is like my image of myself, not I am this thing and I always have been or whatever. You can't break the laws of reality just because you believe it should be a certain way.
I agree with what you're
Amen.
saying, but that's not what people on the left are positing at all. Unless you're talking about the extreme, like chronically online, there's a million genders thing. That's not what we're talking about. When I feel like there are two parts to this conversation that I feel like are important that get missed on both sides because progressives will do the most like ridiculous thing where it's like self ID. If you say that you're this gender, you just are this gender. They'll do all kinds of like crazy stuff that doesn't help the cause. But I feel like people on the right too. The reason why things get so extreme on the left is because people on the right won't engage with this in the best way possible either. This is the way I think we should all engage with this. There is a subset of people in our society that it would benefit them if we applied a mindset to figure out how to help them exist in our society. That should be the baseline, right? Because we care about our fellow people, correct?
Yeah. I have a very bad view on life and this type of stuff.
It sounds like
I don't care about everybody though. That's the issue though. I think here this conversation is all about
Yeah.
tolerance.
No,
What you're saying is
we're talking about you say you don't care about other people?
no, I don't care about everyone. That's the issue, bro. I can't
Right.
care about everyone. It's impossible. You know
You
this.
can't save every puppy in the pound.
You're talking about something completely different. I'm not saying that you have to care about everyone the same way that like you'd care about your family. But broadly speaking, we live in a society, we care about other humans in society. Like we care about the well-being and the outcomes of our society as
Yeah,
a whole.
but there's a difference between what you tolerate as a nation, what you tolerate as a person, and what you would tolerate in your
Okay,
family.
that's fine, but
Tolerance is what I'm talking
I'm
about.
specifically addressing what you were saying when you said you don't care about other people.
That's
So
not what I said, Devon. That is not what I said. I said I
didn't
don't
You
care
said you
about.
can't care about everybody.
I don't care about everybody because it's
yeah,
impossible
I know.
to care about
I
everybody.
know, and we're going in a circle. Like I said, I know you don't care about everybody specifically. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
But
saying
Yeah, well, instead of trying to correct his
can't
verbiage or whatever,
finish.
we get back on topic with the whole let's like stop thinking you can change people's minds or you have the right to. We're talking about a group of people with this gender identity thing that is so small that it doesn't make up a big enough part for like the old school what would you call it, like government programs, local programs. They wouldn't care because there'd be so few people in it. They're like, we don't have the money for this. right?
There's nothing wrong with what you're saying in that
Yo,
sense.
man, you gotta lie, bro.
Hey, bro.
The problem is that we can't have these conversations like
Oh Lord.
You
looking
can't
at
have a conversation with somebody that comes to the table thinking, I know that I'm right. And therefore, I'm going to introduce you
Yes.
to this thing as the way I
Yes.
do it.
we
You
also
have to
Yes.
be
we
able to get
also
new
can't we
information and
also
change your mind slightly if it affects you.
we also can't have a conversation with people if we talk over them and assume that
That's
they're
true.
just saying that they think they're right. That's what's
That's
happening
true.
right
Uh,
now. You guys realize that, right?
Everything you've said so far sounds like you believe you're right about everything, and there's no way you're going to change your mind about anything.
Really?
You sound like
yeah,
you're just trying to correct people that are wrong and call them out on it.
exactly.
Aren't you doing the same thing to me right now though? It seems
No.
like you have this idea of who I am in your head already and you're already like on the attack.
Well, I'm not on the attack. I'm probably on the
You are.
defensive for when you came in and immediately started like saying, "Look, what you don't understand is this and this and this," and
No,
like,
I said that the left and the right both approach this very badly, and I think that we should be having a conversation for what's best for people. That's what I said. You're assuming that I think that I'm this person that I'm right. You could admit that you're assuming it, but I'm not doing that. This is the problem. We're having a divide.
but am I right about my assumptions?
No, you're
I,
not. I've changed my
yeah.
mind multiple times. You'd be surprised with a lot of the things that I agree with on the right wing. I fight with liberals all the time, dude. Trust
And
me.
I will have to step up and say this. He's actually not lying. I've had many heated debates and conversations with Devon, and he does come off as a young man who's extremely knowledgeable and won't accept defeat. But he has admitted when he was like, okay, I'll accept that, but he'll go and do some research to, I guess, back his original point. But he still won't tell me what a woman is,
Yeah,
because
because we
he
got
don't want,
sidetracked with this whole
if he
conversation, but
admits
we
to
can
what
do
a
that.
woman is, he
No, I
already know
can.
that he's going to be disrespecting a whole bunch of people
No,
who
that's not
have the
necessarily.
same ideology as him.
No, that's
Exactly.
not necessarily true. I'm not worried about that. I
Yeah.
literally will say there's only two genders. I don't care. Like I'm not.
All right, then what's a woman?
It seems like there's you guys have this like person, this shadow person that you're attacking to, bro. Let me define it. Okay, again, multiple words as we progress in society start to develop differently. When we talk about like for instance, when you say like a car, when you refer to it as a she, right? We recognize that a car is not a woman, right? It's not a biological woman, right? It's not a biological woman. We don't treat it like it's not even human, right? Correct?
Okay, for the sake of your argument, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Why do we use the word she and woman when we're talking about objects that aren't humans?
Well, for the individual, that would be something that you'd have to examine. My personal thing about it is because it's a tradition in the Navy. You call a ship a she
Yeah.
because the original thought of it was this is very temperamental and you have to like love it to death or else it'll kill you. And that's
Okay.
literally the mindset they put forth by this thing. These things are temperamental and dangerous if you don't love them. Same
Okay.
thing with women. If you don't love them, they're dangerous. They're going to split. They're going to take off somebody else. They're going to take your kids. They're going to ruin your life
Oh
if you
Lord,
don't love them.
I don't know what happened to you,
speaking from
Rob. I'm
experience.
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm not speaking
That's
from
not like it
experience. This is
happened, right?
dead on. You can look it up in phrase origin. I think you probably one of the first or second ones on Google. You can look up just about any phrase that why do we say this for this, and there'll be an explanation there or some
Yeah,
kind of history like
you're
why do
talking
we
about
salute.
etymology.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. I couldn't think of the word, but
Yeah.
yeah, you go back to something like that, and then you go, oh well, that makes sense. My car, it was always breaking down when I could only afford a cheap car, and I had to love the thing and make sure I did the preventative maintenance on it, or else it was going to leave me stranded on the side of the road.
Yeah, I get I
And I'm not saying a woman has done that, but you watch enough Jerry Springer, you hear stories like that, right?
Look,
So there you go.
if you watching up Jerry Springer, that just means you. Never mind. Y'all are probably a little too. I don't know if
That
Jerry
just mean
Springer's
you
on
what?
like
Go
when
ahead
you
and
guys
say
get
it.
school. But all right.
Makes us
Nah,
too old.
yeah,
Just
no,
makes
I'm not even
dates
that
us.
old, bro. I mean, I'm not young, bro. I'm 31, like recently. So it's like,
Well, 30s is when your brain is done. And you're about, usually looking back at life and going, man, I should have paid more attention to that topic or whatever. 30 is a good
yeah,
age for,
That's a
yeah,
for
good
yeah.
the
age.
apocalypse, the
I'm looking
lifting
forward
of
to
the
my
veil.
30s personally. But anyway, so This is the important thing. I think this is the critical thinking, like the philosophy fan, that where I come into this, right? You just gave an example of a time where we used she to not refer to something that we typically would refer to it as a she. If I were to come up to you and tell you a boat isn't a boat isn't a woman, like, why are you calling it a she? Why are you calling it a she? Obviously, you know it's not a biological woman. We're not talking about a biological woman. A biological woman has a specific definition, but you refer to the boat as a she for a reason. Language evolves in that way. So to strictly lock down woman as a biological thing, it's something that we already don't do. Now, I'm not saying boats are people. Boats, like,
I mean, sorry, did you say
that's
lock them down to something that
yes.
they are naturally like they were
No,
born
no,
girls and now
that's
they're
not what I
women
said.
because they're grown?
No, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is that language changes to the point where we use words that are typically associated with something original, and then we give it, societally, we use it to refer to something else. This isn't a foreign thing. So the
Talking about like
idea
the
that
N
for us,
word,
yeah, there you go.
like the N word. Okay, so
Hold
okay,
on, let's not go. Yeah,
whoa, whoa,
let's
whoa,
not.
whoa. Hold on, before we
I'm gonna
Kicks, your
define.
mic's
okay,
still
I'm gonna
muted.
define.
before we go anywhere, I just wanted to say this. Hold on, make sure Kicks is good. Donna,
Hello.
let me show you how simple this is, bro. Donna, how are you
Yes,
doing?
Is that
I'm
simple?
good, honey. How are you?
I'm great. Could you please tell the panel of men what a woman is?
Well, a woman is an adult human female, but to go a little bit further, we talk about ships. Ship is a carrier. Carriers are females because they can give birth. They also take care of others. Same
Bars.
thing with
Oh,
America, her people. We always say America, her people. Well, America is our mother. It takes care
Oh,
of us.
Ooh.
hold
holy
on,
So there's
Donna.
shit.
just
Let her
two.
cook. Let
Father
her cook.
time is another one.
She's proving my
So
point.
just I guess esoteric terms, but
Yeah,
that's where
but you're
that's
proving
what
my
I
point.
think. That's just my opinion.
But Donna, what you just said is exactly what I'm trying to say. That proves my point. That flies into the
That's
face.
not what you were
That's not what
saying,
you're saying,
bruh.
bro.
Devon, Devon, I
How
don't
is
know how
that
you
There's
not
a
say
what
it.
I
hold
was
on.
saying?
Sorry.
There's a reason why in
How
society
is
we
that
make
not what I
things
was saying?
female. It's
Hold on.
because it's
How
all
is it
about.
that you say I didn't say that when you just said that?
Can you tell me? Can you tell me what? What?
I
No,
can't even tell you
I
what you
said
just said.
what you're Donna. I
Spoken in
said what you
circles.
just said is exactly what I was saying. Was it not? That we don't use she and woman to refer to just those things. We refer to it with America. We refer to it as ships. You just confirmed what I was saying. Did you not?
No,
He was trying to lead us down a very long trail.
I'm
I
No,
do
I'm
this
saying
trying to.
sometimes.
I'm
no.
trying
That is
I'm
To
not
trying to
what I
where
get
said.
people
I
to. I'm
said
trying to
basically,
get
if you
word.
can
people to
accept
engage
it
with
as
things.
a analogous word or term
It's
towards an inanimate
exactly.
object or something else, then why can't you accept it for somebody who's not within the
Davon,
confines
show your face,
of the
bro.
No.
standard female?
Oh
Show your
shit,
Yes,
my
face.
camera.
Don't
Devon,
don't
Yeah,
be
you
a
yeah,
have.
coward.
yeah, yeah,
There
yeah.
you
I
go.
got you. No, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get people to engage with things philosophically, because philosophers historically have been the ones that are able to solve ethical problems, be able
Okay.
to build societies. I feel like the more that we just stop thinking and we close our minds to ideas,
Oh
we don't
wow.
get anywhere and we don't help anybody. So the
Wow.
We
fact
all
that
have
you just,
different ideas, though, and
there's
you keep
nothing wrong with
judging
that.
their
There's nothing wrong
ideas.
with that. I'm judging
So
your
basically, what
ideas.
you're saying is that anyone who don't
How am I,
buy
wait,
into your
how am I judging your ideas?
whoa, hold on. But you're basically saying that anyone who's not buying into your philosophical way of looking at things, we're closed-minded.
No, I'm saying that the inability to engage with philosophy is closed-minded. So
We
when
don't
you
have
Sometimes
the.
I don't want to engage in philosophy.
okay,
Basically,
well, if
it's
what
in that topic right there. I have no skin in that game. I
you
have two or
do though.
three transgender friends in the local area. I get along great with them. I slip up all the time and call them he, she, whatever they used to be.
Yeah, that's fine.
Um, and they don't give a crap because they know I love them.
Yeah.
Period. But when they start talking about like we need to start doing this, we need to start recognizing this, I go, man, I'm out. I don't have a dog in that fight, man. I'm just not. Now you want to talk about something that I really think is important, like child trafficking or the Weinstein bullshit or the Epstein bullshit.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Sure,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'll engage.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah. I don't
when it comes to like I said, the first world problems of the whole, oh, there's too much mud between me and my jacuzzi. It makes my shoes get dirty. My life is miserable. It's like at that point, there's nothing I can do for you, man. If
Yeah,
your life is miserable because of that, and you can't be happy you have a jacuzzi, then I can't do anything for you.
That's fair. I mean, this just happened to be the topic we're talking about. If you
Hey,
don't want
Van,
to engage with it, we can move forward. That's fine.
Was it?
can we go
I
back
think it
to?
was.
Hold on,
But
Donna.
yeah,
Hold
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Hold
Because
on.
Van
Hold
asked me to
on.
define what a woman was.
Hold
So
on. And we
yeah.
still didn't get your explanation because you was
Yeah,
giving me a
I
philosophical rundown. Donna.
Yeah, there's a reason
can
why.
we go back to the topic of this whole thing? Can we go back to
Sure.
Trump, the indictment,
Sure.
Vivek Ramaswamy, Lou? By the way, honey, love you so much. I was the one
I
that
love
sent you
you,
all those
Donna.
messages on Twitter last night.
I love you,
I was
Donna. You're the
Yo,
watching
can
your
I
best.
ask a
show.
question real quick?
How you gonna bring your fans to my show? This my juke joint.
I,
Yo,
I
And she's
you
your
a
fan. What
long
do you
Van,
mean?
time, Van.
I'm just
Van,
playing.
Van, can I ask a question real quick?
I'm sure. Go
How
ahead.
often do you have like left-leaning people or people who aren't specifically like more right-leaning on here, like in a panel?
Not often, and for that, I want to say thank you, bro. I mean, listen,
Yeah.
I might pick on you,
Oh no,
and try to, and I might seem like I'm
Hold on. Don't give
attacking
him too
some
much
things that you
credit.
say,
You had
but
a
I
lefty the other day.
no. I'm just saying, not often, not often. Every now and again, it's like I have them so. It's not frequent enough that I can name the lefties that do pull up, and that's the issue. And the thing I would like for us to do is to be able to communicate objectively, but not. The one thing we like to do is like when I asked you what is a woman. Yeah, I knew that would be a trap because I know how
Mm.
you want to present yourself as an independent, but you are not. You're extreme left leaning, and when I ask you certain questions, I know that you will expose yourself by answering those
let's
questions.
test this theory.
I just did when I
No,
asked
no,
you
no,
what is
no,
a
no, no,
woman,
no, no, no.
There you go.
and
Let's
you
test
went
the
down
theory.
philosophical
Let's test the
daggone.
theory. Yeah, because philosophy is independent of politics. That's a different.
This
Devon,
being
what
a woman is not politics.
Let's
I'm
test
Devon,
sorry,
the theory.
Donna.
Let's test it. No, no, no. Let's test the theory because you
Hold
accused
on,
me of being
hold on.
extreme left wing. So let's test this theory.
Okay,
Do I think that Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent or guilty?
You think he's innocent?
I don't know. Do you? What do you think
I
he
think
is?
he's innocent. He acted in self-defense. Do I think that the riots were justified?
yes.
Did you
No,
believe
I
it
don't.
either
I
way?
think that burning shit down is fucking stupid. And
Sugar,
all the
honey, iced
courts
tea, and
that did this shit are
effing. Can you
retarded.
say effing?
Oh,
Can
I'm
you
sorry.
say effing?
Or
Dude,
fire
Devon,
trucking.
dude.
Devon, can I ask
Sometimes
you
when
a
I just get around
question?
people and like I get passionate about something, I'm going off. But
Devon, can I ask you a question, honey? When the Kyle Rittenhouse thing was going on in the beginning,
mhm.
did you believe he was innocent right away? Be honest.
I didn't believe anything right away because I'm consistent with my principles. Before I
Oh,
investigate something and before the facts are out, I don't jump to a conclusion. And I think that people like to assume all these things about me just because I'm on the left wing. Everybody's like defenses go way up. And then it's like, "Oh, you're this extreme, you're
no,
this and that." It's like,
it's
"No, dude."
got
Yeah, let's
nothing to
burn him
do
at
with
the
your
stake.
left wing.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do
You
with
said
that.
Van literally just said I was an extreme leftist. That is
You
far,
are.
dude.
But it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's divine. It's you, the way you come across, honey. It's not that you're. We think you're left. Well, I don't think you're left extreme left wing. It's that you don't give. You come across as though you think everybody's wrong, no matter what, and that puts people off.
Yeah, you do.
Can I tell you why I think this is one of those things that people don't realize they're doing the same thing to? When you're in a conversation and you feel a way about something, you will, if you believe that thing, you're not going to lie and say that you don't believe it to the point where you guys in this conversation have done the same exact thing that you're saying I'm doing to you. It's because you believe that you are right. So saying that I'm coming off that I believe, oh, I'm right, and I won't give, you guys haven't given me anything either.
That's true.
Can I
That is
can I just
true. I
make sure?
have to.
No, I
Listen.
think Van has.
That's
I
true.
think Van,
Yeah,
I'm a jerk.
yeah.
I'm a jerk to people sometimes, and
I've known Van in a hot minute, but I'm talking about like you and Rob specifically. It's like there's always this the other person isn't giving anything, therefore they're biased. But it's like in this conversation, you also have convictions about the thing that you believe, which is why you haven't given me anything either. It's not a me thing. It's just the nature of this conversation. We could come to some truths. I like to talk about things in long form so we could actually dissect these things philosophically and figure out what's best for society. But people just like to jump on your extreme left, your extreme left, your extreme left. And it's like, bro, if you knew how many extreme leftists I fight with all the time, you would not think that at
all right.
all.
So let me
my
ask you a question. I'm sorry. Go
my
down.
apologies. excuse, Devon. I'm very sorry that I made you feel
Okay,
that
it's okay. It's like I said, it's human nature. I understand it. It's
I,
fine.
I
I
don't
don't understand.
apologize if you feel that way because your
way.
feelings is not my business. My intent
Your
is for
feelings is
you
not
to,
my business.
and I don't want you to apologize for my feelings.
Yo, by the
No,
way,
but I
I wanted
will
to
say
say this
this. Hold
I
on,
earlier.
whoa,
apologize.
bro. Just because you got a mic in your daggone hand don't mean that you can overtalk everybody.
I just want to say one thing real
I
quick,
know
real
you
quick.
just, but you just said 50,000 things. Can I
It's about
ask you
your
a question?
hoodie. It's about your hoodie. I love
Oh,
it.
you like
Yeah.
Martin?
I have a hat. Yeah, I have a hat with the Martin Signey thing. Bro, Martin's my shit.
Yeah, yeah. My wife got me to stay. You can't say crap. You can't. Do you have to curse? See, that's that liberalism. You don't
It's anxiety.
respect nobody's constitution.
You have your own
Well, I will say
Yo,
this. My strong view, I got to watch that. It's a military thing, you know. I'm firefighter, then police, then military, then truck driver. So like
Right.
I have this, you know, I need to speak my mind if anybody's going to listen to me thing. So I mean, yeah, sometimes I come off strong, but a part of it is this: when you're talking about something to what is, I don't want to like give anybody the idea that your problems don't matter, or your thoughts, or your ideas, or your philosophy doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like in the grand scheme of the conversation, when you're limited on time, because we're already in what, a 3.5, 4 hour podcast, like when you're limited on time, we can't deal with things that are like, you're talking about minutia and things that take a very long time to discuss.
Mhm.
We need to prioritize what we are discussing. A lot of times, if you're trying to like solve the world's problems because you're in, you know,
Oh,
your basement with your buddy smoking dope, that's fine. You can do whatever you want to and talk about all the philosophy you want. But when it comes down to what's going on in the country today, what about all, you know, we need to be talking about the things that are making people self delete, people living in dangerous neighborhoods or dangerous times, what's
Exactly.
going on in the politics that are actually going to change the world and the country. We can't, we don't have time to focus on, you know, whether or not my definition of a woman is different or not. My definition of woman is simple. It's a female that is very, very compassionate and loving, and it's the reason the world isn't more chaos.
Well,
It's because
Rob,
women exist.
Rob, I have to on the last part, your last point about us not having to talk about things like what is a woman. I have to challenge you on that because if the wrong person have the wrong answer to that question, they can make laws for people who are men to be able to take rights from women because now they
Yeah.
identify, and we've seen this. We've seen it happen because people they like to philosophize things, and next thing you know,
It's a
these
slippery.
men got on the skirt and they whooping the hell out of another woman in her sport
Yeah.
that she done been playing for the last 15 years.
yeah.
And
Well,
I got an issue with that. So
trans
that's
people in
why I
sports
asked the question.
I think we
trans
all
people in
do.
sports is not like at least the more reasonable liberals that I know, they don't agree
It's
with
not
that.
okay.
Obviously, there needs to be better vetting for that. But
What
yeah, the only reason why we were talking about it again because Van asked me the definition. I like to actually have comprehensive conversation, but I get it. Time's limited. I understand. I do talk like a lot too. So it's just me being passionate, but I'll chill out. Yeah. So if you want to talk about
Say
something
Hey,
else,
hold on,
that's
hold on,
cool.
hold on. I got something. We're about to talk about the RICO case against Trump. That's what we about to talk about. But I didn't allow Kicks to say anything ever since he been in here, and plus we just now got Daedra in here as well. Kicks,
Yeah,
is you got the floor, bro.
I've just been sitting back listening, and this conversation, honestly, is exactly what's going on wrong in our country, right?
Ooh,
We have deciding opinions on both sides, right? And we're so bent on being right that we can't agree to disagree on certain topics and get to the root of the issue. That's what's happening in our society, right? Coming up, you could have difference of opinions with people and be like, you know what, I don't agree with you on this point, but let's move forward. But now we're stuck in this philosophical conversation that just keeps going in circles because it's based on what you think.
But that's not necessarily true. Like our laws are literally downstream from the philosophical theory of ethics. Like we base our laws Yeah, our laws are downstream from ethics and morals. That is the thing that we hold at the center of our Constitution. So
Right.
it is very important to look at the actuality and like base what we're doing on philosophical thought. I'm sorry, but that's just the case. That's the way that these countries were founded. That's the way that law is founded. It may be long, it may be something that people don't want to get into, but this is what critical thinking is. That's what it's based on. That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, what's the best thing to do in this complex world where we have all of these interconnecting systems? What's the best thing that we can do for society as a whole for human flourishing? So it is
Are you
important.
putting that forward in this conversation? Is that what you're putting out in this conversation, or are you just talking in circles?
I don't know. I mean, you could decide for yourself. I feel like I haven't been able to really like finish that point, and it seems like Rob doesn't want to talk about it anymore, and I'm cool with not doing that anymore. We could talk about the RICO case.
I'm nobody, dude. Like that.
Well,
You can
I
talk
think
You're
about
not
whatever you
nobody.
want.
hold on, hold on, hold
I
on. I
won't
think
really
that
engage.
hold on. I think that Kicks is correct. I think that in this situation, just to move forward, I think we should just all agree to disagree. That right now, this
Yeah,
conversation
I'm
is
cool
not
with
going
that.
to prolong, and that we're ready to move on. I don't think anybody's right or wrong. I think we just don't agree right now on some truths that maybe later on we can find. So, for
That's
just the
cool.
sake
Yeah.
of this conversation, bro, I think we should all just agree to disagree. And but Davon's usually wrong anyway, so we
He's
don't have
wrong as hell.
Y'all say
quit,
that.
quit
Y'all
picking on the
say that.
kid, man.
Y'all
Uh,
say that, but y'all are MAGA, so I don't know what to tell you. You guys think that Trump could literally like kill somebody and you'd be like, it's
Here
4D
you
chess.
go.
It's
Here you
4D
go.
chess. He was
yeah,
doing that
I'll,
because he
I'll
wanted
admit
to.
to it. I admit to it. I
Serious.
wouldn't care.
Wow. So you
Let
really
I
me
think?
admit to it.
So you think that this RICO charge, Davon? You think this RICO charge is warranted?
Okay, let's, before you jump on me, I believe in
I
innocent
just
till
asked the
proven
question,
guilty.
brother.
Yeah, I understand that. I believe in innocent till proven guilty. But given the details of what I know about this, it's not looking good for your boy.
Got it. Cool.
I
Same goes
agree
for
too
any
with
other
that. Given the details, it's not looking good for Trump. And but some people can feel free to jump in and tell me whatever they
I'll
want to.
argue otherwise, but I'll go when it's my turn. But I disagree with the fact that it's not looking good for Trump.
Oh, in
Can I
terms
just say
of
something?
the
Go ahead, Donna.
I've been waiting 2 hours to say this. Okay, Lou, I sent you all those messages last night on Twitter about Ramaswamy because I was watching your show. So I'll get to Rico. I'll let somebody else come around just before I get into this. But I love Vivek. I love him. I think he's awesome. But he's in a similar situation that Trump was in when Trump came in. Everybody likes to get morning quarterback. Is that what you say? Trump and say, well, the, he was bad about that. He didn't. Somebody, I think Heather, who's awesome, said before, well, he didn't do this and he didn't do that. Well, what people aren't realizing is you got to look back in time and realize he had nothing but snakes around him giving
Facts.
him advice that he
Facts.
didn't know. And he not only had to fight the Democrats,
he
he
hired the
had to fight a
snakes.
lot of the establishment Republicans just to get done what he got done.
He hired those
And
people.
And he
and
fired them.
Yeah,
and
the
he
guy that said
fired.
he hires the best people, the guy that's supposed to be a businessman,
Okay, I'm
fires these
talking now,
people.
Devon.
You hear this?
I'm talking now.
You hear him? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Devin.
but don't you like pushback? Come on.
Yeah, let
He's
me
not. He's
let me.
not wrong. He's
You've
not
I
been
got
wrong.
talking.
teased.
You've
I
been
got
talking
teased like a
for two
motherfucker, bro.
hours.
Come on.
Hey!
No, my God. Okay, last time. I promise you, Van. I
One more
promise
Oh
time,
you.
I'm
my
kicking you
God!
off,
I
man.
promise you. I promise you.
Liberalism is,
Can
ladies
I
and
can
gentlemen.
I
Let
please
him be
Woo!
on
finish my
liberalism.
statement?
Wow.
Go for it.
Oh my God. Okay, going back to Vivek.
I love this group.
Going back to Vivek. Vivek is a businessman. Trump was a businessman. Vivek is going to be eaten alive when he gets in there because he's going to have all the same snakes, or worse. Because believe me, they're piling up. They're getting ready. Look what they're doing to Trump. This is nothing compared to what they do to Vivek, especially now that Vivek is going on record and saying he would, what do you call it, pardon Trump. I believe Vivek is honest. I believe he wants to do the right things, but I just don't think he realizes what he's up against. Trump does, because he's been there. He knows where the bodies are buried.
I'm
You
gonna
know
I'm
what,
gonna
So
Van? Highlight
let
Red
me answer
Heart's
to that. Let me
comment
answer
there.
to that real quick. I do get that you would think that, right? And I do agree with you on that. But the only thing he's receiving attacks from are Trump supporters. I think the only people really damning him down right now are Trump supporters themselves. I don't think anybody on the left is even worried about him. I
I
think
think it's
at
building.
all.
I think it's starting to
no, the
build where
only thing I
they're
see
starting.
building is Trump MAGA supporters, MAGA voters specifically, coming at the man. They're not giving him the chance, which I understand, by the way. But if we're going to identify, we have to identify the issue here is that he's rising fast because he's a good speaker, good
Exactly.
articulate, Yale, Harvard graduate. He's very smart.
Exactly.
He's also coming fast, right? And there's a lot of unanswered questions, but it ain't the left coming for him right now. It's actually
No, because
MAGA voters.
they don't see him. They don't see him as a threat just yet.
Yeah, but
But
I think anybody that shows himself to be a threat to Trump himself as far as the primaries, because remember, he's not running against anybody on the left. He's running against Trump himself, right? He's running against
I know.
DeSantis. So
Yeah,
both DeSantis camp, aka fans, and the camp, and Trump supporters, and Trump himself still hasn't attacked him, which I'm pretty sure it'll come soon. But I think that that's the only people holding him back, or that will. It ain't gonna be the left because he's not running against the left right now. I think it's Trump supporter MAGA voters themselves right now that are
I
going to
agree.
come for him.
I agree, Lou. One of the things that I'm noticing in everything that because I'm like constantly watching. I have my spidey senses everywhere. I'm noticing more and more MAGA voters are coming and do appreciate Vivek. That I think they're just so tied up in not feeling like they're not loyal to Trump that they're not saying anything yet, or they're still fighting it. But I think if Trump were not to be able to vote or to run, I think Vivek would be a great president. But I worry about him because I know what snakes and swamp creatures are in D.C.
Can I jump in on that?
Sure.
I agree with what you just said. And it goes back to what Van and I talked about the other day. My fear is Trump gets the nomination, becomes president, and then what we've seen ramp up with now 4 indictments, the last 7 years of attack, it's not going to get any better. So I've started looking at a plan B. You know, who would benefit my thought process and who would advance the country? And unfortunately, where the Dems do things right is they
They
just vote.
stick together.
They vote for whoever their party puts up there. And
Exactly.
2024, baby.
They're robots.
Republicans
Okay.
have always been independent voters and thinkers. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why Republicans lose most of the time, right? If let's say Trump doesn't get the nomination and DeSantis does, Trump goes independent. Republican votes are now split in half. The Democrats can put a donkey up there and they'll win because they stick together. That people will vote for a Democrat
I mean,
even if
like
they don't.
Herschel Walker and Lauren Boebert.
Oh Lord.
Oh, honey.
I like
You
the
see you see
agreeing.
what he
I love
did?
all the agreeing here, but like, come
Uh,
on, gotta have like some sort of pushback, right?
Or
Why?
let people
I
finish
think
the
you
sentence.
just push back to push
Why?
back.
Why do you feel like you have to push back on facts? Because all that does is make
Push
you look
back on
argumentative.
facts. You're giving opinions. You're saying
No,
what you
it's a
don't like
fact.
about certain people.
Historically, and look at the voting record. It's historically fact.
So that
Republicans
if so that so that
split
so
the
that
vote.
so that hold on. The fact is that if you put a donkey up there, the Democrats will vote for them.
No, that's not
Yes.
what he said. He's
Not what
talking
No,
about if you split the votes. If you split the
exactly.
votes, bro, that's not what he said. Are you listening?
young people in their literal mindset. I don't get it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's literal. I'm saying that you think that if they just put anybody up there, the Democrats will vote for him.
Is
That's all I'm
Biden?
saying.
May I say something? Hey,
Is
everybody.
Hey,
Actually, I've been
hey,
waiting. Yeah, I've been
hey,
waiting for it. Like,
Daedra. How do
What's
you pronounce your name?
that is correct. I'm very impressed. My name is Daedra.
Yes. How are
But
you doing?
I'm great. I get called Deidre at least once a day, you know. I say like, what's your name? Deidre. Like, oh,
Even with the
Deidre.
A there, they still call it Deidre.
It happens all the
People are
time.
something else.
Before I jump in and respond to this young man, I wanted to say I appreciate what you guys are doing. Van, this is great. I've watched your journey, how
Bless
you
you.
were raised a certain way, and then you started to do some research for yourself.
Well, thank you.
And I come from the same situation.
It
Your
takes strength.
family just votes a certain way. They say this is what we do because this is just what we do. And then
Yes,
when you start asking why do we do what we do, I couldn't get any answers, specifically. So I think it's very wise to go on a journey to research and get behind candidates that represent your personal values. Now, we all will not have the same values
that's right.
because we are all different. We come from different places, different environments. We have different upbringings. We have different things that inform and shape the values that we have individually in our subcultures. But as it relates to the United States or the entire country, we do have to find a way, I think, to get back to civil discourse. And that's what I appreciate about your channel, Van. I appreciate that. Lou, I was
Thank you.
so shocked. It was like a bonus to get to see you, and because I watched the video you just posted 12 days ago, the Bongino video with all the videos and the receipts. I said, man, if I were representing Trump, I would get him on the team. I mean, there was so much um the footage that you put together. I don't know how that was, or you were reviewing it, whatever it was excellent. Now,
What?
to the young man. Oh, wait, you want to respond?
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're
It's
awesome.
just excellent work. Now, to the young man, is it Devon or
Yeah,
Devon? Devon,
I
hey,
think
how
on.
are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, good. I think what I wanted to say was I believe that the gentleman, Mr. Kirk, I think I've got a bar
Kicks?
here, kicks. What he was really trying to say is that it's not that Democrats will just vote for a donkey or any person. What he's saying, I think this is what I perceive. He's trying to communicate that there is a tendency for the Democrats to rally around one person, no matter who it is. And they sometimes will put even their own personal preferences aside just to support whoever their person is, because they understand how important it is to get as many votes as possible behind their person. Is that what you were inferring?
Absolutely.
And I think you're saying on the other end that Republicans tend to remain in their own independent thinking silos, which can split votes and cause a little bit more division. And so they don't have that same momentum where everybody says, okay, no matter what, we are all going in this direction. that's
Ex-
that's what I believe was trying to be communicated. And the last
Gotcha.
thing I wanted to say, and then I'll give you a chance to respond. It's just because I got to get ready to go. But thank y'all so much for the opportunity. It's my first time doing something like this. This is
Thank you.
crazy.
Make sure
This
you
is
come back.
nuts. I would love to. I would love to. The last thing I wanted to say is, and not that you should go back down, but the reason why I logged on is because you were asking, what is a woman? And I was just going to say an adult female. I specifically think about when you have XX chromosomes versus the XY chromosomes. These things cannot be genetically modified or changed. And
Yet.
even when you are born with an XX chromosome, there may be some things that malfunction in development. People are born with different genetic coding in the DNA may become messed up in some way. Perhaps there's some hereditary disease that flows through the family, or sometimes the actual hormonal levels may vary. But at the core, you are a female if you have an XX chromosome at conception, and you are male if you have XY chromosomes, and at conception. And it is the man who determines whether he's delivering the Y or the X. Okay, during contraceptive. I'm trying to be as G rated as possible
Thank you.
here, but that's just basic biology. Now, the last thing I want to say is, as it relates to terminologies changing, right?
defining and calling a woman something different than what it is. The one thing I'm not hearing in any of this discussions I've listened to over the past few years is intention. Why? Or another way I should say it, what is the reasoning behind wanting to change a definition to something else? Therein, that's where I believe you find the intent to either deceive for a certain reason. You got to wonder, wait a minute, if the definition has been one way for so long, why all of a sudden are we trying to change it? What is the real motive behind it? There's something bigger at play behind that. And it is that intention, if we can identify it, that will inform us to know, wait a minute, there's a broader, there's something that is wanting to be done in terms of changing the culture, or political laws or something. We have to go back, even though language is always evolved. There are certain words that we no longer use, but you have to think, wait a minute, but why are we no longer using them? Is it just because the terminology just, it's not cool to say certain things? Or I believe it's different with this as it relates to gender and determining what a woman is and changing that. I think there's another reason behind it. And we need to be discussing that. What is the reason? What is the intention? I'll say, and I'll let you guys answer that question, but this is the very last thing I promise I'm going to say. I'm a woman of faith. About a year ago, I was praying, and I know some people meditate and some people don't. It's okay. We all live differently, but I am a person of faith. And I heard the words last year. He said, I heard what I believe is God to say to me. The next war will be through rhetoric. He said, deception will come through rhetoric. And I had no idea that there would be so much discussion about definitions of words. And we need to just be thoughtful as we are, just existing as a country. I pray for the best. And despite what everybody thinks, I still think this is the best country in the world to live in. I believe we're very honored to be here. And the fact that we have the freedom to disagree is great. So carry on. Just those are some of my thoughts. And I just love all of you. So have a great day.
That's what I'm talking about. Mic drop. Mic drop. Hey, let me tell you something, Daedra. You are a bad mofo. You broke it down, and you ethered Devon.
No, I didn't get.
I'm just messing with you, brother. You did an amazing. You did an amazing job. Thank you so much. Like every single thing you said, 1,000% agree. Even to the point of what you said about Lou Valentino and his production and his content that he puts out on his channel. He is an amazing content creator. That's why I rock with this young man so much. Keep doing what you're doing, and I see you sing. You sing?
I do.
Or you produce? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see them plaques behind you.
Oh, I keep forgetting all that's behind me.
Nah, you ain't put. Shut up.
Wait.
I forgot.
Deidre, so you sing and stuff like that, and you make music, obviously. Well,
yeah.
Not to promote a liberal, but Devon is a producer. He make. What do you do, Devon? You want to tell her what you do?
Yeah, I produce. I make beats. And
that's awesome.
I write a little bit. I used to do vocals, but I didn't like the attention, so.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
That's what's up.
Maybe you guys can work together after the way you just demolished them.
You just killed them. You killed them.
Hey, my intention was not to kill anyone. I'm just offering the way that I see.
You gave I appreciate that breakdown, and I love that you were able to break it down and give that. They wouldn't let me. They said it was too long and philosophical. I did it, but when you did it, you got applause.
You ain't that pretty.
They wouldn't let me. First of all, I am gorgeous, so you need to.
I don't know. I know what your eyeball looks like, but that's generally all I see here. So.
Oh my gracious!
Well, maybe
just got this webcam, bro. So
maybe it's because it's my
I'm just giving you shit, man, or stuff, man.
No, I got you.
Nah, thank you.
Appreciate you all.
Later,
have an amazing day.
Later, Deidra. Thank you.
God bless.
All
You
right,
know what? I do
that's what I'm
have
talking about.
a thought on what she was saying there with the intention behind it. Um, I don't know, and this is just my own life experience. It doesn't apply to everybody, obviously, but I think that like for a long time, women have been revered. Like I know, women are more important than me. If there's some situation, I'm going to get between violence and women because they're more important than me. They make all the people, right? So like they're more
They make
important,
all the people.
So wait,
right?
what about trans women? Are you gonna do the same for them?
Well, to be honest, I'll do
Yes.
the same for anybody. But I mean, as a general rule, I think women are more important than men on a general basis because they're awesome. So I think there's a bit of inclusiveness to that. If you're a woman, you're in the club. You know, you have this. Once you become an older woman, you're wise by default. Usually, it seems in people's thinkings, and people that were confused or not being heard are just like, you know what? I think that's where I need to be, so people will think I'm special too. Because men are a dime or a dozen. You know, I mean, even if I was big and strong, still, that there's a million of me. I'm not important, but
I want to weigh
women
in.
tend to be.
You
I
are
want to
important,
weigh
brother,
in,
to
but I
me.
feel like if I start explaining myself, you guys are gonna get like upset. So can I please
They
like
are.
spend
They
some time?
are. They are. You're the only liberal in the bit. Well, I don't know if Angel is a liberal.
I want
Maybe.
him to explain himself, but can we get to this Trump stuff?
We can't. We
Yeah.
Yeah,
can't. We can't. I don't
We
even
have
want to really
we
talk
were
about this.
so
But I just
close
want
to
to.
getting there, and then
Yeah.
like
Went off the rails.
Deidre
Daedra,
blew it up.
All
Daedra
right.
messed it up. It's like she was on
All
point, but she messed it up.
all I wanted to
Yeah, but nobody was complaining, were they?
all I wanted to say was the reason why I was making this distinction between biological, societal, and when we're talking about like ships and all that shit is because I agree that there is such thing as a biological woman and a biological man. I don't dispute that. There are some crazy progressives all like that are further to the left of me that obviously do dispute that. The reality of the situation is we have people in society who for some reason the only thing that they has helped them is for them to transition, and because we respect them as like people in society and we see them as people in society. Take a Blair White. We see Blair White, she exists in society as a woman. Like that's the societal definition. When it comes to the biological definition, I agree with you guys there. It's just that it seems to be it's this either or mentality on both sides. In terms of intention, I think the assumption of intention is just crazy. Like if you just talk to people who transition, it's either that they literally in their minds they felt so uncomfortable, they had this body dysphoria and they needed to transition, or they were people who were told, obviously there's like indoctrination where people are told too early, that all this stuff and it turns out they're not really trans, and that's an issue. But thinking that is just because people want to be men and want to be like have attention, like that's just a straw man of these people, and it's not solving the problem on you guys' side. It's not.
it's a great explanation, bro.
It was all
Well, I
right.
mean, we could talk about the RICO case.
Nah, good for you, bro. I
Nah,
feel
it was
you.
good. That was actually good. Because he's an intelligent young man. It's just, what I mean, y'all are gonna have something to say against him because most of what he says is wrong. What's going on, Angel?
Hey, I've been watching your channel for several years. I remember when you did your Tom McDonald Week series there. I love that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
He
Is that
just
what your
dropped a
hand was
new one
raised
too.
for?
Well, no, that's not why I came on. Just to, for one, be part of the discussion about everything going on with Trump, and to answer the question about what is a woman. To be quite honest, it's like asking what is a man. At the end of the day, you make yourself to you who you are as an individual, whether you're a man or a woman. I define myself for who I am, where I have a job, I have a house. I don't have a car, but I ride my bike and I take the bus to get around town. So I have means of transportation. But at the same time, I define myself of who I am as an individual. Do I like the way this country is going under the current administration or the Brandon administration? No. Do I wish things were back the way it was under the Trump administration? Yeah. In fact, I am a 90s, 2000s kind of kid where things were much cheaper under the George W. Bush era administration. Things were a lot more economically convenient for everyone, and things weren't as crazy as it is like now or have been since the Obama administration started to release spending bill after spending bill. But at the same time, Trump tried to take things back to the way they were. But the Democrats, or Democreeps as I call them, are doing to screw this country up.
What don't you like about Biden specifically? Like, can we tackle one thing and then we could talk about it?
He called y'all Democreeps.
I actually thought that was pretty
Um,
slick. I like that.
well, for one, Joe Brandon put his Build Back America bill in his first year of administration in the summer of 2021. How great has that turned out? How people don't think economically of why prices are rising for food, groceries, everything that was cheaper back 5, 6 years ago when Trump was in office. People are not thinking of that economically of what his spending is causing America to skyrocket in prices as they have been. And at the
Okay.
same time, do you think Disney, Netflix, and them would still be raising prices as they are under Trump there? Probably,
Okay.
probably not.
So
But
can
at
I?
the same time, it's just his spending the spree that he's doing is what is wrecking this country. And some people try to compare Trump's spending, but he was building the military stronger and better. But
Yeah.
Joe Biden
Okay.
or Joe
Cool.
Brandon thinks his spending is building America as a whole better when it's making us more weaker.
Okay.
And I
Let's
can go
just stick
on,
to.
but
I know. Yeah. Let's
Devon,
stick to that.
I want to see what your liberal
Okay.
aspect is. If you are a true liberal, communist, socialist.
I'm
Hold on,
one.
Devon. Did he answer your question?
He answered my question, but some of the things that he said are factually wrong. When you
Uh-oh.
talk about the prices getting higher on products, do you know the difference between headline inflation and core inflation?
Mm, mm.
Not really, but all I know is that
Yes.
for milk and eggs, they were much cheaper by the dozen or by the gallon under Trump. But
Exactly.
I
Okay.
don't really know the difference of headline inflation or the one that you just mentioned.
Headline versus core inflation. Core inflation just being like the core of inflation. Headline inflation is the combination of like products that we buy, like groceries, like a lot of the stuff that you mentioned, right? Like product, right?
Yeah.
How did Biden cause the inflation that happens with groceries and all of that stuff? What did he do to make that happen?
Well, for one, he continued his economic American propaganda against the slavery virus, as I like to mention. I don't want to say the full name. I just call it slavery virus because we were under shutdown by the government in 2020. But some people are blaming on Trump. Did Trump want the government shutdown
The
under the
whole
slavery
world,
virus
the
that
whole
was here
world
in
was
America?
under that.
No. But it shut
I
down
actually have
so
a
many
different
economic
reason
aspects
why.
Hold on.
of shipments, productivity, and so much more. And it even put students K through 12 behind classes and that stuff
Okay.
because of the slavery virus that the
All right.
Democrats
All right.
wanted
Let's just talk about
an American shutdown
inflation.
for.
Let's just talk about the inflation right now. If inflation is a worldwide phenomenon that followed after COVID,
Yeah,
why would Biden be to blame for inflation?
that's a good
Well,
question.
for one, why would he spend the money that he thinks is building back America when it hasn't built anything and towards what he's proclaiming these last
That's not my
few
question.
years?
That's not my question. Can you
Well,
recognize
I
that the
actually
world?
have something for you, Devon.
Hold on, man, because I don't, I just want to stick to
Look,
one person
Devon,
and
it
one thing.
sounds like you're a black liberal, communist, socialist there, sir.
I'm a
And at
capitalist,
the same
actually.
time, I want to hear what Ro has to say. I don't
I'm a,
want to hear
I'm a,
anything of what you
I'm.
have to say because I
That
deal
seems to
with
be the
too much
problem with
liberals like
America.
yourself, if that's what you are. And right now, in this country, state age, liberals are too much control freaks. And so I would rather hear someone else, please.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm a capitalist. I don't like communism. I don't like socialism. I don't like the power vacuums that they open up. I think socialists and communists, the trend that's happening with younger people is fucking stupid and
Oh,
doesn't actually
God,
involve.
I told you. I told you.
Van,
Fire trucking.
Van,
Fire
I love you.
trucking.
Van, I love you. I love you. I promise that's it. All right, listen.
I just want to hear someone else.
I'm not a social. Yeah, but here's the problem. You don't want to listen to anything that I'm saying because I'm on the opposite end. I asked you a question, and you wouldn't answer it, and now you're just saying, "Oh, I want to hear from
Well, the
everybody else."
thing
Nah,
is,
nah,
when
nah.
No,
Go ahead,
people
finish. Go
are
ahead,
on the
finish. Go ahead,
opposite
finish.
end, they don't understand.
Nah, nah, nah.
I'm trying to talk
Finish.
about inflation
Finish.
as an
But you're trying
actual
to
thing,
bring
and you
your
don't want to.
narrative onto me.
No, I'm not trying to
Nah,
push a
he's
narrative
trying to
onto
debate.
you. I'm trying to
That's
ask.
what it
Trying to
sounds
wait.
like.
Hold on, Angel. Hold on. He's trying to rebuttal what you're saying, right? He's trying to give you his reasoning to why he feels the way he feels, and I think everybody's entitled to that in this country. So please let us hear what he has to say.
Okay, so
Someone in your chat there, Van says, the Devon, you just rumble.
I rumble. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Based. All right. So anyway, when we talk about inflation, we're especially following
If I
COVID.
was a host, I'd be like, next.
Of course you would, because you live in an echo chamber and you don't want to listen to anybody else.
I'm more intelligent. I'm autistic, ADHD, bipolar, mood, and
You're
seizure
not making a good
disorder.
case for
But
yourself right
autistic
now, bro.
individuals have a better mindset
You're not making a
than
good case for
people
yourself
like
right now.
you, Devon.
Yeah.
I have more of a mindset that people understand and are more like, wow, I never thought of it that way. And
Yes,
it's
the
just
people that
from
already
the way
agree with
my
you.
brain works is
The
more
people that
intelligent,
already
more
agree with you.
intellectual, and more IQ than what yours probably is.
I get
Not
that you have
trying to attack you
glasses.
there,
I get
man,
that you have
but
glasses
at
and
the
it
same
makes you think that
time,
you're smart, bro, but you're not doing yourself any favors by telling me you have autism.
oh my gosh, I'm not doing myself any favor. I have a job that pays 15.50 an hour, more than what the state rate
Base.
here is in
Yep.
Arizona
Super
of
base.
13.85 as of right now.
I didn't realize this was the
But
Angel show. Are you done ranting about how great your life is and how smart you are?
are you done with your the
What?
redundant
Hey,
are you done with
I
your
got attacked
redundant
first,
talking
man.
points
I got
there?
attacked first. I'm not a bully,
Okay, all
but
right.
you're gonna
So
attack me.
yeah, but
I'm
keep it
not
let
above
me.
the
trolling
belt.
there, Dark.
All right. So a little
You
bit.
call me a dumb black liberal.
All right. So Davon,
Yep.
go ahead and respond to Angel. Angel, if you could please just let him respond, and
All
when he's
right.
done, then you can say something. But until then, if you wouldn't mind, all right. Go ahead, Davon.
All right. So anyway, now we've collected ourselves. When we talk about inflation after COVID, it was a worldwide phenomenon. In terms of recovery, if you look at our core inflation, it's been getting back to normal. The reason why people are going out shopping and seeing that their prices are still high is because of documented corporate price gouging. This is something that right-wing media was denying for a hot minute, and then they finally just conceded on it. Even Fox News was reporting on it. The fact that corporations during inflationary periods, they actually take advantage of that and price gouge. That's the reason why there's currently record profits for corporations right now. They're raking in a lot of money, but yet their prices stay high. I'm not against throwing Biden under the bus for a few things. I think that he's horrible with the border crisis in general. I feel like there's just a handful of things that he said he would do, like every other politician, that he doesn't do. But when people don't analyze the actual data behind inflation and what's causing it and just blame it on Biden, it's insane because the entire world is in an inflationary period, bro. We actually have the fastest recovery in the entire G7 right now in terms of our inflation coming back down. We're it's not really it's not a Biden thing, and it
So
just
you
seems disingenuous to blame him for that.
so you give no responsibility to Joe Biden at all
No.
for
Let me ask
hold on one
No,
Devon.
hold
second,
on, hold on,
bro.
bro.
Let
Yo,
me
you
tell you something.
Steven.
Let me tell you something. My son is autistic. My son, oldest, Van Hall Jr. And I'm not very. Whenever he steps out of line, I would kick him in his ass because I've raised a son who has the same issues, probably the same or similar to you. But respect is respect, regardless. I don't care how you look at it, how you slice it. Respect is respect. Now you were able to say a whole poop ton to Davon, and we allowed it. Please allow him to speak, and anyone else that want to address him based off of what he said, Please allow them to ask their questions to him. You're not the only one here. I will come back to you. Give me a moment, if that's okay.
Okay,
All right.
just have a quick question.
Okay, I'm gonna give you your question. Hold on one second.
All right.
So, Joe Biden, you're not. It don't seem like you're giving him any responsibility for where this economy is right now. You're blaming it on the whole world. You're talking about core raises versus anything else. Please let me know how is it that he gets absolutely no responsibility in this.
Okay, I didn't say he gets absolutely no responsibility. Obviously, recovering the economy, that's his responsibility. But when we look at the data
Recovering, it was a better economy under Trump than it is under Biden. So, what did he recover?
from COVID,
Um, okay, we did. That's fair. That's fair.
okay,
That's fair.
so
What else?
yeah, so I'm not relinquishing his responsibility. I'm saying that when I'm looking at the data and when I'm looking at this, it seems that he's doing a good job in getting us back to normal, especially in comparison to other major countries, um, specifically in the G7. If you have evidence that Biden is destroying like the economy because of certain things, that's fine. I'm willing to look at it. I'm willing to give him responsibility. I'm not like a partisan hack. I swear to God, it doesn't matter to me. But everything that I'm seeing, every time that someone on the right blames Biden for something, it's like the same thing when like liberals just like call Trump racist like for no reason and they take things out of context. It's like, okay, I don't care about what you're saying unless it's backed by actual like factual data. And the data bears out to where it's not Biden's fault that corporate price gouging is happening and these prices are up. So every time somebody talks about the price of eggs and all that stuff, it's like, well, it's documented that corporations, when they get greedy, they do this. They did the same thing when they got the tax cuts to where they started laying off people and they started doing more offshoring and doing stock buybacks. Like when corporations have a certain amount or they have an opportunity, it's human nature. You're just going to try to make more money. That's a big reason why this is happening. And I just think it's disingenuous to blame Biden without doing due diligence.
Now, did Biden have anything to do with us um, um, with the gas prices and whatnot going up?
Energy is also one of those things that's counted in headline inflation. And you don't got to take my word for any of this. Like, look it up for sure.
No, no, no. I'm talking about him
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, like I'm saying, energy prices are one of those things that are part of headline inflation. So the energy companies can raise their prices regardless of that fact because they're independent from core inflation.
Or
So
unless you're
when,
energy independent, though.
unless you're, I don't understand what you're.
Excuse me.
Wait. What don't you understand about that? Energy independence is something that Trump has been speaking about since day one. It's something that we did as a country, which is why our gas prices were low. Yet you're fumbling that energy and the independence is the real issue to why gas prices are up. Why isn't Joe Biden trying to be energy independent in the first place? Don't you think
I
that that has something to do with gas
mm,
prices being up right now? Because they're high, bro. They've been high for a long time now. I have a car now, and I have to pay like a lot of money for gas, and also like corporate gouging, which is what something that you brought up. There's maneuvering that can be done within this administration to also stop corporations from getting out of line as well, which is something that we can
yeah,
throw into the Biden administration to take certain, you know, certain to go about it in certain ways to have solutions toward that as well. So I wouldn't blame everything on Joe Biden. Obviously, I think that COVID left us all over the place. But I do think that there's like shutting down pipelines and there's many different things that the Biden administration have done themselves that have backfired into us paying for it. Right. Also, all the money to Ukraine. Hate to bring it up because I know you love Ukraine. I mean, at this point,
oh
I'm
man,
about to pay. I'm about to pay your flight so you can go fight in the front lines. That's how much you love Ukraine. But those things all do come around to why we as the citizens are paying the price, and also all these all these corporate companies are backdooring us because the leaders of this free world are not going after them, which is something that I will credit Trump for. Uh, Digging, right? Energy independence, all those things
okay.
count to when you're a nationalist in America first. So I think that an America first plan should should like be responsible for the destruction basically of the economy afterwards. to where the economy can get better, but it's not getting better because people are not taking this route; they're taking another route.
But
You
it
understand
is
what I'm saying?
getting better. So what you're saying flies in the
No, no,
face
no,
of
no, no. It is getting better. We are making the same amount. Actually, we're making the same dollar we made 5 years ago when Trump was in office, but our dollar isn't getting us the same, right? So our dollar is equal to what we were making 5, 6 years ago, but our dollar isn't buying us the same things we were buying about 5 to 6 years ago. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, that's fine. Again, like I'm only addressing Van's comment when he asked, like, are the gas prices like Biden's fault? I was telling him that the energy companies can boost their prices. That's what they've been doing. This is documented. So that's where I was coming from with that. You can say that the energy independence thing, yeah, sure, like we should be striving for that. But there are so many other things that have been good that have gotten our inflation uh, going down that it's like he's not doing a bad job. So disingenuously like blame him for all of these things is just like it just looks like it's
You
kind
are
of like
Biden
a
till you
scapegoat
die.
thing.
yeah, this is
No,
crazy.
not at all.
Wow.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at
Angel.
all.
Go ahead, Angel.
Yeah. I actually was going to ask Devon what you guys kind of brought up and had a comment highlighted there, Van. So you don't think Joe Biden is responsible for the gas prices that have gone up in the first year of his when he was in office from when he shut down the pipelines on day one? There, that prices as down as they were of like 180 here in Arizona. Because right now, gas is about 3.95 a gallon, which some people may say, well, that's really a good price there. But earlier this year, it was almost $6 a gallon here in Arizona. So you don't think the pipeline shutdown that he did is him to be blamed for the gas prices increase over these last few years since he took office?
What year did you say that he had shut down the pipelines?
Day one of
Day one of
his
his administration.
administration. So it would have been January 21st, 2021, when after he won the 2020 election.
Okay, yeah. I mean that's definitely
Allegedly won.
Yeah.
Allegedly won.
he 100% won, but
He
okay.
didn't win, but he got elected,
Hold
right?
on, hold on. I do want to hear the
Pretty much.
rebuttal to that, Devon.
Yeah.
I do want to hear what
Yeah.
you think about that.
Like I
Him
said,
shutting down the pipeline on day one,
yeah.
which you say that he was trying to get better throughout, COVID, but in reality, what he did was shut down the pipeline on day one. How do you explain that?
Yeah, if he did that, that's something I could definitely look into. I've been hearing a lot of stuff about the pipeline stuff. Definitely something I need to dig into a little more. But
And I want to add something when I get a chance
okay, yeah, yeah.
to that topic.
I'm not averse to finding new information on it. It just seems that blaming all of these high prices for absolutely everything when we do know that energy is in headline inflation and energy companies can raise these prices and we're talking about groceries and everything and those prices are raised. It seems disingenuous to put all the onus on Biden. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, you're not giving him any culpability whatsoever.
That
No,
is
no
not
matter, no matter. They said that Biden shut
I
down the
said I would look
pipeline on his first
But that's
day.
what I'm
I
saying,
said
Dan.
that
They hold
to
on, hold on. They want the Bidenomics credit, but they don't want the Bidenomics. The what do you call it? That's what it's called. Bidenomics. They
Yeah,
want that credit, but they also don't want the bad that comes with
exactly.
like, I don't
Come on,
who's
understand, bro.
man.
they?
Like,
Right.
Who
It don't
is
make
they?
sense.
Who is they?
you,
Me?
The and
Democrats.
the administration itself.
Didn't I not
I,
just
I
say
Have
that
to
never
I was
take
blame Biden. I
responsible
never
for it?
responsibility.
blame Biden directly. I always say the administration
I
because it's
feel
not
like you
Biden.
guys I feel like you guys forget like who you're talking to and then you guys just start attacking the left. I literally said I will look into the pipeline thing. I just think it's disingenuous to blame him for the raised prices when these corporations are admittedly doing it themselves too. It's disingenuous to put all the onus on him. That's just a factual objective observation. I'm not saying Biden could do no wrong. Why are you painting it like that?
Well,
Um, I think hey, you got to look at the big picture, right? He shut down the pipeline. He stopped the fact that we can no longer drill our own oil, which then put us oil dependent on another country. They jack up their prices. We get the product. We have to create the fuel from it. But because we're paying more per barrel than we were because we can't take care of our own, our prices go up at the pump, and that lands at his doorstep at the end of the day.
Okay,
and
that's
to
fine.
add to
That's
that,
something we need to look into.
Devon, there is this. Everything you have bought ever in your life whatsoever, doesn't matter. It has been on a truck somewhere.
That's right.
So when you raise the prices at the pump, now from experience, I would go in 300 gallons of fuel on my rig, right? I'd go in every other day and fill up. Now you get it to $4 a gallon. I can't make money, and I have to charge more per mile to ship those products, whatever they are, frozen goods, regular, whatever. And then the broker isn't going to take, the hit. Guess who they're going to do? The people who are shipping it and the people who are receiving it. So if your cost, it's very similar to the minimum wage thing. If you raise minimum wage, the grocery stores have to raise their wages to cover them. They have to raise their wages to cover the shipping. So it's this very, very big, long, it takes a while to trickle down, yes, but you shut down the pipeline, it's going to raise, which that was one of the things that ticked me off the most. But you shut that down, it's going to start raising pump prices. Freight prices cost more. The stuff you buy at Amazon costs more because it's still shipped to you, whether it's UPS or FedEx or whatever. It's still on a truck.
But
So
doesn't that only happen if their profit margins are low?
no, they're not going to give up their profit margins. What do you think? They're going to turn in their 105 yacht for a 100-foot yacht?
Yeah,
no,
unless
they're
they
going to
get
keep
hit
their
because
yacht.
everybody keep
So
ordering
you're
stuff.
admitting that the culpability is on the corporations at the end of the day.
Right.
Because
But
if they're
anybody
still
with
making the
half a
profit,
brain will know that if I shut down this pipeline, these corporations that are out of control are going to do this. Therefore, if you do it, you're just allowing those corporations to do it.
yeah, but you could say the same thing about giving tax breaks to these companies that also ended up offshoring more of their businesses and laying off more people. Anybody with half a brain could realize that a business owner would do that, and they did do that. So it just seems like you're shifting the blame to the person
I'm not shifting
instead,
anything. The
instead of
largest
looking at the
contributing
corporation.
factor to our economy and the products on our shelves being higher is the cost of fuel. It's the
Exactly.
largest. Now, there's
And
a lot of
you're admitting
minimizing things coming in there. Sure, max minning stuff. But what we could have controlled is leaving that pipeline open, letting the fuel prices be down to 150, where good, hardworking people can make good money and still keep some of it because they didn't have to dump it into their fuel tanks. And then at that point, the prices may still start going up in the natural progression. But like you said, human nature, hey, we can say that this is costing us even more because we're going to charge a percentage for how much more it costs. So now it's even, getting exponentially larger. Now we can charge lots, $4 a dozen for eggs or whatever. This is
Yep.
because, bottom line, that pen stroke on day one was bound to cripple us over the next 4 years.
I understand
That
that you're saying that. You're saying that this one thing is you're pointing to this one policy, and you're saying that this is the thing that leads to
No,
that,
there's a million
right?
of them, but I mean
Yeah,
that's the
other
one I
factors
think is the
too.
highest
Yes.
contributing. Yes,
But the fact that you're saying that flies in the face with what corporations are actually admitting. The
you
fact that
can't control corporations that much.
that's what you're advocating for right now. To
You
do
could
a
control them
policy.
from the point of saying, "Hey, we're going to stay energy dependent," so that this trickle down of all these effects from this one pen stroke, the effects from that are not going to hit us as hard if we don't do this.
And
Do y'all?
I'm saying that I disagree because corporations themselves are literally citing the inflationary period for the reason why they're jacking up prices. They're not doing it because the pipeline got shut down. They're admitting that they take advantage of this because of inflationary periods. And inflation started because of COVID, which was something that nobody could control. So it just seems disingenuous to reach at a specific policy that Biden put in place when in reality the corporations themselves admitted to price gouging because of something else.
So
Yes, but if
I
you
have a
look at
question.
history, oh, sorry, go ahead, man.
I'm sorry, Devon. I have a question. When you say that inflation started because of COVID, can you expand on that? Tell me what you mean by that. How did COVID cause inflation?
Because of the way that everybody was handling it, correct? The way that we handled it slowed down the economy and it fucked up like
Oh, but
Well,
God dang it!
all right, bro, just kick me. That's cool. I'm sorry. Just kick me if you got to, bro. Like it's fine.
Yeah, it's very hard to self-edit. Like
It really
being an
is, bro.
ex-truck driver, being an ex-military. The words that are coming through my head just would make all of you blush. I don't care.
It's
So
yeah. It's
yeah,
also just because it's like this isn't like my job or anything. Like I don't do this. Like whenever I have these
neither do
conversations
I.
with friends and whatnot, like
just put
I
yourself in the mindset that you're at church right now. All right.
I put myself in the
Talk how
mindset
you
that there's a little kid around.
talk how you talk at church. All right.
All right. Well, I listen, and I hate to do this. I hate to do this. I'm gonna have to kick all y'all. It's been 5 hours, man. I'm
Yeah.
hungry and I want to kiss my wife in the mouth.
All right.
I haven't in a long time. So, but I do want to say this, um, Mississippi Mike, Mississippi Mike, the floor is yours, and you can ask whoever you want to ask something, or because you have not said anything, bro.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I know you've been on here a long time, and I've been listening for a long time. I had to bounce out for a little while to go to a meeting, but I've been listening for a long time, and I actually do have a social media platform, so I have to be careful talking about politics, and I generally don't because on my own channel it's about farming, and I stay away from politics. But I will say just real briefly that where I was about to go with Devon was talking about corporate power as Ron was talking about, and how we can all have our different opinions, and I'm sure we have very different opinions about COVID and how it was handled, and maybe why it was handled, and maybe what it even was. That being what it is, what has happened since then is that corporate power has actually been the cause of the inflation. Okay, a lot of people didn't use fuel. A lot of people didn't do a lot of things. A lot of people, there was a lot of money that was not spent during the COVID time frame, and people were kind of paid to not go to work, and a bunch of questionable stuff that happened there. All right. People were kind of taught that the government will take care of you no matter what. All you got to do is just walk the walk they want you to walk. But since then, these major corporations like Pepsi Cola and Coca Cola, right? The only two major competitors in that world, they both skyrocketed their prices at the same time, and margins in most of these corporations have gone through the roof, while so has inflation. So I will just ask you this, and you guys can take this home, and you can Google it yourself, and you can ponder on it yourself. All of the people sitting at the top of these major corporations that have been profiting massively while pushing us down, what's their political party? Every one of them. Just Google them and find out. See, I don't think it's Joe Biden. All right. I think Joe Biden is a puppet that doesn't have a clue what's going on. But I do think it's the Democratic Party.
He's just the old man who sniffed babies.
That's right. That's right.
Well, real quick before you guys get into it, Mike, I want to say you're a farmer. You said
I am.
Thank you for feeding me.
Oh, bless you, bro.
Period.
You got some hard work, man.
We don't give enough credit to the farmers. Just about everything that isn't 3D printed protein comes from a field. So.
And there's a whole nother talking point there about how people are struggling with the ability to feed themselves, which we should be allowed to do. Okay, we should be able to feed ourselves. We should be able to eat locally. We should be able to source foods that were grown in within 50 miles of us. But the government has prevented that. Okay, the government has put in laws, regulations, FDA. They've done all these things to prevent me from being able to sell food to my neighbor. I can't do that legally because of laws that have been put into place by the Democratic Party, who wants to be in control of where you get your food. And this is part of inflation.
Devon can't admit that the Democrats are the party being used for all of this, right? When it comes to furthering certain agendas, I think that he wants to associate himself. I don't think that he is a bad person, but I think a lot of bad people, including these billionaires like BlackRock, Vanguard, all these different people that have all this power, associate themselves more. I'm not saying that they don't associate themselves with Republicans. Maybe they do, but I've seen more, like Bankman Freed, that kid that got freed and all that stuff. Like all these people, when they want all this power through politics, they go through one party and one party only, and that just so happens to be Democrats. And I think that a lot of people are always skeptical of Democrats because of that reason. Most of the people that are associated that don't have the best initial, like the WEF. Let's go with the WEF, right? And that's why people call it Republicans swamp Republicans, because I think that the MAGA voters and Republicans are two different things, way two different things. But I think that MAGA voters see that specific association with what the World Economic Forum wants to do, which is kind of like this one world government, one world unity vibe that really creates all this government control, and it's done through Democrats. It's
Yeah.
funded through Democrats, and they're the most easily bought. I'm not saying that Republicans aren't, because I'm not a Republican. I
Oh,
would
they are
consider
too.
myself. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I think that both parties are being used. I just think that right now
Yes.
the administration in power is establishment, and I think that being anti-establishment is something that I just am, and I think a lot of us here are. And I think that Devon is an establishment puppet.
Not even in the
You
slightest.
know,
Just to
hey,
respond to that, I just
That
want to
poor
say
kid.
I agree with what you're saying in terms of people in power doing these certain things and all of that. The problem that I have specifically is that I think people who are in the MAGA group specifically, I think that the people who are like
Lou.
I feel like people who are leading that charge are taking advantage of the fear that people who are anti-establishment have,
they are.
and they're just pushing these things and saying these things and characterizing these things in ways where they're omitting information to you. They're lying about things and pretending, see, it's us against them, and you have to believe me. And because of that, the same people that are rightfully able to criticize the establishment and criticize people in power believe the every word of the people that they follow on the MAGA end. And I think that is dangerous, especially when I see people say that they trust people who verifiably lie.
Devon, I Devon, agree with you. what group is not doing exactly what you just described?
What group is
Right.
not doing
Tell me
exactly
which
what I
group.
described?
Tell me which group you could be talking about and not put their name at the front of that instead of the MAGAs, and that still would not be correct.
That's
Tell me
the
which
problem.
group.
That's the problem. It's not a group. It's people and individuals who actually do want to think for themselves, who actually do make sure that, I believe this thing. Let me look for every opposing bit of information that disconfirms that to be sure that I am 100% right. I feel like I'm one of those people that tries to do that. At the very least, I feel like a lot of people on the left and the right don't do that. And I
Well, I'm
see it
gonna
a
tell you
lot with
something,
MAGA.
amigo.
It's to
You
the
can
point.
never be 100% right. Not one of us
Yeah,
can.
you can never be 100% right, but you could 100% put in the effort to make sure that you know what you're talking about and like what you believe is certain. I feel like a lot of people are ideologues, and I think people in MAGA, honestly, I think that they're not. I think that they're just as from my run-ins personally, when I talk to far left progressives who think cultural appropriation is the worst thing possible, that Kyle Rittenhouse is this evil white person that was trying to mow down people, when I see them do this and they like follow these trails and fall down these rabbit holes and then their minds can't be changed, I see the same thing happening on the MAGA end. And
Yeah, but
it's
what I see is a smoke screen, man. What I see is a smoke screen. Whether or not you're talking about the far right extremists or the far left extremists, both of those extreme differences are such a small number on the whole, but they make a huge smokescreen, and they force us to talk about them instead of paying attention to reality. Okay,
I
so if
agree.
what we would do is instead of focusing on that little tiny brush fire that's making a huge cloud of smoke and that little tiny brush fire that's making a huge cloud of smoke, if we figure out where's the common ground, right? We got 7 people in this room right now, and I guarantee every one of us has a different view than another one on something. But can we pick a subject and find common ground? Can you, Devon, pick a subject and find common ground with Angel? I
I
challenge
probably
that.
I,
Excuse
I
me.
probably could.
I just want to say these last few words. I'm gonna get off because you're gonna be ending the show here soon, and I kind of came in at the last moment. But Devon, me and you obviously are gonna agree to disagree. Some points you made, I don't agree with. Points I made, you don't agree with. And at the same time, we're not battling over each other of trying to proclaim who's right and all that.
We were.
And I see
No, I'm
far too
playing.
many arguments on both sides of this kind of talking stuff where each other argues over one another there, and one person proclaims that they're 100% right. When I know you didn't say that, but thankfully none of us have had to come to that point there because we'll agree to disagree. But for what Roe, Mississippi Mike, Lou, and Kicks have said, they make more sense than you do.
and everything that they said is more common ground to what I understand too, and what I think as things there. And not saying that you don't have no common sense, you just didn't make no sense of what they had said there. And so, with that being said, guys, y'all have a great rest of your
Hey,
Tuesday.
Angel.
You do the
Y'all take
same, bro.
care.
Hey,
Bye.
Angel, on your way out the door, let me
He's
just
out of
Oh,
here.
say,
sorry
He's
to
out.
oh,
cut
he
He's
off.
gone.
out. Yeah. He's out.
I think
Wow,
common ground is more important with people you disagree with than it is with people you agree with, personally.
100%.
But
That's the
I
reason
do
Well, you
think
why
don't
like
make
I'm always
friends.
on these right wing. Like I don't ever show up on like left wing panels. I'm literally in right wing circles all the time, listening to what they're saying
Can
and
I
being
leave, please, guys?
Yeah,
Can I,
man.
I just want
please?
to say, oh, real quick, Heather is amazing. She just, she's out here blessing me. So I want to say thank you to Heather.
Again?
She just
Oh
dropping
my
bags after bags after
God.
bags. So I want to say thank you, Heather Sorrows. And yeah, and shout out to you guys for coming through, man. Kicks, Rob, Mississippi Mike, and Devon. By the way, Devon, me and Devon, I consider Devon a friend. I give him ish all the time. He gives me ish
Devon
all the
cool as
time.
hell, man.
He cool, man. I think that he's a
He
gap
cool.
filler as much as he might not be the best gap filler. And then what I mean by that is someone that can bring both sides together. I do think that when you have a one-on-one conversation with him, it's amazing. So I think that he's good for society, and I think people like him, even though I don't agree with him on a lot of things, we do find common ground a lot. So find him on Twitter, man. This guy is constantly, attacking
Giving me
every
hell. That's what he's constantly
he's
doing.
constantly
on
going at
Twitter, nah,
every
Instagram
right
for you.
winger, and he always wants to smoke, man. So I can appreciate somebody that doesn't run from it and
Yeah.
wants to actually talk to people like that don't think like him. Because a lot of leftists really don't step in rooms like this. They are actually very
Right.
afraid, and they just don't even want to associate themselves with anybody that thinks like us or has some type of right leaning idea. So thank you to
Right.
everybody. Van, thank you for putting on the show once again, bro. And I appreciate you, man. God bless
Much love
America.
to
God
all of
bless.
y'all, man. Y'all have an amazing